Okay, we learned from Dr. Ray. Gonna give y'all 2 minutes to get up.
And I do own the rights to this music.
That's Dr. Ray Hagins. We learned from him.
On all of the instruments except the saxophone. On the saxophone is the late Eric Allen. You guys are something else. I tell you, I said I'm gonna start a few minutes early, let this song play, and here you guys are already. You know, I love it. Good to see you, Dr. Herman. Oh, yes, brother. Get up, get up, yes. Yeah. All right, Brother Hardy, I see you, brother. Come on, family, sing it with me. Well, I found out that I can be myself.
I can
yeah.
be myself.
I'm so glad.
I'm so glad.
Well, I found out
Well,
that I can be myself.
I can be
And I'm
myself.
so glad.
I'm so glad.
I'm so glad.
I'm so glad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you did it. But you did it. Yes. Yes. Oh, yeah, so glad I can be myself. I'm so glad I can be myself. I have peace because I don't have to be nobody else. It feels so nice to be free. I can be myself. I can really be me. Nobody else. I'm so glad I can be myself. Yes. Be myself. Sure is good to know that I don't have to be nobody else. All right now. Come on, everybody. Well, I found out that I can be myself, and I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Well, I found out that I can be myself. Yeah. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I found out that I can be myself. And I'm so glad, yes I am. I'm so glad. Once again, brothers and sisters, here we are gathered together for another Sunday online in Gia Fellowship of the African Village Cultural Center. I'm Ray Hagins, your spiritual teacher of the African Village, chief elder, your brother, your friend. Man, I'm so glad to have you guys with me. When I say man, I don't mean excluding your sisters. Brothers and sisters, I'm so glad to have you with me today. I trust that you guys are safe wherever you are. I trust that you've had a wonderful week. And while I'm on that note right there, let me take a moment to send condolences and positive energy.
This is Uncle Danny. I want to thank y'all for joining me at this watch party. I appreciate y'all checking it back and watching and learning. We're learning from Dr. Ray. Thank you for it.
Out to a couple of brothers, or families, I should say. Our dear brother and Dr. Kia Inyame, who worked by my side here in Atlanta, who is now doing the work in Rochester, New York, in his hometown. Brothers and sisters, his son was tragically shot and killed this past week, a few days ago. Okay, so keep Brother Inyame, Dr. Kia Inyame, in your prayers, all right? And Kia, if you're watching, brother, we send positive energy to you. You know, may the ancestors and the Almighty undergird and strengthen you at this time, during your time of bereavement. We pray for your family. Okay, that the Almighty will do what the Almighty does best, and that's give you peace and strength and comfort that passes understanding, you know. And also, brothers and sisters, last week while we were on the air, very dear friend and brother of mine for about 54 years, young brother we met at the International Youth Congress of the Church of God in Christ in Chicago, Illinois, back in the 60s, okay? And, well, last Sunday, he passed away, made his transition. That's Bishop Lauren Mann, the pastor of Pentecostal Temple in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Okay, so we're praying for him. We're praying for his wife, Barbara, his son and daughter, Lauren Jr. and Tiana. We're praying that the Almighty would strengthen that family during this time, because it happened so quickly. You know, he had just been appointed to the office of General Board Bishop, appointed to the Presidium of the Church of God in Christ. And I know that Lauren, that was a great accomplishment for him, and to just be appointed a couple of months ago and make his transition now. So we're praying for them as well, okay? And not only that, but others out there, people you may know. We're praying for all of our families, our brothers and sisters who are going through a period of bereavement right now, dealing with that pain of the loss of a loved one, you know. But hey, man, yeah, there's so much death going on, you know, so much death going on. Okay, but listen, let's take the moment now to honor those who have gone before us and made it possible for us to be where we are. So come on, brothers and sisters, and join in with me at this time as we do the oath to the cooking Sunday's dinner, on Saturday night. And you talking about couldn't wait to get home from church so we could eat. Man, because my mom could throw down, okay? And that's how I feel when I prepare a meal for you guys. And notice I'm using the analogy of preparing a meal, okay? Because actually, I have always used the concept or the idea of my ministry being like a restaurant, even when I was preaching the program of Christianity, I didn't do too much of what you call open the doors of the church. Okay, I wasn't too much into people coming up and standing in front of the audience and making a commitment. My thing is, if the food is good, if the meal is good, just like a good restaurant, okay, if the food is good, you'll be back. Just like those of you who are right here with us today, you keep coming back. Some of you guys are such loyal viewers and listeners to Black Liberation Webcasting Network, to our online fellowship on Sundays, and you keep on coming back and you keep on coming back. And you know what, y'all? That means a lot to me when that happens. The reason why I say that is because it tells me that you're getting something, okay? And the many of you keep coming back. So I'm obligated, I'm committed to you to be sure that you dine well. Whenever you log on with Brother Ray, I want to be sure that you get something to take with you. As my great-grandmother used to say when she was fixing me oatmeal in the mornings before I used to go to school, she would say, I'm going to fix you something to stick to your ribs, Well, I want to give you something, brothers and sisters, that's going to stick in your mind. Okay, that's my purpose for doing what I do, Yeah. Listen, before going any further, I want to explain, because I keep getting questions like, what are you saying when you say Ma'at Hotep? Or what does Ashe mean? I get that from a lot of people. Ma'at is a Kemetic term spelled M-A-A-T, all right, which means, well, actually, Ma'at means Ma'at. That's what it means, okay? But the English transliteration, or to describe Ma'at in English terms, we use words like truth, justice, righteousness, harmony, balance, reciprocity, right order of things, okay? All of these things make up what is called Ma'at. And Ma'at is symbolized by a woman with wings. And of course, Europeans, when they went into Africa and saw that, they stole that image and created what they came up with called angels. All right, brothers and sisters, Africans, angels is not a part of our cosmology, okay, or a part of our cosmology. We understand that we have the ministry of our ancestors, not angels, ancestors, okay? And Ma'at is the woman, the feminine principle, okay, that stands for truth, justice, righteousness, harmony, balance, reciprocity, all that, okay? When we say Hotep, that's the Kemetic term, which means peace. And it's actually spelled without vowels, HTP in English characters, okay? But it can't be pronounced if you don't put vowels in it in the English vocabulary, all right? So speaking English, to pronounce it, you can't just have consonants. You have to have vowels as well. So we insert vowels in there, like O and E between the H, the T, and the T and the P. So we have Hotep, or some people spell it Hetep, H-E-T-E-P. Some people spell it Hetepu, H-E-T-E-P-U, meaning peace be unto you, okay? But that's what Ma'at Hotep means. So when we say Ma'at Hotep, we're saying, I greet you in truth and peace, okay? In righteousness and peace, and justice and peace. Now, the word Ashe is an African term. It's used in the Yoruba, a Akan language, which means I give all the power and energy of the Orishas and the gods and the universe itself in support of what you just said. A lot of times used to hearing the word amen, right, from church folk. That was stolen too, all right? So understand, the word amen is actually pronounced amen. And it is one of the designations that was given to the Most High God, okay? Which is another word, Ra, Amen Ra, Amen means that part of God, that part of the Almighty that is so awesome, okay, and so infinite that it is literally hidden from the finite mind. Okay, the human mind cannot grasp the totality of the Almighty. So that's the part of God that we refer to by saying Amen. Okay, it is symbolized by the sun setting in the west. All right, when the sun rises in the morning in the east, that is called Keper, which means new beginnings. Okay, Keper Ra. Ra means the Most High God, the sun at high noon. Got what I'm saying? Okay. So understand all of this is coming from our ancient Nile Valley ancestors, man, who gave us, like I said, a God consciousness. Amen. Ra is the sun in the sky. Understand this, brothers and sisters, okay? And that's why we say the sun, God's sun, is the light of the world. God's S-U-N is the light of the world. Don't take my word for what I'm saying. Look out the window right now, unless you're in a part of the world where it's dark. If it's daylight, that's because Ra is the light of the world. God's sun, all right, is the light of the world. Of course, they made God's S-O-N and made it the light of the world. That's not it at all. It's God's S-U-N that is the light of the world. Yes, shining brightly on us all, you know. Oh, brothers and sisters, once again, I welcome you. It's time to get into the teaching now. I want to say once again to Dr. Herndon, thank you, sister, for helping me, as you always do, to our ministers in the African village and headquarters. We have, of course, yours truly, Chief Elder. We have Dr. Herndon, Minister Karen Stewart, Minister Sharon Hopkins. Thank you so very much for your support, for your steadfastness, for your faithfulness to the work at hand. To the other African villages, African village of Youngstown, Ohio, which was the first African village we gave birth to 9 years after we started. Okay, Mauro Tep family there in Youngstown, Ohio. To the African village of Detroit, Michigan, Mauro Tep family. To the African village of Chicago, Illinois, Mauro Tep family. To the African village of Brooklyn, New York. Of New York City, Mauro Tep, African village of New York City. To the African village of Charleston, South Carolina, Mauro Tep family, Mauro Tep to you. To our brothers and sisters out there in Kansas City, okay, with Chief Kazuma, Mauro Tep to you guys out there, you know. To our family and friends and supporters around the world, down in Florida, yeah, you know, I can't forget you guys down in Guyana, South America, and the Virgin Islands, on the motherland, in military bases around the world, up in Canada, okay? Everywhere, brothers and sisters. You know, I'm so honored that brothers and sisters all over the planet log on and join me every week. Or you log on and listen to Black Liberation Webcasting Network throughout the week. Thank you so very much for your support. Thank you for learning, okay? Thank you for not being a cabbage head person. I'll teach more on that at a later time, okay? But now let's get to the teaching for today. Oh my goodness, man. Yeah, I'm excited about today's teaching, family. Oh my goodness, yes. Well, and besides, before getting any further, let me say Happy Mother's Day, okay? To those of you who still have your mother with you, to those of you who your mother made her transition, Happy Mother's Day. As well as you remember their life, their deeds, their legacy, and their contributions, okay? And while, listen, if your mom is still with you, if she's still blessed to be with you, cherish that, okay? Take it from me, okay? My mother is no longer physically present with us, okay? So that I can hug her, so that I can look in her face, okay? So I have to remember her life. Okay, and understand that she's transitioned into the ancestral realm, as some of your mothers have, okay? But be thankful and grateful. You know, honor your parents. Honor them while you have them with you, okay? And today is not a happy Mother's Day for a lot of people. You know why? Because this is the first Mother's Day that they have without their mother's physical presence. And it's a sad day for them. Okay, so we pray for you guys that you will be strengthened during this time. All right. Well, as always, family, let's get started by making the circle. Okay, circle of awareness. With your fingertips, make a circle like this and repeat after me. The space inside this circle represents my realm of knowledge. All that I think I know about whatever I think I know is depicted right here within this circle. I must keep in mind that there is more to know than what is within the circumference of my awareness. Did you get that? Brothers and sisters, I start all of my teachings off with that analogy. Okay? And the reason for that is because as a teacher, it's my job to tell you things that you do not already know. But the problem with us is once we hear something that's outside of our circumference of awareness, we're uncomfortable with it. Okay? Because it's not in our reticular activating system. So that's why I do this, so that you can learn. All right? Be ready to learn. I hope you have something to write with today. And I'll be giving you some information. You're going to have to take notes. Okay? So that you can go back and research or validate or try to invalidate, if you wish, what I'm saying. All right? Ready to learn? All right, let's do it. Yesterday, I posted on my Facebook page some very powerful words. I want you to think about these words. And if you don't, you can go to my Facebook page, okay? Ray Hagins on Facebook. And you can see what I posted there and read it over and over and over again until it sinks in. Okay? But here's what I want you to remember. Always remember this. When you have told so many lies on top of each other over the centuries, and when I say when you have told, I'm not just talking about you. I'm talking about any organization, any entity, okay, any religion, any church, any club, okay, people, individuals. When you have told so many lies on top of each other over the centuries that telling the truth about one of your early foundational lies would unravel all the lies that have been defensively piled on top of it, thus exposing you for what you truly are, you have no choice but to continue to lie. Did you get that? The next part of that is this. When your ability to maintain your control over another person's reality is based on the lies about what you are and who they are, you can never tell the truth. Okay? Now, the reason why I wrote that, brothers and sisters, is because I've encountered so many pastors over the last 30 years. Okay? I have encountered so many pastors and religious leaders and ministers, okay, who have questioned me about a lot of the things that I say. And when they question me and I answer their question and show them the facts and show them the empirical, undeniable, irrefutable evidence as to why I say what I say, I've seen pastors reject or refuse or resist what I've shared with them. And you know, I had to come to understand why they would be so stubborn or dedicated to their ignorance or to the lies that they were saying or teaching or preaching. And then it dawned on me. And really what helped me to realize this was a very prominent pastor right here in the Atlanta area who made his transition now. and sharing with him. And when I went into this man's office, you would have thought that you had stepped into Africa. He had African artifacts and statues and plaques and oh my God, artwork, you name it, all around his office. And I said, brother, well, you got all this stuff here, man, depicting Africa. He said, yeah, brother, that's the cradle of civilization. I said, man, if you know this, why aren't you teaching it to your congregation, brother? And he said to me, man, I'm not giving up this money. That's a deep thing, y'all. When the lie has given you too much to lose, and that's why I wrote this. When you told so many lies on top of each other over the centuries, that telling the truth about one of your early foundational lies would unravel all the lies that have been defensively piled on top of it, thus exposing you for what you truly are. You have no choice but to continue to lie. When your ability to maintain your control over another person's reality is based on the lies about what you are and who they are, you can never tell the truth. And brothers and sisters, I see why so many of our people are continuously kept enslaved in their minds, because their pastor or their religious leader has too much to lose by telling the truth. I know, and listen, I can relate to that. I can relate to it. Okay? When my eyes came open to the truth and I shared it with my congregation, I mean, people walked off and left me like, I mean, brothers and sisters, you would have thought I had committed a crime. I mean, you would have thought I had committed a horrible crime, the way people abandoned me, you know? And it was so painful for me that I just decided I didn't want to be in the pulpit ever again. You know, okay? Because it just, I mean, when people say, Brother Ray, I'm with you, Pastor, I'm with you, I got your back no matter what, you know? And then when what comes along and they say, what? You know, and they walk off and abandon you because they don't agree with what you're saying, that's a very, very painful thing, man, you know? And I didn't want to go through that kind of pain again. I just didn't want to. But the eye-opening experience is something else. It can be very painful for you, okay? Let's move forward. It has been said that religion is the opium of the masses. And brothers and sisters, I entered into the ministry in March of 1973. Okay, yeah, 1973. So what is that, 48 years for me? 48 years of doing this, man, you know, trying to, and even when I was preaching the program, I was a progressive type person. You know, I love to research. I love to study. Okay, the only problem that I had is I was researching Christian literature. Oh, let me talk about that for a moment. If you're going to turn to, for example, if I say do your own research, okay, why would you go to a Bible bookstore to do your research when every piece of literature in a Bible bookstore is about the religion of Christianity and the central figure of Jesus Christ? Okay, you have to start learning how to research objectively, not subjectively. Okay, it's almost like, you know, if I say, you know, who is Adam's first wife? Okay, and you go to a Bible bookstore trying to find some books on Lilith, Lilith. That was Adam's first wife, according to mythology. Okay, because Adam never historically existed, nor did Lilith, nor did Eve, nor did Cain and Abel, and so forth. All right, but in the mythos, Adam's first wife is a woman named Lilith, Lilith. You know what I mean? But you wouldn't find that in a Bible bookstore. You'd have to go to a library, okay, and get that information. You follow what I'm saying? Okay, and do some serious research. So, of course, now being in ministry for 48 years, okay, and also a former advocate. Notice I said former advocate. Let me say it one more time so you don't get it twisted. I was a former advocate, okay, and promoter of what I was taught to be the divinely inspired Word of God. Well, brothers and sisters, if you can see in your mind, after believing something for so long, it can be very disturbing to find out that much of what you've been taught to be the mind of God, grab what I'm saying, much of what I was taught to be the mind of God, expressed through the prophets of God as they were moved by the Holy Ghost, as I was taught. Much of what I was taught to be the mind of God was really nothing more than the personal scruples and desires of some of the most mentally twisted and sadistic European rulers in history. Okay? Write this down. I told you something to write with. Okay, I'm giving you some stuff to write with now, so take these notes. Okay, so you can order these books or just do the research. Write this down. There's a book entitled King James VI of Scotland and the First of England. Okay? King James VI, Roman number V, Roman number I. King James VI of Scotland and Roman number 1 of England. Okay? The author of this book is Antonia Fraser, Fraser. Antonia Fraser. Okay? Write that book down. Also write down this book, The Wisest Fool in Christendom. I'll say it again. The Wisest Fool in Christendom. The Reign, R-E-I-G-N, the reign of King James I and VI. The author of that book is William Lloyd Mckelwee. And that's spelled M-C-E-L-W-E-E. Okay? William Lloyd Mckelwee. Those books again are King James VI of Scotland and the First of England by Antonia Fraser, F-R-A-S-E-R. And the second book is The Wisest Fool in Christendom, The Reign of King James I and VI by William Lloyd Mckelwee. If you get these books, brothers and sisters, these books will tell you about the life and horrible deeds and legacy of a very twisted, sadistic individual known as James Stewart, spelled S-T-U-A-R-T. Okay? A very sick human being. These books will clearly reveal the pathological, twisted mind of King James. That's right, the same King James who you carry the Bible with his name on. King James Bible, one of the most powerful European rulers the world has ever known. From his birth to his death, James Stewart's life is one of horrific experiences. When he took the throne, he wanted the world to know who the king really was. Okay? Understand this, brothers and sisters. He put to death. He actually had people killed. Anybody, including his mother and members of his family who opposed his ideals and his views. If they opposed him, he'd have been put to death. Yet this is the individual who determined what has come to be recognized as the authorized version of the Bible today. Okay? He also declared what should be taught. That's right, this very sick, twisted pedophile. Oh my God, he was pedophile, homosexual, sadistic. Oh my goodness, he was just a horrible individual. Okay? But yet he's the one who declared what should be taught as Christian doctrine, what he taught and practiced Christian church. And what James Stewart declared has come to be respected as Christian ideology today. In fact, write this down as well. You probably have heard me refer to this before. Write this down. Certain sermons or homilies, right? Oh, y'all something else, y'all. Thank you, guys. Y'all making your donations. I haven't even finished teaching yet, but thank you. Okay, and also Brother Glenn from St. Louis. Thank you, Glenn. I got your donation earlier today, right? But as I was saying, brothers, I want you to write this reference down, okay, to be taught in the Christian church. Certain sermons or homilies. Homilies is spelled Homilies. Certain sermons or homilies to be taught in the Christian church. This was published in 1844 by Philadelphia Press, okay? But it was actually written in 1571, all right? And it was decreed that this is what is to be taught in the church at England, okay? And the king's most excellent majesty, and by such prudent, in fact, that I'm telling you what it says in the forward of this, okay? God, I'm missing. Okay, yeah. Certain sermons, my mind just got distracted. So I hope everybody's okay. Y'all remember the movie Star Wars, where you say, I feel a disturbance in the force, that kind of thing? I just got like a, yeah, I hope everybody's okay out there, my loved ones and all. Okay, but let me go on and tell you what this thing says. It says, the king's most excellent majesty, and by such prudent advice, having most graciously considered the manifold enormities which heretofore have crept into his grace's realm through the false usurped power of the Bishop of Rome, and the ungodly doctrine of his adherents, hath declared the writ hereafter to be forthwith adopted as that which pertaineth to the divine will of God, whereby they may learn unfeignedly. Now notice what he's saying, okay? King James is actually saying that he has determined what pertains to the divine will of God. He has determined what pertains to the divine will of God, and according to the mind of the Holy Ghost expressed in the scriptures, to honor God, and notice what else he says, and to serve their king with all humility, subjection, and godly honesty, to behave themselves toward all men, and to put away all contention, which hath heretofore arisen through diversity of preaching. You grab this? This is what this man decreed is to be taught in the churches of England. He goes on to say, finally, that all curates and whatsoever learning they may be, oh my goodness, may have some godly and fruitful lessons and a readiness to read and declare unto their parishioners for their edifying, instruction, and comfort. Notice this part now. For his majesty, the king, King James, hath caused a book of homilies to be made and set forth, wherein is contained certain wholesome and godly exhortations to move the people to honor and worship Almighty God, and diligently to serve him, everyone according to their degree, state, and vocation, the which homilies his majesty commands. The king commands and straitly charges all parsons, vicars, curates, and all other having spiritual cure every Sunday in the year at high mass, when the people be most gathered together, to read and declare to their parishioners plainly and distinctly, in such order as they stand in the book. And I'm not talking about the Bible. I'm talking about the book, certain sermons and homilies. Okay? It goes on to say, and when the foresaid book of homilies is read over, the king's majesty's leisure is that the same be repeated and repeated again. Did you get that? Now, brothers and sisters, this book called Certain Sermons and Homilies is comprised of 32 sermons. 32 sermons. And only these 32 sermons were to be taught in the Christian church. And as we just said, they were to be taught or preached or read over and over and over again. And after you went through all 32 of them, started to read all over again. And that's how the people became so programmed. Just like some of you who used to say to me, or still say to me, I got so tired of going to church and hearing the same 5 or 10 messages over and over and over again. Well, that's part of the program. Repetition for the purpose of indoctrination. Okay? It says to read it over and over again in such like sort as was before prescribed. Check this part out. Until such time as the king's pleasure shall further be known in this behalf. Did you get that, brothers and sisters? It doesn't stop there. It goes on to say, also, His Majesty the King commanded that the said ecclesiastical persons shall read his injunctions openly and distinctly to the people in a manner and form in the same express, and upon every other holy and festival day through the year, likewise falling in the week time, they shall recite the Paternoster. Okay, the Paternoster. Write it down. Paternoster. 2 words. First word, pater, Pater. Second word, noster, Noster. Now you see why, as children, we were made to memorize the Paternoster. So, Brother Ray, what is the Paternoster? I know some of y'all already looking it up. I love you for that. Okay? The Paternoster is the Our Father prayer. Okay? So people had to recite the Paternoster. They had to memorize the articles of the faith, meaning the doctrine. They had to memorize the 10 Commandments in English openly before all the people, as in the said injunctions is specified. And it goes on to say that all degrees and all ages may learn to know God. Damn, how you going? What makes you think reciting and memorizing verses or poetry or whatever helps you to know God? But that was the king's orders. Okay? And that's why even right now, I don't think I'll ever forget it. It was so programmed into me. And some of you out there probably memorize it as well. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. No, not hallowed be thy name. Hallowed. And see, we've been saying hallowed, okay? And some people call it Hollywood. No. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. And forget, y'all know it. We all grew up learning that. Most of us knew how to say that before we were 10 years old. That was by order of the king, and it's still being carried out today. There happens to be, however, brothers and sisters, a dark side to the history of Christianity. Yes, let me share it with you. Okay? Let's talk about the dark side of Christianity, the side that you don't hear about. All right? A story, not of loving one's neighbor, but of rape, of incest, of murder, of genocide, of plunder. A story not of turning the other cheek, but rather of invasions and conquests and aggression, all in the name of Jesus Christ. So today, brothers and sisters, in this message today, I want to enable you to take a look into particular events in Christian history and ask yourself the question, what is the psychology of Christianity? Write that down. Write that question down. What is the psychology of Christianity? Okay. The psychology of conversion. That's part of it. Conversion. Oh man, that's so important. You see, Christianity stands above all other religions when it comes to missionary work. Oh my goodness, man, there's all kind of funding for missionary work. Yes. Starting with the concept of salvation. Other religions never teach that only through believing their doctrines. Other religions don't teach that. Rather, they often respect other belief systems of other religions. Okay? Christianity is the oh my goodness, Christianity, and again, y'all, I'm not trying to attack Christianity. I'm trying to teach you about Christianity. I'm trying to make you aware. Okay? Christianity is a religion based in jealousy. Uh-oh. You know that, huh? Oh, yeah. How have you ever heard the Bible says that God is a jealous God, for the Lord thy God is a jealous God? Who dares to assign this lower quality nature to the Most High God? Calling God as a jealous God. No, you're jealous. Don't assign that negative anthropomorphism to God. Anthropomorphism is when you assign human qualities to the divine being. Okay? Say something like hand. God doesn't have a hand. Okay? Or God that walked and wherever his feet trod, well, God doesn't have feet. Okay, these are anthropomorphism. You know, the eyes of the Lord are in every place. God doesn't have eyes. These are human qualities. So those are called anthropomorphisms. You got what I'm saying? And one of those things is taking a humanistic characteristic called jealousy and ascribing it to God. But Christianity teaches that their way is the only road to salvation through Jesus Christ. So let's deal with that today. Let's talk about the history and spread of Christianity. In fact, let me call it the psychopathic spread of Christianity. Okay? And again, brothers and sisters, I don't mean to be insensitive. I have to say this to you. I don't mean to be insensitive, but I have to teach you. I need to tell you the truth about a thing, okay? You need to know the truth about what you are in. I don't like what I'm going to say. I don't give a cheesecake about that. I'm too old for that stuff now to worry about whether you like me because of what I said or not. I don't care about that. I'm going to tell you the truth, man. That's my assignment. That's my job. You know, I have to do that. So let's deal with this here thing called the psychopathic spread of Christianity. Psychopathic is a term that means the manifestation of amoral or asocial behavior. It means a lack of remorse or a lack of shame. It means perverse or impulsive and even criminal behavior. Okay, that's psychopathic. And be indoctrinated or programmed, or better yet, let me use the word brainwashed Christian, has zero tolerance for other belief systems. Zero tolerance. Okay? Forced conversion. Exceptions and incidents of psychological terrorism. Yeah, I said it. Psychological terrorism. It takes place in religion, brothers and sisters. Psychological terrorism are deeply entwined with the history of the spread and influence of Christianity and some of the tactics used by Christian missionaries. Okay? have been cruel and even ungodly. For example, Christian missionaries, ministers, evangelists, etc. Christian missionaries who were unable to convince Panade Indians in Argentina to accept Jesus Christ by faith. These missionaries, since they couldn't reach the Panade Indians, they took to compiling books for the natives to read in their mother tongue. Now, y'all follow me well. I'm not talking about something that happened in the first century or the second century or the third century. I'm talking about something that happened in 1975, okay, and 1976, during that 2-year period, approximately 45, 46 years ago. The Roman Catholic Church actually printed a Bible.
Not a Bible.
A New Testament, just for the Panade Indians. Understand how deep this goes, family? Don't take my word for what I'm saying. I can't make this stuff up. The Roman Catholic Church actually printed a Bible for the Panade Indians. Okay? Oh my God, man. It's some deep stuff. Because in the Panade vocabulary, there are no words for sin. There's no word for guilt. There's no word for punishment. There's no word for redemption. You see, and in order to get a person to accept Jesus Christ, they have to understand these words: sin, guilt, punishment, redemption, like you and I were programmed. Okay? They taught us that, and I remember when I was and I guess it's still in, certification has expired. A certified instructor in the Teacher Training Association. And one of the things that we taught in Evangelism 101 is that before you can get a person saved, you have to get them lost. Do whatever you have to do to make that person on their way to hell. Because until they realize that, you can't save them. Okay? Understand how deep this goes. So before the Panade could be made to accept repentance and salvation, which were foreign concepts to them, okay, they had to be given something to feel guilty about. Understand how deep this goes, man. Notice the mind game here. So the Christian missionaries came up with a psychopathic solution. They translated and re-edited the New Testament of the Bible to Jesus' death. Yeah. These psychopathic Christian missionaries literally removed from the biblical story Judas's betrayal of Jesus. They removed from the biblical story the Roman government, okay, and Pontius Pilate and all of Jesus. All of that was removed in the Panade of the New Testament. And this fabricated Panade version of the New Testament now claimed that because they were wicked, let's kill Jesus Christ, said the Panade. They laid a cross on the ground. They fastened his hands and his head like that, nailed. Thus the Panade killed Jesus Christ. Now isn't it deep that the Roman Catholic Church would print a Bible saying that? Now some of you guys out there saying, that man is lying behind all. Don't take my word for it. Write this down. There's a book entitled The Missionaries, written by Norman Lewis. Again, the name of this book is The Missionaries, God Against the Indians. Why against Indians? Okay? See how they see the program here? See the psychopathic spread of this religion? God Against the Indians was published in 1988 by McGraw-Hill. What I just shared with you is on page 208. On page 208 in that book, it actually says that this new fabricated Panade version of the New Testament says that the Panade killed Jesus. Needless to say, I was trying to get a copy of the Panade version of the New Testament. Some of you guys might be more successful than I've been, because the Roman Catholic Church is not letting that out now. Because if you see that, and you see how they just rewrote that, okay? Oh my goodness, man. If you see how they just made that up, ask the question. If they made that lie, what other lies have they made up? What else have they made up and called it the word of God? So this psychopathic, psychological, and spiritual terrorism would not be complete, brothers and sisters, unless you guys understand. Frightening people to accept Jesus is a key. Is key. That's a key. That's the main ingredient here. So frightening graphic threats of God consuming the land and animals with fire and burning the evil Panade themselves was found throughout this fabricated version of the New Testament written specifically for the Panade Indians. Okay, the book wasn't distributed anyplace else but right there in Venezuela to the Panade Indians. And because of the scare tactics, just like many of you and I too grew up under the scare tactics. You go to hell. Don't go to hell. Don't go to hell. Hell. You go into a place that burns with fire and brimstone. You know, oh my goodness, brothers and sisters, what a way to grow up. You see, many of the Panade were terrorized, and it was as though these psychopathic methods that the Christian missionaries were able, it was through, I should say, these methods that these psychopathic missionaries were able to win over hundreds of converts to Christianity. The Panade wanted to avoid the horrible punishments promised to them in this fabricated book that was now supposedly God's word. And they were willing to become loyal subjects of Christianity in complete submission. And the re-edited Panade version of the New Testament continues by saying, God will burn you all. Now check out what they're saying here. And this is what was taught to the Panade Indians in their mother tongue. God will burn you all. God will burn all the animals. God will burn also the earth. God will burn the heavens. Absolutely everything. He will burn also the Panade themselves. God will exterminate the Panade by throwing them on the fire. It's a huge fire. I'm going to hurl the Panade into the fire, said God. Can you see some fire and brimstone preacher of the Roman Catholic Church priest preaching to the Panade Indians? But God is good. Do you want to be roasted in the fire? Ask God. Do you have something to pay me with so that I won't roast you in the fire? Ask God. What is it you're to pay me? Said God. It's reported that one Panade woman came forth and said, I don't want to burn in big fire. I love Jesus. This psychopathic methodology in the spread of Christianity, brothers and sisters, has been used all over the world, trying to scare people into accepting Jesus Christ into their life. Because if they don't accept Jesus, they're made to believe they're going to burn in flames forever. And you know what, y'all? I'm not talking about something that's old. I'm talking about people right now today that say to me, Brother Ray, I hear what you're saying, but what if you're wrong? What about my soul? I don't want to go to hell. Brothers and sisters, I gotta share, I gotta teach you. I gotta teach you. I know God ain't right, but I'm saying I gotta teach you. Okay? Listen, the word hell. Write this down so you're clear. Okay, it's not a hot place under the ground. Hell comes from two words in the biblical text. In the Old Testament, it's the word Sheol, Sheol. Okay, Sheol, Sheol. Oh God, family, thank you for your comments. Y'all, see, I'm checking my phone to be sure I'm still streaming. Okay, thank you guys. Sheol, Sheol. That's the Old Testament word for the English word hell. In the New Testament, it's the word Hades. You've probably been taught to call it Hades, but it's actually pronounced Hades, and it's spelled Hades. All right? The E has a long A sound in Latin, right? So it's Hades. Hades. Now, here's the deep thing. Both words translate into the English word hell, but both words only mean the hole in the ground that you put your body in when you die. In other words, it's called the grave. There's nothing hot about it. Got me? Okay? Nothing hot about it. And besides, let me help you exercise your critical thinking faculties now. Okay? Why are you worried about burning in hell when you die if your body dissolves back to the earth? Or you got cremated, you already been burned up. What are you worried about your soul burning for? The soul can't burn. The soul and spirit is non-corporeal. It can't burn. Okay? So what are you worried about heat for? You see, brothers and sisters, let me go on. Because see, I don't want to get you in trouble, all right? Because I can see some of you guys now going back to your church saying, y'all need to listen to this, brother. And then they're going to put you out of church because they're going to call you subversive, okay? Listen, in the first 2 decades of the 15th century, okay, in the first 2 decades of the 15th century, there was a Jesuit priest, a Dominican Jesuit priest whose name was Vincente Ferrer. Write the name down, Vincente. Vincente. See, brother, this is why I say don't take my word for what I'm saying. I want you guys to verify what I'm saying. I'm not just making this mess up, man. I ain't got time for that. I research and then I teach. You don't like it? Not a problem. Move on with your business. Go somewhere else. But I'm going to teach. Okay? Because there are thousands who want to hear. Vincente Ferrer. Vincente. That's his first name, Ferrer. Ferrer. This Jesuit priest, he was Dominican, Jesuit priest, traveled throughout Castile and Aragon, storming synagogues and demanding that the Jews accept Christianity and profess Jesus as their Savior. Ferrer ordered Christians to attack Jews who were unwilling to convert to Christianity. Do y'all see the history here? I want y'all to see the history of this belief system, the dark side of it. Ferrer had so much success in forcing people to accept Christianity that he is credited with 20,500 forced baptisms.
Huh? Well, yeah, probably, yeah. I thought you was gonna call me earlier. Hello? Hello? I thought you was gonna call me earlier. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah. No, I'm leaving tomorrow. I already know it. I know what I'm leaving. But I'm basically going to be local for a minute. Yeah. Huh? Okay. All right. Yeah. I had to do a lot of straightening up at the studio so I get stuff ready. So a lot of stuff was wrapped up, and I had to dig it out. And I need stuff whereby I could get to it. And my nephew, he was helping out, but he didn't understand that I need stuff easy access. Yeah, but he'll but like my tools, I'll need that, and then I gotta go looking for them. So, huh? Yeah, he's using it. My nephew's using it. I got the truck over here. I said I got the truck over here, the big truck, the big truck. Yeah, so he asked if he could use the car, so yeah, I said it's okay. Um, yeah, yeah, I wish you'd bring me some of that, but I guess you can't. That see that I didn't want to do it like that because I mean that's too late. Yeah, hang on to it. Yeah, all right. Oh yeah, I definitely will. I definitely will. All right, bro. Yep. Peace. Oh, that's Aaliyah. That's Aaliyah. Oh boy. Oh, okay.
Now, notice I said forced baptism, meaning people got baptized against their will because they knew they'd be put to death otherwise. It's almost like walking up to a person with a sword, a samurai, saying, I'm going to cut your head off if you don't accept Jesus Christ into your life as your personal savior. You know how many people say, yeah, I'll accept him into my life. Yeah, I believe in Jesus. Sure. Like the Panade lady who thought she was going to be cast into the big fire. There's another book, write down these names, a book called On the Just Causes of War. On the Just Causes of War. Again, On the Just Causes of War. Okay, this book written by Gines Sepulveda. Name is spelled Gines, Gines Sepulveda, Sepulveda. Okay, who is also Roman Catholic. Again, brothers and sisters, all these people are from the Roman Catholic Church because Roman Catholicism, okay, is the vehicle for these lies to be taught and forced upon the world. Okay, this guy again, Gines Sepulveda, another Catholic scholar, argued that it was perfectly all right. Grab this now. He argued that it was perfectly all right for Christians to subjugate and abuse non-Christians, particularly what he would call savages. Okay, that's what they called us. Barbarians, that's what they called us. Or idol worshipers, that's what they called Africans, you see? And he taught that Christians could subjugate non-Christians, okay, to make them accept Jesus Christ as their life, as their Lord and Savior. So Sepulveda's writings promoted the idea that it was a Christian's duty to establish his dominance over non-Christians. You grab what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? This is some deep stuff, man. Sepulveda pointed out, he pointed out verses in the Torah, as well as the book of Joshua, and cited what had happened to idolaters when the Israelites, under the command of Moses or Joshua, encountered them. Now, of course, all of this is fabrication, because Joshua never existed, Moses never existed. There was no such thing as Israelites. There was no such thing as Hebrews. Okay, there are people who call themselves that now because they just don't know any better, because they're looking into the very literature that was given to us by those who oppressed us to find an identity for themselves. Yes, they look into the Bible to find an identity, and they call themselves Hebrews or Israelites or Hebrew Israelites because that's in the Bible. Sepulveda's argument was meant to prove that God sanctions the slaughter of those who worship idols. Okay, family, understand this, man. See, as I'm saying this, I'm reminded as to why my work is so hard, why my work is so difficult, because of the brainwashing and the programming and the forced indoctrinations of Christian thought upon our people. Let me talk about the Christianizing and conquest of enslaved Africans. There are two references that you can easily turn to for this, okay? Write this down. This is a long term, so write it down. Take my time to give it to you, okay? Because I'm sharing with you right now probably some information you may not have heard of. Some of you out there may have never heard of this organization I'm getting ready to tell you about. It's called the Society for the Propagations of the Gospel. Write that down. The Society for the Propagation of the Gospel. Yes. All right. Very powerful organization that helps to fund Christian missionary work all over the world. There's another, and then there's a book entitled The Religious Instruction of the Negroes in the United States. Write that down. The Religious Instruction of the Negroes in the United States. But Brother Wade, why are you sharing all this with us? So I can wake up and free your, I almost said the wrong thing. So I can wake up and free your African mind. You need to understand what happened to us, brothers and sisters, to get us into this situation. This was forced upon us. Okay, many of our people died because they would not accept what they knew was a lie. And now our people will kill to defend the lie. Do you not know that in the state of Virginia, and Virginia only, in fact, Virginia's population grew to almost 300,000 people during the 1700s. Yes, and a large part of that population, 40% almost of that population, were enslaved Africans. Okay? In the 1680s, colonial governors in North America were ordered by England. Remember, y'all, remember, the United States is nothing but a colony of England, Great Britain. Okay? England ordered, okay, the governors and leaders here in America, okay, to force Africans to accept Christianity. Under these orders, many white clergymen worked to teach and to convert the enslaved Africans to Christianity and to profess Jesus as their Lord and Savior. Yes, the same programming is going on right now, but it's being carried out by other Africans. It didn't start with Africans. It started with Europeans forcing this program on us. I know you don't like what I'm saying. I don't care. I gotta give you the truth. If you decide to log off and never listen to me again, that's on you. I'm gonna do my job. The most dramatic consequences of the Christian programming was the conversion of hundreds of thousands of enslaved Africans to Christianity. But by the second quarter of the 18th century, a growing number of slave owners concluded that Christianity would make slaves more conscientious and obedient. Y'all got this? They believed that Christianity would place the enslaved Africans under strong obligations to perform their duties with the greatest diligence and fidelity from a sense of duty to God.
Duty to
Isn't that
God.
something? Isn't that something?
Duty to God.
Who do you think taught us to pray for your enemy?
Wow.
Our enemy did, doggone it. Who do you think taught us to pray for those who abuse you and misuse you? Who do you think taught us that? The people who are abusing and misusing us. You understand this, brothers and sisters? Who do you think taught you to turn the other cheek? The person who was slapping you on your cheek. Those are the ones who taught us to be like we are. By the late 18th century, brothers and sisters, the Methodist and Baptist Church licensed and African to exhort and preach what they had been taught. Notice what I said. To exhort and preach what they had been taught, which resulted in significant numbers of slaves being converted to Christianity. Why? Because what they did is they used other Africans to preach this program to Africans. Does that sound familiar? I gotta tell you the truth, y'all. I gotta do it, man. Because I was one of those Africans. I was one of those Africans who was programmed to teach my people what these European people came up with. I'm trying to be nice here today. They wrote this lie. They made up this lie. They taught it to my ancestors, and my ancestors taught it to me. Then I enrolled in Bible college to get degrees in the lies that they made up. Yes. I was licensed and ordained and credentialized and degreed, and you name it, man, to further indoctrinate my people. I have preached thousands of people. And my prayer now, before I take my last breath on this earth, is God, please help me to preach the truth, to teach the truth to hundreds of thousands of people. It almost brings me to tears because I want to correct the damage. I know I can't go back and reach those who I misled. But if I can rescue many more than I misled, I can close my eyes in peace. Yeah, man. Most Africans attended churches sitting beside white folk. Although a small number of separate black churches, mainly Baptist churches, began to emerge as early as the 1760s. Yeah, bear with me for a moment, man. I'm getting carried away here. Oh boy. Oh. Yes. So, brothers and sisters, when you see Brother Ray being so passionate, man, about this, understand I have a right to be passionate. I have a right to be passionate. When I look at all of the people who listen to me lie to them and believe what I said as I lied to them, I didn't know I was lying to them. I thought I was telling them the truth. Just like a lot of pastors today. They think they're telling the truth. But when my eyes came open to the truth and I realized that I had misled so many people, I vowed then, and when I was raised in the crack of Ra, down in the womb of the pyramid of Sneferu, in Saqqara, in Egypt, Africa, go back and tell them. Go back and tell the truth. That was my oath and obligation, man, to go back and tell the truth. And I'm trying to carry that out to the best of my ability. You see, brothers and sisters, this is some deep stuff, man, because within the Baptist and Methodist churches, enslaved Africans created a crossbred form of Christianity, blending Christian rituals and beliefs with elements of West and Central African cultures. And what resulted was a religion with its distinctive forms of preaching and worship, as only black folk can do, including the rhythmic sermon. Black folk are, man, you know, we got to put a melody to our preaching, yeah. You know, we got to do that. we sing what's called the melodic minor scale. You know, not the diatonic scale. See, Europeans are diatonic. Okay, we who have soul, we're melodic minor in our singing and in our preaching. See, diatonic is do re mi fa sol la ti la sol fa mi re do mi so do so mi. That's called diatonic, okay? And that's how white folk have church. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Praise the Lord. Thank you, Lord. Hallelujah. We didn't do that. We did the African thing. I'm going to praise him, because the melodic minor scale is da 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 da. I can't even sing it. The melodic minor scale. That's where I got soul from. I'm going to tell everybody. You see, that's us right there, man. And we don't do hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. That's not us. Okay, let me move on. But what we did is we incorporated our African selves into the indoctrination, okay? And we began to dance. We brought our African dancing into what was given to us. Our ecstatic behavior and singing brought on by our African traditions. Yeah, man. Okay, this African heritage gave many enslaved ancestors a hopeful, optimistic view of life, because many found a message that sounded like their culture. Okay, the wording was not their culture, but the way it was presented, it reminded us of our culture. That's why black churches have service differently than white churches, y'all. Okay, eventually deliverance from bondage, and black folk would sing in the melodic minor scale songs like, "When Israel was in Egypt land, let my people go. Oppressed so hard they could not stand, let my people go down, Moses, way down in Egypt's land. Tell old Pharaoh, let my people go. That's a long time, man. And we could relate to that. You know why? Because there was a Pharaoh over there called Massa. And we want to let his people go, let God's people go so we can be free. So we was able to relate to that song. And more of their own systems of spirituality, man, brought from their individual African community. Understand this. And this is the only thing Brother Ray trying to get you to return to. That's all. That's it. Okay? To get you to understand the beauty of Ephah, of Yoruba. Okay? Our African spiritual systems. Yes, brothers and sisters. Okay? Our African spiritual system was about life, not about indoctrination. Africans held to the existence of one supreme God, and this led to what I call the Africanization of Christianity. And it's still prevalent in the Black church today. Yes, the Africanization of Christianity. In other words, the Europeans went into our motherland, stole what they saw of our ancient African spiritual concepts, and copied it, plagiarized it, represented it back to us under another ethnicity. But what did we do? We took what they gave us and inserted our African spirituality into it. You see, African religious beliefs, brothers and sisters, held that the spirit of our ancestors and natural phenomena was a part of our life. We saw man or woman as a spirit manifesting in human form. That's why we say, I'm spirit. I'm spirit, walking around as a human being. However, most West African religion did not offer the idea of a heaven. And this is what attracted so many enslaved Africans to Christianity. For many, heaven was a promise of a reward from suffering. You understand what I'm saying? Suffering in this physical world and a future relief from their oppressors. That was called heaven. So as I conclude this, understand that this whole program called Christianity has a very dark history to it, brothers and sisters. I can't even begin to come up with a number. I can't begin to come up with a number. Hundreds of millions of Africans died because they would not accept Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior. Now I'm trying to, oh goodness, now I have a war going on from my own people who defend the religion that the slave masters forced on them. Christianity has been the major religion of the Western world for almost 2,000 years, brothers and sisters, and yet the Western world has been the cause of all of the worst man-made induced catastrophes in the world. Yes, Christians. World War I, in which more than 20 million people died. World War II, in which over 16 million people died, over 100,000 of them in one day, women and children. When Kings all in my circle, you touch one of mine and get done. They show no love for the queen. Why you hating on me? Is it cause I'm free and I got Malcolm X in my jeans? I got dreams like King Luther, shed blood like Tulsa. You ain't helping my people, I ain't got nothing to say to ya. I won't always smoke like hookah. Talking reparations, America won't be great until they give us compensation. I'm like, I'm the hottest right now. That's right. A bunch of lames out here trying to jock on my style. They be doing too much. I'm the queen, it's too easy. It's like they all in Popeyes, how they be talking so greasy. I just sit back and laugh. How these haters get mad. So nefarious how they don't roll my pockets with cheddar. I tell them they can do better. These snakes in the grass can leave a bite on your ass, cause y'all be trusting too fast. I got my foot on the gas, other one on their necks. Dropping receipts on haters, you better show some respect. I'm never facing regrets, we only facing the threats. Running through every challenge like a relay, break no sweat. It's a cold game, so I got that blanket with me. Now that my people are waking, ain't no going to sleep. I do not play by my piece. This time I'm playing for keeps. You talking sleep, but when I see you like them ends, we gon' meet. And I got gold all in my skin, God all in my blood, Kings all in my circle. You touch one of mine, you done. They show no love for the queen. Why they hating on me? Is it cause I'm free and I got Malcolm X in my jeans and I got gold all in my skin, God all in my blood, Kings all in my circle. You touch one of mine, you done. They show no love for the queen. Why they hating on me? Is it cause I'm free and I got Malcolm X in my jeans and I got All right, hello everyone. Thanks for tuning back in once again to the original Queen Amadai Shakur show, and also thanks to those of you tuned in on the Queen Amadai Shakur TV show. All right, so I'm live on both channels. Okay, so with that all being said, let's get back into it. Hello, Juju, Silent D, Universe Collective, Kimberly Douglas. Okay, Charlene is in the house. Juju, Kimoni Reed, okay, D My Blue, Chris B. All right, so let's get ready to get into it. Mr. Hotel is here. Vince, I am from the UK. Bill Mabel, Cherokee to send it down. Carl Kilcrease, Tanya, Byron B, Deronda, Ray Williams, Anisha. All right, Lillian, I see you. Okay, Margaret S. Thank you, beloved. Okay, Serena's in the house. Danielle, Baba Rashawn Live. Hello, Elder. Okay, Miss Faithful. All right, Tony Queen, I see you. Honey's in the house. Shout out to my moderators putting in that work. And shout out to everyone in the chat and everyone tuned into the Queen.
Okay, we're going to pause right there. We want to welcome y'all to the watch party at Behind the Wheel. We want to thank y'all for showing up. Yeah. Thank y'all. That's what's up. Yeah. We about to watch Queen. And that was the bass line I added to. That was the bass line I added to the Queen's intro. I think y'all like that. Welcome to the wheel, Behind the Wheel. We thank y'all for showing up. And we welcome y'all to the shizzle. Yes. Stay tuned. Here we go. Let me make sure I got y'all in there. Yeah. Cool. Let's go.
Get black into it. Hello, Khalid. Harleen. All right, so Miss Kim, I see you. All right, Lauya is in the. So let's talk about it. I know everybody's already heard Nike called themselves dropping Kyrie Irving. Let me tell y'all something. We need to hit Nike in their pockets. One thing we need to start doing, and this is collectively, one thing we need to start doing is when they come for one of ours, we need to come for them. If they want to kick somebody out or take somebody's contract, or call themselves canceling somebody, but merely for speaking their own truth, for voicing their opinion and concerns, but standing up for their people, any of those things. We need to stand behind them, and we need to boycott Nike. Who does Nike think they are? They get most of their money from us. Okay, that's what they need to remember. All right, so we need to start putting these people in their places, these organizations, these corporations, these entities. We need to start putting them in their places. Because the only reason they're trying to do this to Kyrie is because they think he needs to be put in his place. Right. You see, back in the days of slavery, they had something that they would call the uppity Negro. All right, that's the one who wouldn't bow, bend, or break, and the one who stood firm on their beliefs and their words, right? And they usually would try to make an example out of them. So this is the same thing playing out yet again. All right, so let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Lights up, everyone, please like and share. Thank you in advance. Nike suspends relationship with Kyrie Irving. Okay, so they're going to stop the shoes that they had coming out. They've ended its relationship with Brooklyn star Kyrie Irving in the wake of the controversy surrounding his social media post about a Boogeyman movie containing anti-Semitic tropes. Now, this is what they announced on Friday. Now, again, I ask, why isn't anyone having any of this smoke for Amazon? Amazon makes it available. I watched it the other night thanks to Amazon Prime. So how come nobody said anything about that? But hold on, this is going to get way better. Pay attention. So anyway, they go on to say, Nike also said that it will no longer launch Irving's new shoe, the Kyrie 8. Okay, the shoe is Irving's 8th with the company. Now, it had been slated for a November 8th release. At Nike, they say, we believe there is no place for hate speech, and we condemn any form of anti-Semitism. Now, we are deeply saddened and disappointed about the situation and its impact on everyone. Here's the thing. See, this is why I would never tell these mother suckers I'm sorry. I'm going to tell you why. Because for one, he already apologized. He already agreed to donate $500,000, right? So with that all being said, why are they still giving him the smoke? Do you see how it's a no-win situation? So you may as well not apologize. You may as well turn around and give them your butts a kiss, because that's what they're going to do to you anyway. That's what they're going to do to you anyway. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because they're out to prove a point. So I'd prove one too if I were him. So here's what they go on to say. Irving's deal with Nike was initially set to expire October the 1st of 2023. His signature line with Nike, which he has since had since 2014, is one of Nike's most lucrative current player series in recent years, behind only LeBron James' signature series. Irving's shoes are almost among the most worn across the league. Now, he was suspended by the Nets on Thursday night for at least 5 games without pay after failing to formally apologize for his post and failing to clarify whether he held anti-Semitic beliefs. Well, here's the thing. I think he did clarify that he didn't hold those types of beliefs because he's Semitic himself. All right, he knows who he is. So it doesn't matter. What I'm trying to say is it doesn't matter what you say. It does not matter what you say. They're going to paint the narrative how they want to. If you don't say exactly the words that they did, his apology, as far as he's concerned, could have been exactly what he said. But no, they want to literally hear him say the words, I am so sorry for ever daring to come against you. And in fact, I don't have any type of nefarious anti-Semitic beliefs. I do beg your humble forgiveness. That's what they want to hear. But let me continue. Later that night. And so he says, to all Jewish families and communities that are hurt and affected by my post, I am deeply sorry that I have caused you pain, and I apologize. On Friday evening, several players were wearing his branded shoes. Going forward, it remains to be seen if Nike will request current endorsing athletes to halt wearing prior Kyrie sneakers in the games altogether. Isn't that something? And so here's where we are. Here's where we are. This is what they do. Like I told you, it's a no-win situation as far as I'm concerned. But then the New York Times asked the question, can Nike actually afford to drop him? Now, here's the answer. Can Nike afford to drop him? Well, I think that's up to our people. Can they afford to drop Kyrie? Well, if we all boycott them, they absolutely cannot, okay? That's what y'all need to remember. They absolutely cannot. If we don't play their game, see, it's time for us to stop just sitting idly by.
and watching these things happen. We're just sitting there as spectators on the sidelines, allowing them to dehumanize, to vilify, to demonize, and humiliate Black men who stand up. Then when they bow, bend, or break, we say, oh, they're buck broken. Well, we allow these things to happen. You see, when a person feels sometimes like they're out there by themselves on a limb and nobody's backing them, then sometimes they feel that they have no choice but to comply. We need to start setting the tone that no matter what, we are going to stand behind our people. Didn't they, in fact, stand behind Dylan Ruth and Kyle Rittenhouse? Nefarious killers? But you mean to tell me we can't stand behind our athletes? And here's the thing. I heard somebody on one of their platforms talking about that Kyrie, he has to do what they want and give them respect because he's on their platform or he's working for them. Here's the thing. Just because you work for somebody, only a slave-minded person thinks that. Only a slave-minded fool would even say such a thing. Because just because you work for somebody does not mean that you have to have the absence of thought. That you aren't allowed, should be afraid to voice your opinions and concerns. And the last I checked, because Kyrie didn't even say anything anti-Semitic, he posted a link to a documentary. So you're going to tell me that because he works for a certain place, a certain corporation, organization, that he can't post certain things on his social media without asking their permission first? That's a slave-minded person. That's a person who's a plantation pappy, okay? Saying something like that, you have to be a whole plantation pappy if that's how you think. Because I don't know how you can possibly feel like that makes sense, okay? That makes no sense. Not any form or fashion doesn't make any, okay? We're supposed to have freedom of speech in this country. You don't have to not say something just because somebody's going to get mad. Just because somebody's going to get mad, you shouldn't say what you want to say. That sounds crazy. Or just because you want to post something that someone else may not agree with, you shouldn't have to not post it. There shouldn't be repercussions. You didn't post a death threat. You didn't post hate speech. You posted a link to a documentary that Amazon is allowed to be a thing. And they keep on trying to paint this foolish, nonsensical narrative saying that Kyrie made it public. What they really mean by that, let me translate, because that's code speak, white supremacist code speak. When they're saying that Kyrie made it public, what they're actually telling you is that he shouldn't have said it out loud. He shouldn't have posted that where the rest of the Negroes could see it. We know that Amazon sells it, but many of these Negroes don't read, so they likely didn't even know anything about it. Now he's put it out there on Front Street and made it all available to them to find out because he has millions of followers. That's what they're really saying. But here's the thing. No matter how many followers he has, Amazon is the reason he was able to post that link. And I'm just wondering why none of them are giving Amazon any of this smoke that they're giving him. I'm just curious. And also, here's the thing. I haven't heard any of them, the lamestream propagandist machine, or any of these folks that are mad, I haven't heard any of them say one thing to denounce Carly Pasternak, the trainer who threatened to make Kanye a zombie again after he's already done it the first time, supposedly. Anybody remember that? Are we just going to pretend that didn't happen? Are we just going to sit here and pretend that this man, this Caucasian man, we're just going to sit here and pretend that he didn't send Kanye a text message threatening to put him in the hospital and have him pumped full of psychedelic drugs and all kinds of things that would prohibit him from being in his right frame of mind, that would in fact send him into what he called himself zombie land, and so he wouldn't be able to see his kids and all that? Are we just going to act like that didn't happen? How come they don't have any anger for that? See, that's hate speech. That's threats. Why aren't the same people mad about that? Does anyone have a clue? Why isn't anyone mad about that? Yes, psychotropic meds, absolutely. Why isn't anyone mad about that? They have nothing to say, quiet as crickets, okay? Quiet as a hooker in church, they are. All right, you can hear a mouse piss on cotton. They haven't said anything about that. Are y'all paying attention to that? Because I'm not going to just let that slip through the cracks. I'm not going to just let that be a conversation we had last Friday. We're not going to talk about it. We're going to talk about this, because why is it that someone thinks that they can just have the privilege, the entitlements, the gall, couth, and gander to send a Black man such a threat, telling him that unless you sit down and talk to me without cursing. Also, they get to tell Kanye how he can talk, not only when he can talk, but how he can talk, and in fact, what he can say. So are they Kanye's father? Maybe he thinks he's Kanye's massa. That's what he thinks. I'm telling you that's what he thinks. I'm not asking, I'm telling you that's what he thinks. That's what they all think, don't they? Anybody who's talking to us that way, wouldn't you think that perhaps these wanton supremacists that control everything, the elites that have all the cash, you don't think that they look at us as their slaves and they think they are to rule over us and control us? Because when they get to the point that they can tell you what to say, when to say it, how to say it, and then go in on you and cancel you and start taking away all your privileges and all your money and all these things just because you dared to voice your own opinion. So nobody's supposed to have their own opinions in this country, apparently. We're supposed to allow the governments, the global elites, those in charge, we're supposed to allow them to dictate the narrative of our lives and tell us what we in fact can think. Is that how it goes? Yeah, apparently that is how it goes. And for any Black person who's foolish enough to think that Kanye and Kyrie are wrong, you're just stupid, okay? You have a mentally enslaved brain. You have a plantation pappy or mammy frame of being. That's what you have. That's what you have. And I don't care who's mad. Sit down somewhere. Kyrie Irving's relationship with the athletic apparel giant has been lucrative, but his most recent posts have gotten them to want to cancel him. Now, here's the thing. A day after they suspended him, they say there are some things that are outside of Nike's control, like supply chain and sourcing issues that are not easily fixed. This is what David Schwartz, an equity analyst at Morningstar, said. This Kyrie Irving situation was in Nike's control. They can drop him. Nike did not respond to the email seeking comment on the financial implications of the suspension or the future of Mr. Irving's relationship with the company. In its statement announcing the suspension of the relationship with Irving, they said, "We believe there's no place for hate speech. We already know all of that." Last month, the rapper and designer Kanye West, who now goes by Ye, made a series of anti-Semitic remarks and wore a t-shirt with a slogan associated with wanton supremacists. Numerous companies and brands, including Balenciaga and the creative artist agency, cut ties with the artist. Let me tell y'all something. First and foremost, I need y'all to remember this. When they say, I just need y'all to pay attention and focus. When they say that Kanye wore a t-shirt that was associated with wanton supremacists, and I call them wanton supremacists because they want to be that. They're not that. By no stretch of their imagination nor ours or anyone else's are they, in fact, supreme or superior. In fact, they're anything but, and they know it. But anyway, now here's the fact of the matter. They're saying that t-shirt is associated with wanton supremacists, right? I find that interesting because you see, only until Kanye wore it did they say that. They never had a problem with people wearing those shirts. I want y'all to remember this. They had people posting these shirts all over social media. They had people talking about all lives matter, white lives matter, blue lives matter, and there's no such thing as a blue life. Okay, there's no such thing as a blue life. And at the end of the day, they were saying all this and nobody said a word. Nobody said that was white supremacy. Nobody said there was anything wrong with it. It was racist. Nobody said any of that. See, here's what they're doing. They're painting a picture. They're painting a narrative. They're spewing propaganda. What they're trying to do is to get us to help them cancel Kanye. And I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to help them cancel no damn body that's Black. Because they're not going to help us cancel anybody that looks like them. And that's just what they're not going to do. Now, somebody asked a question on their platform as I was watching earlier. They said, do they treat everybody the same way when they say something like this? No, they don't. No, they don't. Because we can go back to Mel Gibson. They may have blackballed Mel Gibson for a few minutes, but Mel Gibson was right back making movies. They didn't take any of his cash. Nobody stopped fooling with him and working with him. They still work with him in Hollywood. Mel Gibson still has millions. The banks didn't tell Mel Gibson, come get your cash. We don't want it. Actors and actresses didn't say, we're not going to start any more of your movies. Miss us with it. Okay, that's what didn't happen. That's what didn't happen. And what about George Soros? Did they cancel him? George Soros admitted on 60 Minutes years ago that he, in fact, aided the Nazis and taking the property from the Jewish, of which he's supposed to be one himself. They didn't cancel him. He still has all his cash. The banks still let him hold accounts. Nobody has said they're not going to work with him. So please don't sit here idly by as a fool, as a slave-minded Negro, and say or suggest that everybody gets the same treatment, because everybody does not. This is what happens to Black people. This is what happens to Black people. They start canceling, shaming. Now you got to do this. Now you got to do that. If you don't do this, we're going to do this. And then you get text messages of people threatening to fill you up with psychotropic drugs and put you in mental facilities, and so that you won't be in your right frame of mind, as they claim to have done before. But let me continue. So here are the 6 things they want Kyrie to do. Now, this is a report saying that Kyrie must carry out all 6 of these actions in order to return to the Nets. Kyrie Irving reportedly must complete several tasks before he's allowed to return to the Brooklyn Nets. The Athletics Shams Sharonia reported on Saturday night that Brooklyn has delivered the suspended point guard with these 6 action items to carry out in order to return to the team. Did they give Mel Gibson a list of things to say? What about Charlamagne the Devil? Y'all saw the Vlad interview with Charlamagne the Devil. I posted it on social media. Y'all heard what Charlamagne said. He agreed with Kanye 9 years ago. Did they give him a list of demands? They say issue an apology for posting a link to the movie on October the 27th, condemn the harmful and false content, and make clear that he does not have anti-Jewish beliefs. Complete the anti-hate causes that Irving, the Nets, and the Anti-Defamation League agreed upon in their joint release on November the 2nd, including $500,000 donation towards causes and organizations that work to eradicate hate and intolerance in communities. Third, complete sensitivity training created by the Nets. Number 4, complete anti-Semitic, anti-hate training designed by the Nets. Number 5, meet with representatives from the Anti-Defamation League as well as Jewish community leaders in Brooklyn. Did they tell Mel Gibson to meet with anybody? The Nets suspended Irving for at least, let me tell y'all something. First of all, they didn't tell Mel Gibson, Roseanne Barr, because I believe she said something back in the day, if I'm not mistaken, the people who produced and wrote for Golden Girls. I played y'all the clip of what they said in the Golden Girls. They said exactly what Kanye said in the Golden Girls years ago. They said exactly what Kanye said. What are the exact comments that Kanye made? They said that in the Golden Girls. Did they give them a list of demands? Did anybody tell them they were canceled, bank accounts being snatched? Let me continue. The Nets suspended Irving for at least 5 games on Thursday. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't finish reading all of the lists. So they say the 6th thing is, after completing 1 through 5, meet with owner Joe Tsai and lead franchise officials and demonstrate the lessons learned. He's got to tell them what he learned, like he's in school. Pay attention. And that the gravity of the harm caused in the situation is understood, and provide assurances that this type of behavior will not be repeated. How old is he? 6? This sounds like something you say to a child. You see how they do these things? Pay attention. Now, the Nets suspended Irving for at least 5 games Thursday due to a deeply disturbing failure to disavow anti-Semitism. You know, I want y'all to pay attention, because no matter what you do, you're never going to win with them. You're just not. They say Irving finally apologized hours after the suspension, saying he was deeply sorry to all Jewish families and communities that he hurt and that were affected by his post. He says, I want to clarify any confusion on where I stand fighting against anti-Semitism. Hold on, let me show y'all something. This is also ridiculous as far as I'm concerned. Also ridiculous. But this is where we are. This is where we are in this God-forsaken country. Likes up, everyone. Please like and share. Let me pull this up. Here we go. I'm going to show this real quick. Likes up, everyone. Please like and share. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so. And listen, beloveds, please double check to make sure that you are still subscribed to the channels. Make sure you're still subscribed to the channels, honey. I saw YouTube unsubscribing people right as I was going live. Now, I know good and darn well people weren't doing that themselves. Okay, pay attention. They unsubscribe people every time I go live, so please make sure that you're still subscribed. Y'all know how they get down.
Against my skin color, demeaning me because of my religious beliefs, and I'm still sitting in the seat standing. So I take my full responsibility. Again, I'll repeat it, for posting something on my Instagram or Twitter that may have had some unfortunate falsehoods in it. But I also am a human being that's 30 years old, and I've been growing up in a country that's told me that I wasn't worth anything, and I came from a slave class, and I come from a people that are meant to be treated the way we get treated every day. So I'm not here to compare anyone's atrocities or tragic events that fans have dealt with generations of time. I'm just here to continue to expose things that our world continues to put in darkness. I'm a light. I'm a beacon of light. That's what I'm here to do. You guys ask me questions about basketball, I give you my expert opinion. You guys ask me about other things, I give you my opinion, and it's met with whatever you believe the perception or the deception is. You guys investigate my life every day, and you justify it by serving your own purpose, which I honor. I would like the same respect in return, figuring out just like anyone else. So please keep that same energy when we're talking about anti-other things, because just because I post a documentary doesn't mean I'm anti-Semitic, and doesn't mean that I'm automatically standing with everyone that is believing in that. So it's unfortunate timing that we're in, but I'm glad that I can stand on the truth, because I'm not afraid of these mics, these cameras. I used to be looking everyone in the eye and telling them the truth, that I'm proud of who I am. Any label that you put on me, I'm able to dismiss because I studied. I know the Oxford Dictionary, you look it up, right? One of the biggest mistakes I had in being a kid was not knowing European or Western language until I started looking it up and understanding the definitions and why they say, if you want to trick a black person, put it in the book. I was wondering my whole life why they said that. Now I'm 30 years old and I know reading is a superpower because it helps me understand where I'm going and where I come from, like a tree with roots.
Okay, so anyway. Now, with that all being said, let's talk about Shaq. Let's talk about Shaq, because I think he's just so ridiculous. Now, he sat there and talked all the trash he could about Kyrie. But then, we remember, right? It comes back to our attention span that Shaq, in fact, played that same documentary that Kyrie posted the link to in one of his theaters when it first came out. Shaquille O'Neal's theater shows Kyrie Irving's anti-Semitic movie. Fans berate Shaq over hypocritical take on Nets guard. Isn't that something? So say what now, Shaq? You did what? Yeah, that's right. He sure did. And so here's what they said. Kyrie Irving has found himself on the wrong side of history yet again. This time around, his inability to send out a proper apology during media sessions to the Jewish community and other communities that he's wrongfully impacted has resulted in his basketball career currently existing in a state of limbo. Now, of course, we're talking about the fact that the net guard shared a documentary from 2018 called Hebrews to Negroes on Twitter. This film was filled with anti-Semitic tropes and fake quotes from Adolf Hitler. Now, when talking about his debacle on inside the NBA. Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley went in on Kyrie, calling him an idiot. Shaq would then express his disappointment with the fact that he's even being called upon to talk about this rather than actual basketball. Fans, however, after some digging, have found Shaq's take on the extreme hypocritical. They find it hypocritical. Some incredibly astute observations made by fans following the Kyrie Irving debacle has brought up some dirt on the big Aristotle. Okay, it's been confirmed through the tweet shown below, and let me show you all that a theater Shaq owns actually screened the movie promoted back in 2018. So how's he gonna call this man an idiot? I find it all so interesting. How is he gonna call this man an idiot? And so they say the theater is the Cityplex 12 in Newark, New Jersey, and it was the one that showed the movie. Now, Shaq never addressed this in the moment of its screening, and he has yet to address it currently. I'm sure he doesn't have anything to say. What can he say to make it all make sense? He sat there and called that man a whole idiot, talked all the trash that he could, and now here we go, and we find out that he did a whole lot worse than Kyrie. See, Kyrie posted a link. He actually made it available. But here's the trick. I want y'all to pay attention. At the end of the day, the funny thing is, they're not going to say anything to Shaq about this. You know why they're not going to say anything to Shaq about this? And I mean the powers that be or shouldn't be. The reason they're not going to say anything to Shaq about this is because Shaq is a plantation pappy for one. But for two, they can't say anything to him unless and only if they say something about Amazon doing the exact same thing, making it available. All right, that's how that's going to work. Pay attention. Now, they go on to say, with O'Neal being an incredibly public figure, it's safe to say that the virality of this tweet, would reach him soon enough. Him not having justified why a theater owned by him screened this documentary, however, has led to some fairly angry fans online. So I find this all hilarious. Okay. Now, after having been addressed by multiple authoritative figures on social media, such as NBA Commissioner Adam Silver and Nets Governor Joe Tsai, Irving has been suspended from the team. He has to forfeit over $1.2 million in game checks after being suspended for a minimum of 5 games. He's also been suspended by Nike as they've canceled his releasing his new shoe. So this man's already lost millions of dollars, and they still want him to donate. Pay attention, okay? So that's how that works. So now my question is, what do you all think about Shaquille Bussified O'Neal? What do y'all think about the fact that Shaq has actually called this man an idiot when he showed the same thing at his theater? What do y'all have to say about that? Anyone have any thoughts? Anyone have any thoughts on this? Shaquille is one of the powers that will not be soon biggest butter biscuits. Exactly. Okay. And so this is all so crazy. Hold on. Somebody said Shaq is wet. Lisa Smile says black men are not leaders. Well, Lisa, I wouldn't say that. Some black men absolutely are leaders. In fact, all the leaders that we've ever had were black men, okay? Black men absolutely are leaders. There are some who are not. Let's not say all. Yes, Shaq is a whole clown. He absolutely is. And he's a hypocrite. That's all I'm saying. He is definitely a hypocrite. And I find it all interesting. Lights up, everyone. Please like and share. Hold on. Hold on just a moment, beloveds. Okay, I'm going to share my screen.
the game that we used to love and we promote, it brings people together. And it hurts me sometimes when we have to sit up here to talk about stuff that divides the game. Now we got to answer for what this idiot has done. I stand for equality of all people. I've always been like that. Don't matter what religion, no matter where you're from. I could say shalom, salam alaikum, ni hao, sebon, because that's how I was raised. So I don't really want to sit up here and answer questions for what he's done. If you're looking at me, it's my job to make people happy. I can't speak for him and, answer for what he's doing. It's obviously by his answers and the way he answers, he doesn't really care.
Shaq sounds and looks like a big ogre. Does he not? He can't even make himself make sense. That's what he can't do. He sounds and looks like an ogre. I'm sorry, it's true. It is all true. Hold on. And let's have a word from my sponsors over at beautifulheartsapparel.com, where they wear their hearts on their sleeves.
Hearts Apparel. We wear our hearts on our sleeves for a fit that's comfortable and stylish. Be confident. Be bold. Be you. Beautiful Hearts Apparel. Wear your heart on your sleeve.
All right. And so with that all being said, hold on just a moment. I'm trying to find this video real quick. Bear with me, beloveds. Bear with me just a moment. Likes up, everyone, please like and share. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. Thank you in advance. Now, there is a video of Kyrie that I want to show you all. Hold on. Don't forget to follow me on Instagram at Dr._A Shakur. You can also follow me on TikTok at Dr. A Shakur. You can also follow the fan page, the Queen Ahmad Shakur fan page on Instagram and Twitter. Hold on, I'm still scrolling. Let's talk about what LeBron said. Let's talk about what LeBron said. I'll find that video of Kyrie in a second. But let's move on and talk about LeBron, because he's another one that had some interesting things to say, as far as I'm concerned. I'm going to share my screen so you all can see this. Likes up, everyone, please like and share. Thank you in advance.
I can tell you it's simple. Me personally, I don't condone any hate to any kind, to any race. Jewish communities, to Black communities, to Asian communities. You know what I'm saying. And it's part of the reason why I didn't air the show episode. We keep that, out of the archives, because it was hate conversation going on there. And I don't represent that. There's no place in this world for it. Nobody can benefit from that. And I believe, what Kyrie did caused some harm to a lot of people. And he has since realized today or was it yesterday, apologized. But he caused some harm, and I think it's unfortunate, but I don't stand on the position to harm people when it comes to their voice or their platform or anything. So it doesn't matter what color your skin is, how tall you are, what position you are in. If you are promoting or soliciting or saying harmful things to any community that harm people, then I don't respect it. I don't consider it.
Let me tell y'all something. I could hear everything he was saying, but I watched that. Somebody called him Lil Biscuit. Let me tell y'all something. Lil Bussy James. Right. Here's the thing. Now, why did he even answer the question? You see, it's okay to say no comments. They do it all the time when they want. And then someone asks them about it, they say no comment. Well, I tell you this all the time that the publications that I'm reading from, getting this information from, they'll say, well, they didn't want to answer our request for comment at the time. All LeBron had to say is no comments. All right, stop acting like a pussy. Like, what is wrong with some people? You know, stand for something or fall for anything, please. I mean, it's all so ridiculous and clearly nonsensical. Here's the video that I wanted you all to see, because actually that video that I played you all, hold on. Yeah, I think this is it right here. Likes up, everyone, please like and share.
I'll take my responsibility for posting that. Some things that were questionable in there, untrue. Like I said, in the first time you guys asked me when I was sitting on that stage, I don't believe everything that.
Hold on, let me fast forward.
That you guys ask, me dealing with it as being a melanated, pigmented person all around the world and dealing with racial biases against my skin color, demeaning me because of my religious beliefs, and I'm still sitting in the seat standing. So I take my full responsibility. Again, I'll repeat it, for posting something on my Instagram or Twitter that may have had some unfortunate falsehoods in it. But I also am a human being that's 30 years old, and I've been growing up in a country that's told me that I wasn't worth anything, and I came from a slave class, and I come from a people that are meant to be treated the way we get treated every day. So I'm not here to compare anyone's atrocities or tragic events that their families have dealt with generations of time. I'm just here to continue to expose things that our world continues to put in darkness. I'm a light. I'm a beacon of light. That's what I'm here to do. You guys ask me questions about basketball, I give you my expert opinion. You guys ask me about other things, I give you my opinion, and it's met with whatever you believe the perception or the deception is. You guys investigate my life every day, and you justify it by serving your own purpose, which I honor. I would like the same respect in return, figuring out just like anyone else. So please keep that same energy when we're talking about anti-other things, because just because I post a documentary doesn't mean I'm anti-Semitic, and doesn't mean that I'm automatically standing with everyone that is believing in it. So it's unfortunate timing that we're in, but I'm glad that I could stand on the truth, because I'm not afraid of these mics, these cameras. I used to be looking everyone in the eye and telling the truth, that I'm proud of who I am. Any label that you put on me, I'm able to dismiss because I studied. I know the Oxford Dictionary, you look it up, right? It's one of the biggest mistakes I had in being a kid.
Harry, the documentary listed among falsehoods. It said the Holocaust.
Yeah, those falsehoods are unfortunate. And it's not that I don't believe in the Holocaust. I never said it. Never, ever have said it. It's not come out of my mouth. I never tweeted it. I never liked anything like it. So the Holocaust in itself is an event that means something to a large group of people that suffered something that could have been avoided. No one said we had to practice racism. No one said we had to treat each other like garbage. No one said that I had to stand here today and understand that people from generations 60 years ago, 40 years ago, enslaved some of my ancestors still, spiritually, mentally, and emotionally, and it's still going on. You guys are asking me respectfully to speak on something that was a documentary that I had nothing to do with. I didn't make it. So just please keep that same energy when you guys are addressing me.
Okay, that was not the video that I was looking for. Does anyone know where that video is? Where he was talking about 300 million of his people had perished in the US? Any moderators, do you all know where that video is? Because I know I saw it. Does any of the moderators know where that video is? Darlene said power to the people, okay? So anyway, I can't find it. I literally had it yesterday. I had that video and I thought that I had shared it somewhere, but apparently not. Apparently not. Hold on, let me check one more place and then I have to move on. I don't want to waste you all's time. Let me see here. No, I didn't share it on there. Okay, well, anyway, there was a video that I wanted you all to see, as I said. Queen, I saw it on your IG, on my fan page. Okay, thank you, beloved. Let me see. Let me see if it's on the fan page. Likes up, everyone, please like and share. And don't forget to make sure, double check and make sure that you are in fact subscribed. Still subscribe to the channel. Y'all know how they do.
Hit that
Yeah,
like
it's not on the
button.
fan page.
Hit that like button.
It's not on the fan page. This is actually the same video that I just showed. I don't know what I did with it. But anyway, let's move on. Let's move on. It's time for us to drop Nikes. Yes, absolutely. It absolutely is. Okay? It is time for us to stop fooling Nike and Adidas. Now, how many of y'all are going to stop? Because I know some of y'all. Okay, thank you. Miss Hotel said he just texted to me. Hold on. Okay. All right, so let me send this to my email real quick. Thank you, Mr. Hotel. All right, looks like we have it. Let's see just a moment. Let's see in just a moment.
Just emailed her to her email.
Because what it looks like they're doing, if this is the same video, it looks like what they're doing is cutting that part out. Hold on.
They just
Let me see.
cut it out.
Yep, this is it. Okay, so I see what they're doing, Mr. Hotel. I know I'm not crazy. Okay, so what they're doing, some of these publications, is they're editing the video to remove this part. The part that I was trying to find to show you all, I had the right video. They're just editing that part out. Pay attention. The devils are so slick. At least they think they are. Okay, thank you, Mr. Hotel, for finding it, honey. Because, yes, I knew I heard this part, honey. They think people are crazy. All right, so let me play it again like Sam. Lights up, everyone, please like and share. Here we go.
Figuring out that 300 million of my ancestors are buried in America. Where were you guys asking those same questions when I was a kid dealing with learning about traumatic events of my familial history and what I'm proud to come from and why I'm proud to stand here and why when I repeat myself that I'm not going to stand down, it has nothing to do with dismissing any other race or group of people. I'm just proud of my heritage and what we've been through. And the fact that this is pinning against the Jewish community. And I'm here answering questions of whether or not I'm sorry or not on something I didn't create. And it was something I shared. And I'm telling everybody I'm taking responsibility. Then that's where I sit.
Now I want y'all to pay attention. No, they didn't want people to hear that part where he said 300 million of his ancestors was killed here on this land. So I heard somebody say on their broadcast that how does he know it was 300 million? Somebody said, how does he know how many people were killed on this land of his? They said he's just pulling a number out of thin air. How does he know that it was 300 million? Maybe he doesn't know. But here's what I'll say. It says the results highlight the importance of natural increase to the rapid growth of the U.S. slave population and indicate that approximately 10 million slaves lived in the United States, where they contributed 410 billion hours of labor. Okay, so it has a bunch of numbers on here. Hold on. So then they say they had 1.1 million slaves in 1810, and then over 3.9 million slaves in 1860. Okay, and so with that all being said, at the end of the day, here's the point. Even if his figures were not correct, there were still millions of our people killed. And let us not forget the ones who were killed in other countries. There were also melanated people. See, here's the thing. This is why it's so nonsensical to talk about Black immigrants, because Black immigrants are the same people as us, many of them. Some of y'all don't seem to know that. You see, when they went and got slaves from Africa, they took some of those slaves to Jamaica. They took some of them to the Dominican Republic. Okay, they took some of them to Trinidad. They took some of them to Mexico. They took some of them to Spain. They brought some of them here. So do you see why I think it's so foolish? It makes no sense whatsoever, and it's clearly obtuse to go against Black immigrants. Some of those people are from your own bloodline. They sound crazy. And anyone telling you such foolishness is crazy. Some of those slaves were taken to Haiti. Imagine that. Brazil, yes, absolutely. What I'm saying is they took melanated people all over this world. The moon is huge. Yeah. I said I was wondering if it's a full moon. It's the what? If it's a full moon. No. Piece missing. You check, but I know. Well, look at these little dogs. They got them people dogs on the street. Some of them dogs won't get out. Y'all gotta go home. What you gonna do? Come on, Shaq. What you gonna do? Come on. You go home. You go home. Right now. And turn back around. I pushed the long button. I thought it was a little cute. Like, I'm trying to tell you something so you can't focus. I'm just talking to you. Okay. The neighbor across the street was peeking at me at the Zenmo board. Can I hit him? Right here. Little teeny one? Yeah. There's two of them. You see both of them? Okay. A pull up means just that we pulled up. And isn't it the job of the new black media if the regular media is trying to make it? Check this out. He said that the regular media was reporting, and shout out to channels like Pan-Africanism Strikes Back and that other guy, because I don't watch Tariq, but y'all be getting this shit together, and I be watching y'all shit. People be sending your videos, and I be like, that's how I be up to date on what he doing. I don't watch that nigga. But he claims that the news media was reporting that there were armed gunmen out there. Watch this. Armed gunmen. Now, the person came and told Tariq and other people that they were not all of these gunmen. They were legal gun holders, and they were actually there to serve as security. Okay? So if you're supposed to be the black media and you're letting the white media spin this word pull up, then they hear your black ass saying the same thing. Well, that sounds hostile. You just co-signed the white people's shit, Tariq. Instead of correcting people, you should have been correcting the spin on what the fuck you started, bitch. You send your people out there with your fucking dog whistles, and then when they go and put this shit together, now you ain't got nothing to do with it, you fucking bitch. He said, we have to be careful what we say. So now, are you mamming? Are you walking lightly around white people, which you claim you and Vicky Diller never do? Is that what you're doing? You're walking quietly around massa? Is this what we're doing? Why don't you just correct the news? Since you got such a big platform, why didn't you say, no, my people is out there. Pulling up don't mean do nothing to hurt nobody. Why don't you correct the narrative that anytime a black person does something, no matter what wording we use, they always try and make it negative. Why do you keep saying gunman, nigga? That's the white people's wording. Why won't you correct them? And why won't you say there was security out there with them, with legal firearms holders? Because you do know that we can have guns in this country. But you seem like a scary nigga, Tariq, who makes it seem like black people with guns is a problem. I think that you're a little whitewashed, just like everybody else that claims they're fighting for black people on fucking YouTube. Why wouldn't you spin the narrative? I thought you were black media. Now let's have a break for the fucking bitch ass niggas in my chat and niggettes named FBA, because that's what the FBA stands for from now on. I will now take my attention to the chat. And if you would like to talk that shit, since you said I'm ignoring the chat, right? Now I'm not ignoring, I'm just not ready. When I was looking at the chat, you niggas had nothing to say. Now watch how you get quiet now. You have my undivided attention, you fucking bitch ass niggas. So what you want to say to me? Do you love Tariq? Is that your question, Mr. Anthony Ali? Do I love Tariq? Do you love Tariq? Because you don't want to be, you probably gave to the library. That's what y'all got. Y'all got a library. That is not a museum. You gave to the library in the shoebox. You over here ready to argue with somebody, I mean, about Marcus. Please, so when you talk to me, we're talking about Marcus, okay, tonight. We're going to Marcus him up. That's that nigga name. We got a lot of stuff to say now. Come on, where y'all at? Don't get quiet. Somebody said what's wrong with a library. Well, this day and age, it's a lot wrong with a library, because who's going to a library? Just take the joke and shut the fuck up. Do you have something else you want to say? I take it back. You're right. It's not a library, because a library is 50 times bigger than that fucking shoebox he bought you niggas. Y'all want to go there? Let's go there. I'm just waiting if any of Marcus Sanders people want to say something. You said nobody in the tribe sent any. Are you talking to me? Nobody in the tribe sent any threats to you. Most of the people in the tribe just found out about you just recently, respectfully. Are you talking to me? Did I say anybody was sending me a bunch of threats? And no, nigga, maybe you just found out about me. But Tariq been fucking crying about me ever since I called him out 2 years ago for co-oping ADOS, nigga. I'm Lychee X, nigga. He fucking sold cookies with my name on it. Bitch, how you don't know who I am? I think you're late to the party. You know, I met somebody, several people here in Georgia, and as I was talking to them, it was funny because they were like, oh, you do stuff on YouTube? I started talking, they was like, oh, you know, Tariq, yeah, they knew me as Lychee X. They was like, oh my God, you're Lychee. Then they had to apologize because they met me in person, and you know, nobody's ever the same in the streets. It was like, girl, you know, he be on that bullshit. Oh, you Lychee? Yeah, I'm Lychee. You don't know me? The tribe just learned about me? What tribe? You niggas got a tribe? Do y'all be powwowing and shit when it's full moons? Let me know so I can find out what it is and come and sneak up on all you niggas and throw a grenade in the midst of that motherfucking powwow, bitch. When the next time you're having one? Mel, let your mama hear you speak calmly for once, bitch. I speak calmly all the time. Can people please inform him that Michi speaks calmly a lot? You don't be there because you niggas is only turning in at 2,200 people tonight and growing because Tariq's bitch ass picture is in the comments. I mean, is in the thumbnail. Okay? Again, can you talk without profanity? I can, but bitch, I'm grown. And last time I checked, this was my channel. Again, I've given you dumbass niggas time, and none of you have said anything to me. You said I was ignoring the chat because you had things to question me about. I come to the fucking chat, and you niggas have nothing to say. You want me to calm down. You want me to talk without cussing. Bitch, I'm not your child. Tell your children to talk to you without cussing, okay? I am grown. So now you niggas didn't have any time to ask me any real questions. Let me ask you a real question. Who the fuck want to follow FBA? Most of you that just made that comment are men. You niggas is so hurt by cuss words from a woman. I would never want to go to battle with none of you bitches. None of you. Do you understand what we're going through in this country? And you're offended by my cussing. You're not offended by somebody moving the fucking target, playing these games, and when we're trying to make real progress, them co-opting it and turning the attention somewhere else. That doesn't bother you, but my cussing does. You are the definition of a bitch, my nigga. This is what bothers you, my cussing. Somebody, is that your question? This is what I mean. I want you to watch them. Somebody said, will I ever get a real job? What's a real job? I have a realer job than Tariq. Every business venture Tariq has, you bitches have fucking funded for him. You're the dumb one. Keep funding them for Marcus Sanders. Yes, do that, okay? A real job. I actually have a real job. It's called working for myself, and I've been doing it for 8 years, long before you niggas ever even knew who the fuck I was. I don't ask y'all to raise no money for none of my business ventures. So since y'all want to talk about that, let's talk about that. What has Michi done? Tariq got reparations passed in California. I think we've already cleared up that he didn't get shit passed in California. So let's move on to the next part of that dumbass question. That truth seeker one, truth speaker. You back? Oh, good. You came back. You ran away. You back. See, I have a network that we go around and we document those that have solutions in the community and a lot of other things on there, right? Like how to survive and giving you different type of knowledge and things that you need. So you can't use the excuse, where are all the solutions? How do we begin to win? We bring them all to you, right? I didn't do a fundraiser to start that network. I didn't do fundraisers to throw conferences for the people and give them information. I don't do those things. Every time I start a new business, I don't take up a fundraiser. I pay for it my damn self. So I laugh that y'all tell me to get a real job. See, this is what I mean. This is what y'all niggas want. These are the people fighting for reparations on our behalf, but they're mad at a Black woman who makes multiple six figures a year, and I do it, and y'all barely see me online. I'm not on this bitch begging for no cash apps. My motherfucking channel ain't monetized. I'm not in this motherfucker crying for none of that. and I still make multiple six figures a year, and you want me to get a job because I work for myself. These are the niggas that represent Black people getting reparations or finding something when it comes to the wealth gap for us to get to where the fuck we need to be. And I teach people every day how to make motherfucking money. Tomorrow we're in our 3rd class in our boot camp, but I've been doing this for years. There are people in this chat that will tell you they have made money. There will be, because of what I talk, but there are people in this chat that will tell you that I'm giving them my classes and games for free. Get a real job. So you want me to stop showing other people how to make money? You want me to stop making money the same way that I teach them to make money? I know you want me to go get some pepper spray and some tube socks. And tell Ahmaud Arbery if he had these motherfuckers on in his pepper spray, he might still be alive. That's what you want me to do. Get a real job. Bitch, I'm going to try not to keep you up too late for whoever the fuck said that, because you got to get up and go to work in the morning. I'm going to get up when I feel like it. So back to divisive Mr. Sanders, right? Marcus Sanders. We're talking about some interesting stuff yet tonight, y'all. It's Saturday, hang out. Some of y'all got to go to work tomorrow, though. Maybe don't hang out, right? So we talked about Secure the Tribe, right? Those are supposed to be his people. I find it very interesting that now he's over there doxing all of those people who are supposed to be FBA just because they put together some shit. He's clowning them because they didn't have a big turnout. There was only 16 people there. Well, nigga, you can only fit 16 people in that fucking museum that you bought. So, I mean, they didn't have a big turnout, nigga. Your museum ain't either. You can only put groups of 20 people at a time in that bitch. You're going to then have to wait outside until the next group come back out. You have your fucking nerve, nigga. But he talked about them, and I think that's crazy. You do know that he always about somebody put a battery in their back. Nigga, you did. You put the battery in their back. You was like, pull up summer, fucking rubbing your goddamn lace front, nigga. Putting lip gloss on your lips, talk about it's a pull-up summer. And you ain't doing nothing but pulling up on a tarmac to all these fucking vacation spots. And then when all the Black people got together and did a pull-up and they organized it and unified it, now you ain't got nothing to do with it because you running scared like a bitch. That sounds hostile to me. Now, Massa, listen here. Now, I be talking to them Black folks, but I did not tell them to do no pull-up stuff. It was supposed to be a rally. I don't know why they called it a pull-up stuff, and I don't know why them niggas have them guns like that. He want to make that joke. JJ, what you doing with all this cash? He was over there crying. What you niggas doing with all these guns? Somebody need to give me a clip of that. Look, he was like, what y'all security tribe? What y'all doing with all these guns? You're a scary bitch ass nigga. You ain't leading us nowhere to no revolution or no nothing to read. I told you, if the purge law hit everywhere, we going to foot, nigga. I'm coming to your door like grandma. Boom! I'm kicking the door down. I'm looking for you, nigga. You better hope you have a gun. I'm telling you right now, man. We was going to revolution and it was just all out war in this bitch. I'm going for all the enemies. I'm telling you, I'm getting the real enemy. But it's a couple of y'all. Bah! Y'all out of here. I'm for pride. I'm gonna kick ass right in the open grave with the rest of them motherfuckers. Just go right over there with them. That's where you belong, boy. Django in this bitch. Y'all do know Marcus Sanders is on a lot of bullshit, and we're gonna explain all of that tonight, right? Can we real quickly, let me just pay homage to y'all little new museum. I want to talk about that shoebox museum really quickly. Because every time I ask y'all what he did, he raised a lot of our money and didn't give y'all shit for it. That's what he did. He made that movie. He brought a bunch of niggas together after we gave him all the money for them to just say a lot of shit, and he put it on film and then he charged us to buy it again. He did a lot for us, Michi. The fuck you talking about? He got us a museum. That museum is a shoebox. I just want to say. Now, I did not donate to the shoebox. So, I mean, if that's what y'all want to do,
More power to you. Okay, that's when we say I'm old and shit. Let me use my old hood rat slang. More power to you. Okay, if you get it, right on. Okay, and what power I don't know because that's not black power. Okay, but y'all gave him that money, and I just want to point out that he told y'all was getting a state of the art 1,750 million square foot building. This is why he told y'all he wanted to collect all that money and. Correct. Now, this is where FBA come in. Don't say no dumb shit, okay? If you really wanna help Marcus out tonight, be for real. Now, I heard he collected $2 million. Did somebody say you are not representing FBA? Bitch, I don't want to represent you fucking bitch ass niggas. That's what it stands for. And you keep showing up, proving me right. Fucking bitch ass nigga. Y'all FBA in now. I'm gonna give y'all another initiative on the acronym. Fuck you. I don't represent y'all. I don't want to represent y'all. Y'all don't represent me. That's the reason we here tonight. You niggas is not nobody to be telling us who the fuck represents us. Y'all don't get to represent black people. See, this is not about jealousy. This is about black people. We need to get serious. And there's no way we're letting this bitch ass nigga represent us when it comes to reparations. He's unqualified. Let's talk about the museum because we'll get to unqualified and fucking Wizard of Oz niggas who sit behind curtains and don't have a face. We'll get there in a minute. But I believe he collected $2 million. Niggas, stay on task. Shut up. I know y'all be all over the place. Y'all got that old man mind like Tariq. You can't stay focused. We're talking about the museum right now, okay? You're not even black. I'm half black, okay? So that's not true. That's partially true and not. Like G-Gas. Get another name. That's just a troll name. That's probably Marcus. Bitch, stop playing with me. Stay focused. The museum. Did you niggas give him $2 million? You should have gave him $2,000. You should give him $2 million. I need to hear a yes or no. Why y'all get quiet on these serious questions? Yes. Okay. FD. Okay. Yes. Y'all get. I got one yes. I'm gonna go with the yes. Then y'all don't want to represent y'all brother. Now y'all know what to read. Y'all scared now too. Like he got scared of the pull-up words. Y'all awesome bitches. Y'all be backtracking. I like people who say shit and standing. Like yeah, bitch. I said fuck them bitch ass baby ass kids. What you gonna do? Like if you say some shit, stand in this. Stop backtracking. That's bitch shit. Okay, I'm gonna go with yes. I'm gonna go with yes, okay? Because I got a yes, and you niggas got everything else to say, but you ain't want to answer that. Seemed like you couldn't get a right answer, so you started to call. Okay, so y'all collected $2 million. Okay, y'all gave him $2 million. That building is 1,300 square feet. I just left a bedroom that was 300 square feet smaller than that. I could have rented you niggas out the bedroom of the house that I was just at, and y'all could have rented that house that had way more space than that goddamn museum. I'm just saying. He did talk about the fact that he was going to maybe move to and do it in Atlanta because he couldn't get the right kind of building. Pan-Africanism Strikes Back actually showed some other properties in that area that was in another part of town, but it was tons of square feet. He could have done a lot inside of it, but he didn't even go do that. Why didn't he think to come to Atlanta maybe? He could have done a lot with $2 million here, right? This nigga has a liquor store without the liquor. It's in between two buildings. It's no fucking parking. Go look that shit up. It's 1,300 square feet. Somebody said 1,300 a foot is an average size home. You a lie? You're a lie. Who told you that? 1,300 square feet, nigga, is a big apartment. What are you talking about? That ain't even the size of an average home. You a lie. That's the size of an apartment. a nice size apartment. That's it. But it's one room. So where is the viewing center for all of his hidden color stuff? Where are all of the artifacts that he ain't got and ain't gonna be? He's just gonna create some digital shit on the wall. It's gonna be another version of Hidden Colors. You nigga, he keep reselling y'all hidden colors in a different package. That's all the fuck that is. But it's one room. So what happened to all of these conference rooms he was gonna have? Like he literally told you, if you give me this money, I'm gonna give you a Benz, and then this nigga came with a Honda hatchback. But none of y'all is upset about that. Y'all still gonna sit here and say, that nigga be coming through. He got us the museum. What? And it ain't none of my business. I just want to say that when you go look the shit up online, on Zillow, on Google, or anywhere else, it says the nigga only paid less than $1 million for the building. I'm just stating what's online that's facts. Okay? So if you gave him $2 million, why he spent less than $1 million on the building? Where the rest at? And that's just between you fucking bitch ass niggas, right? I'm letting you know, because you might want to go ask your daddy, because I don't know if y'all looked it up, because y'all a little bit too trusted, that he only spent half the money you gave him. So where the rest of it at? Ask him where the rest of the building at. That maybe he's gonna buy another building and glue them together. I don't fucking know, because his building's already on the other side. I'm just saying. You can look it up. So where the other $1 million y'all gave him? I just want to throw that out there. But you gave him the money back. You gave him the money. So you worry about that. You go call your daddy. Y'all have a conversation this week about that. That has nothing to do with me. I just thought that I would throw that out there to y'all and just say, he's not a scammer. He does everything he says he's going to do. Okay, $1 million short, my nigga. I'm just saying. Somebody said, be patient. Be patient for what? Be patient for what? Like, this is what I mean. Y'all say the dumbest stuff. Be patient for what? The building is bought. It was only bought with half the money. I thought that was the first phase. You niggas was gonna buy a nice building. Once he got the building, then y'all was going to donate more money, and then he was going to get the building and everything going. But this was the first phase. That's what he said. So why was not all two? You don't think that as small as the building was, had he added the other $1 million to what you gave him, you don't think he could have got y'all a better building? I'm just stating facts. I'm just asking y'all a question. Somebody said 1 million was the first phase. I just asked y'all. Okay, so since you keep answering that, I asked you earlier. It was said that I know the last time I looked at it, he collected over $1 million. I heard that he collected 2 million. So is that the case? You said the 1 million is the first phase. What I'm telling you, Mel, is that he got $2 million. If he didn't get all the way to 2 million, he got over $1 million. So where the fuck is the rest? That's what I'm saying to you. Would you like to respond to that, Mel? We're gonna wait on Mel. Mel, want to say something? Go ahead, Mel. Real one said you heard, but you don't know facts. And y'all always writing in capital letters like you a crackhead, my nigga. Punctuation. I'm the ghetto one. Write me a real sentence, bitch, with some comma and some exclamation marks. How about them fucking cap locks? I think you niggas is retarded when y'all do that. I hate when niggas do that shit. Right, or don't talk to me, bitch. You can say all of that, but you can't answer the question. You heard, but you don't know facts. I know for a fact that I saw it over $1 million. It was at about 1.3 when I last saw the shit. So instead of talking shit, nigga, answer the question. Did he collect 2 million? So since I'm uninformed, bitch, inform me. At the end of the day, he bought the building. Where's your building? I didn't offer to buy you niggas a building, and I didn't go collect a bunch of money from y'all. Thank you. See, this is what I mean. What's wrong with your brain? At least he bought the building. You sound like a bitch who'll be abused. At least he ain't break my ribs this time. You know, he just gave me a black eye. Somebody said I'm pocket watching. How am I pocket watching when it was a fucking public fundraiser of black people's money to buy something for the black community? See, that's where y'all dumb. So if he spends the money, I'm counting his pockets. I thought it was the community's money, not his money. This is what's wrong with y'all. Again, you don't have any real responses to nothing that I've said. Just want to talk shit. I'm in his pockets. That's not supposed to be his money. That was the money y'all gave him for the museum. How is that his pockets? That's not his income. So let me ask, is there anybody in here that did give? Is that how you feel? So what if he's kept $1 million of it and didn't spend a million of what we gave him? Somebody said, what's the beef? Shut the fuck up, Ahmad. It's all you dick-sucking Tariq ass niggas in my chat. Y'all making my head hurt. And y'all just keep coming in saying dumb shit instead of saying what the fuck. What's the beef? Bitch, rewind the video or shut the fuck up and you'll find out. Y'all niggas have no proper fucking answers for nothing I said though. None. And you niggas laughing. Who is the joke on? See, this is the thing. You niggas could come together and spend $2 million for a shoe fucking box museum that will have no artifacts in it. So I'm not sure it's going to really be a museum. It's going to be pictures and shit he puts up from his hidden colors and who he thinks are the people that are experts in this time and day that he can put up there. That's going to be all his opinion, not what's necessarily given by the people, but by him. And that's all that's going to be, where you can go watch hidden colors and rent it out to have events at. You do know that Black people could use a clinic. With all of the health care and stuff that we don't get, and how Black people and Black women especially are dying at a higher rate when it comes to cancer, when it comes to anything else. Like, you do know that we need clinics in our communities, and there are Black physicians who would be more than willing to volunteer their time if we had a building. Somebody said, really, a clinic, LOL? The fact that you think this is funny lets me know how dumb Tariq's followers are. Yeah, you don't think that we need clinics for our people? With doulas and women to be able to go in and get real health care? But you niggas is supposed to represent us for reparations, and you would make fun of something like that. That means you don't know what our fucking problems in the Black community are. You niggas can never speak and represent for us. This is why the fuck it's fuck FBA all the way. And if your feelings is hurt, bitch, unsubscribe. Because some of y'all is like, oh, well, I rock with both of them. No, we're not rocking with both. FBA is a fucking generic version of ADOS. And you niggas have done nothing but fuck it up for everybody else. I'm not FBA, bitch. You know, this is the thing. Y'all niggas think y'all get to come around and tell everybody who they have to be. Who told you we want to claim that shit? You niggas claim that shit that rocks with him. Bitch, we ADOS over here. You gonna be FBA. Stop telling people what the fuck they have to be. This is the point. Y'all niggas think y'all the face and speak for all Black people. You do know how many Black people are in this country. You niggas don't speak for us. I know you're not even Black. You half Black. Ha. Do you ever tell Tariq that when he's talking about his wife and you niggas be over there kissing peanut ass just like you be sucking that nigga dick? Do you ever say that? See, I find it real interesting that you want to say something to me about being half. But you know, his wife is actually the same thing, but not exactly the same, because she got a fucking white mother. And told you that that's the better combination because the mother is the one that nurtures the child. So Tariq is telling you that he wants a Black woman that's been raised by a white woman. So me and her are not exactly the same. But I don't understand it. Do you go into Tariq's chat and remind him that about his wife, or how he got his white police mother-in-law living in his house? Huh? It don't make no sense to me, but you gonna come over here and say something to me about what I am. Y'all sound like some fucking bitch-ass niggas. I told you, you niggas is FBAN. From now on, I'm gonna change the thumbnail. You niggas is FBAN, fucking bitch-ass niggas. That's what you is. You don't even make any fucking sense. You say what is convenient in a moment, just like Tariq. He's always contradicting himself. Now let's get to the man behind the curtain, okay? The man behind the curtain is, who is he? Is it Professor Black Truth or whoever the fuck he is, the nigga that's just the voice? So I got an email today from one of y'all. You sent me an email. You said somebody called into C-SPAN radio. And when they got on the phone, they said, why aren't y'all mentioning Black Authority and Tariq Nasheed? These are the people who are running the race in the face of reparations, and y'all should be having them on, and y'all should be speaking to them. Are y'all fucking serious? Tariq is going to be the person speaking on our behalf for reparations? And a nigga that's behind the curtain, like Wizard of Oz? Do you motherfuckers even know who that man is? Do you even know if he's a Black man? Jason Black, whoever the fuck it is, Professor Black Truth, Black Authority, it's the same motherfucker. Y'all keep saying it's a different nigga. No, it's not. said you jealous. What am I jealous of? I don't want to be the face of reparations. This is why we can't get nowhere. I hate you dumb niggas. Yes, and somebody chop it up. See me, she's that white. See when her whiteness comes out, she says she hates black people. I hate you niggas. That's in the chat being dumb. I'm jealous. Let me ask other people in here. Let me ask the rest of y'all then. This is the thing. When we're talking about reparations, isn't that something that has to do with all of us? Isn't that our issue as a whole in this country? Yes or no? People keep saying he will cook you. Nobody's scared of Tariq, nigga. Where have you been? Tariq has done all he can do to me. The nigga made a doll of me. He calls me Lychee. He gave out cookies in my name. All of that shit. So, I mean, what the fuck he gonna do to me? Make a cartoon, my nigga? Y'all all fucking juvenile. Y'all think that shit hurt somebody's feelings? Again, as you see the chat, we all have the right to talk about reparations. And you don't get to tell somebody they're jealous because we're speaking on the people that y'all keep trying to put in the forefront and represent us as though they are our representatives. You don't get to do that. And when you do that, every fucking black person that is ADOS has a fucking right to have an opinion. Y'all sound stupid. Y'all screaming this man's name out. He on fucking revolt. He's speaking like he represents us or he's the person for reparations when the nigga has no plan at all. So no, this is not jealousy conversation. Jealousy would mean Michi must want to be in the position of Tariq. I don't want to be in the position of Tariq. I would never want to be the face of reparations because I'm not qualified. See, y'all want to talk about motherfucking code. What about the fact in the code that says, instead of having the spotlight, nigga, you sit the fuck down and you let the most qualified people speak in that position to get us what we need? How about you sit down and remove your ego the fuck up out of it, Marcus? See, I would never want to be in that limelight because I'm not qualified. And not being qualified means I would fumble the ball. It means that I probably wouldn't be able to do all that I need to do to get us to reparations. And if reparations is about our people, then that is not something I would want ahead knowing that I'm not qualified to do. Does that make sense for all you fucking fake ass be on code niggas? Because as soon as Secure the Tribe called him out, instead of Tariq being the old neck turkey old man ass motherfucker that he is and being mature, he went and doxed all his people that are FBA. He care about y'all and y'all on code, but he doxed all of them people. He out there doxing and putting people's real name up there, putting people's information and who they are. But this nigga is supposed to be for FBA. All those people were on his team, and now he's over there doxing them. Now, I thought something was very interesting, y'all. Now, this is the question. This nigga is not somebody that can represent me. I don't know how the rest of y'all feel, but as somebody who is fighting for reparations, and I'm deserved reparations, and people all in my family deserve reparations, Tariq does not get to be the voice of that. So let's go back to the co-oping that this motherfucker did. Look, we done lost about 400 people. Good. Tariq's people is probably gone. Bitch, get the fuck up, right? Niggas come over here to think they're gonna rob somebody's feathers. So let's talk about that, right? Let's talk about Tariq being the one to represent us. Y'all want Tariq to represent us? Y'all do know that Tariq is a high school dropout. Am I a hater? Am I a hater? He has no degree, and from what I can see, he doesn't even have a high school diploma. I'm assure you I'm not lying. So you don't think that I'm making it up. Right? This is the interesting thing about Marcus Sanders. Let me tell you something from 2007. See, there's a website that you can go to, you guys, and you can look up old shit on the internet that has been archived because it has changed over time. Now, in 2007, you know, people write their own Wikipedia things and shit like that, but it's been changed. I told you they changed shit on Google and that shit all the time, right? So Tariq Nasheed, also known as King Flex, was born on the west side of Detroit on July 1st. He is an author. He is an actor. He did all of these books, right? He did blah, 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 all of this, okay? It says, you know, he's a New York Times seller for the Mackin book. Y'all already know that shit. Tariq moved from the west side of Detroit to Birmingham, Alabama. Now, the nigga named Marcus Sanders was in Detroit. He moved to Alabama. He ended up in LA, but this is the nigga who supposedly is supposed to be in prison, but I think he's in the witness protection program, and I think we watch this nigga on YouTube all day, and I think he's informant for the people. I'm gonna keep saying that. And we don't know, but nigga addressed an issue, because I'm gonna bring up something else that's really funny that happened today, and you can go see the receipt that happened yesterday. But this Wikipedia says, and I'm going up for you, it says that he was a high school dropout. Right? At 17 years old, the nigga was bored with the scene. So he went and he was 17 years old and he saved up his money and got his little ticket, and he was a high school dropout. He dropped out. It says Tariq dropped out of West End High School. Let me put that up there for you to see if you can see, okay? You probably can't because of the light. Dude, there we go. Y'all see that? See where it says Tariq? See what it says West End High School, drop out. Nigga that say Tariq Nasheed, King Flex, okay? This is Wikipedia. This was in 2007. What I thought was really interesting is that if you go to Tariq Nasheed's Wikipedia today, it says none of that. It says he's an American film producer and internet personality. He is best known for his Hidden Colors film series and his commentary on social media, okay? Want to see the new one? New one. See, I'm not that long at all. So all of that about him being a dropout and those things changed. Even he took out the fact that he was from Detroit and then he moved to Alabama because it lined up with this other nigga. Somebody says she's so jealous. Your mother's jealous, bitch. So I want to prove this point, and I want to say this right here. I tell you all the time that shit changes on Google all the time. But the question would be, how come in 2007 it completely expressed who he was, even where he was from, where he lived, and all the places he traveled? Now Wikipedia, all of that shit is gone. Now, if you go look it up now, you're going to find the new version. If you go to the archives online, you will find the old version. So who changed it, Tariq? And let me take you back to what I just showed you in there. First of all, you're a high school dropout, my nigga. Now, I dropped out of high school too, and I got a GED. And then I went on to get 2 degrees. Okay? Although I still wouldn't talk enough that I'm not qualified. So let me bring up this point. If Tariq has no motherfucking education, he's a high school dropout. His claim to fame is, according to Wikipedia himself, that he's a producer, that he makes films, that he's written books. So that means he's an entertainer, right? Somebody said he is educated. Where is he educated? Please. See, that's what I'm saying. Y'all throw shit out there and don't fucking prove none of it. Where is his degree? Where did he go to school? Where the fuck is he educated at? Because that Wikipedia was his fucking words. Somebody says, I know Wikipedia is not accurate. Duh. I know that shit, nigga. Y'all dumb. Tariq people, y'all irritate the fuck out of me. That's the whole point, is that Wikipedia changes, my nigga. And we know that it's not necessarily legit. That's the whole fucking point. That a long time ago, it said all of these things about where he was from. And it seems like he's trying to hide that from people. It also took away the fact that this nigga was a high school dropout. It changed to hide all the negative shit about him. That's my point, dumbass. Y'all niggas is so dumb. Y'all be watching him. Somebody said Michi Photoshop that. Okay, you can stay in dumbness if you want to. Stay being dumb. Please do. I want you to. Right? So this is my question. Somebody that doesn't have a high school diploma, somebody that has no education in politics at all. This is who you want to represent us in our reparations. Somebody said you a dropout too. Nigga, I went to school and I got degrees, okay? I didn't stay a dropout. So again, instead of saying that, show me where the fuck he has any type of education, especially in politics, to be speaking on our behalf. That's what none of you FBA bitches will do. I'll wait. And a lot of y'all like, what is it, the Black Authority? Have you ever seen this nigga? He the face of reparations. We don't know if he got a degree or he don't, because you don't even know who he is. Can anybody tell me who he is? Anybody? I want to bring you to how dumb the Black community is tonight. How stupid the fuck you can be. You niggas is calling in the radio stations. You are fucking putting these people up on pedestals. One of these motherfuckers ain't got no goddamn education. He don't know nothing about motherfucking politics. He's always contradicting himself. He's an ex-gangbanger by his own rights. He said it. He's a fucking ex-rapper. He fucking sings and dances. He takes pride on saying he's a fucking pimp. And this nigga is who you niggas are going to want to be the face of getting us some reparations. And right along with him, you're screaming out a nigga that's the Wizard of Oz that hides behind a curtain, and you've never even seen this nigga's face. This is why the fuck we can't get nowhere. This is why we can't get nowhere. Because this is what we do. It's a popularity contest. Whoever talks the best, who you think pimp the best, who you think look the best, who make the best jokes, who you think is the best. At the end of the day, this is who you pick. And these people are not qualified to fucking get Black people out of goddamn wet paper bag. Somebody said, why give him attention? Oh my God. Okay, see, the second half of the show, I'm going to now give all my moderators permission to hit these niggas up. Please start blocking everybody, because I'm not doing y'all dumbness no more. You niggas have said nothing to counteract anything that I have said to make any motherfucking argument for him, and y'all stupidity is irritating the fuck out of me to my soul. So y'all can start hitting these niggas up and start getting rid of them, because I'm sick of the stupidity. I'm sick of you dumb niggas. I'm sick of the way that you follow these people. I'm sick of the goddamn way that you just let people fucking play y'all all the time. Okay? I'm not here to play games with you bitches. All right? I bring solutions to the table. I'm tired of having to argue with dumbass people who want to make somebody who does nothing for the Black community and seem like they're on a pedestal and have nothing serious to say. It's sad that you niggas will fucking get all of that money together for this nigga to buy y'all a shoebox for a fucking museum. Do you know what type of a condition our country is in right now? Do you? Even if he bought you the biggest building for a museum, who the fuck needs a museum? This is the same bitch ass nigga screaming tangibles, 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 and he's giving you nothing tangible. I'm still tripping off 1,300 square feet too. But I didn't donate. So you niggas have a good time, 20 at a time in the building, and the rest of you niggas can wait till the first group come out so the rest of y'all can go in. He's built nothing for the Black community. And you know, it's really frustrating to be in a community and watch all the work that's being done and see organizations like New Era Detroit that's out here putting in the real work, building organizations in 16 cities. They're teaching self-defense. They have counseling. As we know, that's a big issue in our community, right? They have counseling. They patrol their own communities. They actually look at who the politicians are, and they walk with the people on who the fuck they should be voting for if they're not doing nothing in the community. They do all of these things. They feed the community. They make sure people ain't getting gentrified and kicked out of places. They do this in 16 cities in one country. Somebody said, what are you doing? If you got to ask me that, bitch, get out my check. See, unlike Tariq, what I do is I work with the organizations that are already there to help them grow bigger. See, I'm not about stealing somebody else's shine like that nigga tried to do ADOS. And we only been in here an hour. I'm not done. Because we're going to get on the difference between them and ADOS. Because I went ahead and did some research because everybody was talking all of this shit about, Yvette and Tom. I even got videos on this nigga talking about how much they was a godsend. Maybe I should play that for you niggas because how quickly you forget that your daddy was over here praising ADOS, talking about they're a godsend and we should support them. That's all part of co-oping. That's what the fuck they do. They come into your organization, they say they want to fight with you, they tell everybody how great you are, and then after everybody's all drawn in, then they try and tell you that you're an agent. He told you niggas they was an agent, they were Democratic shields. Y'all got mad because they were talking about vote Democrat down ballot, but none of y'all had ever bothered to fucking ask them, well, why are you saying that? Maybe they can explain it to you because none of you niggas understand politics that are out here speaking from that perspective. Where's what proof? Suck a dick, and the proof of it in your face says you're gay, bitch. Y'all say the dumbest stuff, and it's so many dumb ass men. Please block these niggas. They are irritating my soul. I'm telling you right now. Again, we have organizations doing everything around here, and it's motherfuckers out here like ain't doing none of this shit. Do you know that Ziax? Thank you for what you've been doing. I've been building Ziax from fucking many years ago. We put hundreds of children in that school. I have alone put hundreds of children in that school. Somebody said, so we all dumb. Fact that you asked Echo Red, yes, bitch, you're dumb. So we all dumb. You dumb. You dumb. The people who ain't dumb and don't follow this nigga, they not dumb. If you following that nigga, you in here having an argument with me, you trying to overlook all the facts that I keep bringing, and you really want somebody to bow down to this nigga right along with your sorry ass, yes, nigga, you're dumb. I'm talking to you. Now, if the shoe don't fit, wear it. That's why you niggas shouldn't just hop up in the chat you don't ever be in. If you don't know me, shut the fuck up and learn when you in this motherfucker. See, my audience understands who's dumb and who isn't dumb. So if you have to ask, am I talking to you? Yes, I'm talking to you. You the dumb. So let's just go back to the co-oping. Can we do that? Can we go back to the co-oping? I want to play a video of Tariq, if y'all don't mind. I might say I'd rather have Tariq. So is Tariq Marcus Sanders, y'all? Before we get to that, let's talk about something else. I'm gonna play this video. I'm gonna show you a video of this nigga Tariq talking about how much he loved Yvette and Tom. I'm gonna show it to you. All right. But before I do, I want y'all to go watch Pan-Africanism Strikes Back. I want y'all to go and watch that video. And the reason why I want you to watch the video is because I want you guys to go and see who called in his show the other day. Okay? So I was listening into the show, and some people started calling in, and a nigga that knows Tariq from the hood called in. Were any of you over there and watched it? I suggest you go watch it. I should share it in my section, in my community section. It's a long video. They were live for about 3 hours taking calls. Right? But if you go and you look through it and you find the part, it's more towards the end of the show, that he knows Tariq. He says he knows him from back in the day. He said that Tariq gets his channel taken down and gets him strikes every damn time he talks about Tariq because Tariq knows him from the real hood. He knows Tariq so well that he said that his older brother is actually on, he's on Wash Your Ass album, and he has verses on the album with Tariq, so he knows this nigga. See, this is the thing, when you try to go big time and be all on, you act like it's not people who don't know you from before you who you was. So he gave us a lot of insight, but he said something that was really interesting that I learned the other day that I didn't know about, right? So again, there is a Marcus Sanders who was born in Detroit, moved to Mississippi, right? And was in Mississippi, and he caught a case, okay? He caught a body. He killed the nigga that was trying to turn state evidence. The one that was gonna go into the witness protection program. And the word is that the nigga Marcus killed dude because he wanted to take his place in the witness protection program. Now, I don't know if this is Tariq or not, but this is the thing that really made me raise an eyebrow. Now, I threw this shit out there and said, I don't know, Tariq not said this is allegedly, I don't know. But you can go look up this paperwork, and I told y'all before, there's really no pictures of this Marcus. They've been scrubbed, so you can't find out who the fuck he is. There's no pictures really on the internet. I heard some other guy talking about it, but I actually had somebody send me these paperworks about Tariq probably 6 months ago. I just had them like, okay, but I see other people are talking about this. it now. I didn't know what to do with him. So again, it does seem pretty strange, okay? But the funnier thing was the guy that was on the show the other day, somebody called in and they said to him, you know, you knew Tariq. And first of all, let's get it straight. He said Tariq was a bitch ass nigga who used to drive the pimp's girls around. So he was the driver that took all the girls to go to do their work, right? He wasn't the pimp, he was the driver. Then the nigga made his music, he got big. He said Tariq was always jumping ship and doing whatever lane he could, taking niggas' ideas and turning them into his own and shit like that. That's what he do now. He take a lot of niggas' rhetoric that he gets online, claims he doesn't watch smaller YouTubers, but he do, and he be talking about shit he don't know nothing about. He steal from everybody else, right? But this is the interesting thing. A dude called in and he said he wanted to ask him a question. He said, I just want to know, is he Marcus? And the guy said, hell yeah, that's Marcus. That's who we know. That's Marcus. And the reason why I say that is because the guy on the phone said, that called in, he said, this nigga straight up said he's not Marcus. He said that he's been watching Tariq for a while, that Tariq straight up said before, I'm not Marcus. So now it's really making me pick my eyebrows up because this is the question. If he's denying being Marcus Sanders, then are you really the Marcus Sanders that I'm thinking you are? Is this why the fuck you don't want to tell nobody you Marcus? I'm just saying. All of this seemed really strange to me. A nigga that know you from the hood. And if somebody said, well, if he changed his name, then he is correct. Okay, but again, no, you sound stupid. There y'all go making excuses. In a minute, I'm gonna have them block your dumb ass in a minute, okay? Because you've been in here saying a lot, and what I'm not gonna do is I'm not gonna play these dumb ass games with you. Like at the end of the day, if the nigga changes his name, then why wouldn't he just fucking say, I changed my name? Yeah, I changed my name. I'm Tariq Nasheed, nigga, I want to be more blacker. People do that all the time. He could have really spent it in the black community and be like, yo, I denounced my European name because I wanted a black name. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be Marcus Sanders. Like, why are you so hard in denying that that's who the fuck you are? Like, I don't have any doubt that his name is Marcus Sanders, nigga. We all know that. Y'all don't know that? I wasn't sure if he was the Marcus Sanders in the paperwork, and I'm not saying that I'm sure of that now. What I'm saying is it's really strange to me that Tariq goes out of his way to fucking deny that his name is not Marcus. Nigga, without them that name change, bitch, you is Marcus. That's not even something I thought we were arguing about. You niggas online don't know that that's his real name. It is. Thank you. Coach said his own sister called him Marcus. That nigga name is Marcus. So why is he denying to his audience that his name is not Marcus? That in itself seems strange. The name of the podcast is Pan-Africanism Strikes Back. And let me see. I'll even go in here and I think he's live. He might be live now. Yeah, that's the name of his channel. Pan-Africanism Strikes Back. And the video is Tariq Nasheed versus Secure the Tribe, New Black Media. I think that's the one. Anyway, I'm gonna find it and I'll put it in the community section on my page. But that was just weird to me. So I'm just throwing that out there. Right? I'm just throwing it out there. Like I was talking shit. Like, you know, it does seem weird. Are you this nigga Marcus? Are you really an informant for the government, nigga? Are you running from a case and are they allowing you to be free because you doing work to destroy the black community? I'm just asking a question. I don't know, Tariq. But for as much as you want to call people fat or you want to talk about people and always make fucking dolls and shit, nigga, address that shit. You're not Marcus Sanders. That's all I'm saying. Like, address it. Is it not you? And if it is, why are you lying about your name? Now I'm starting to think you're lying about your name for a reason. So, I mean, maybe Tariq can answer that. I'm sure he's going to go live and just make a bunch of puppets. He'd like to make a lot of puppets because there's a lot of niggas mad with him right now. Because he's just calling everybody out even though motherfuckers ain't saying nothing to him. So I just want to throw that out there. So if y'all go watch the video, there's a man that grew up with Marcus, and that is his name. That's Marcus. So if Tariq has been telling you niggas his name is not Marcus, that's a lie. Because the niggas that ran with him and grew up with him said that's who the fuck Tariq is. He's Marcus. I ain't say the shit. His homies did, all right? So go check it out in the motherfucking video. Somebody gonna say, so he changed his name, that ain't technically his name. Y'all niggas is stupid. You don't want to know why a nigga, y'all trying to, Mr. Anthony, you the one. You're stupid. Give me a second, y'all. This nigga said that if he got a name change, that publicly he don't have to tell people that. Do y'all agree with that? Can y'all please tell this nigga in the chat he dumb as fuck. Y'all can call it bullying if you want. You stupid. Do you not? Are you a crack baby, sir? Because you be in my chat a lot. I'm gonna have to let you go. I'm gonna have to block you up out of here. Because you real stupid now. This nigga said he doesn't have to say that publicly if he changed his name. No, you're right. But what he would say, or he should say publicly, if there's no reason to run from your past, why he's always saying everybody else has a shady past, my nigga, why are you acting like your name is not Marcus Sanders? If you straight up told some of your followers, nigga, I'm not Marcus, that's a lie. The truth would be, no, I got my name changed. I'm no longer Marcus, but yeah, my name used to be Marcus Sanders. Like, why is he lying? That nigga was not born fucking Tariq Nasheed. But you don't get that point. You're still gonna argue that. See, niggas don't even have to work hard to infiltrate the movement because of stupid niggas like you. If Mr. Ali say anything else, block his ass. Don't just block him so he can never say nothing in here again. Don't say nothing else tonight. If you don't want to get blocked, nigga, just come back another day and hope we forget it was you. Okay? Don't say nothing else in here tonight. Because you're dumb. When you are a public figure and you niggas are giving him all this money, he's supposed to be the voice of this, the voice of that. You niggas are claiming this nigga as some type of leader. And I'm tired of y'all saying, he's not our leader. If the nigga say something and you go run with what he say, nigga, he is leading you. And if this man can't be genuine, if this man cannot fucking be honest, the question is, what is he hiding? And who the fuck wants somebody representing, giving them your money when they can't fucking be honest about who they are? Yeah, that would seem suspicious to me. At the very least, it would make you seem like some type of hustler who ain't really about what you say you about because you hiding too much shit, my nigga. The code is the leader. He told you that dumb shit? Oh, he told you that? The code is the leader. So who enforces the codes? The code is the leader. Okay, so who's the nigga that owns the trademark and is making all the money off of FBA? Since FBA is just a lineage, look like it's a job for Tariq. Do y'all want to answer that? Huh? Do y'all want to answer that? So if the code is the leader and there's no leader and FBA is just a lineage, how come Tariq is making all the money off of FBA? I mean, when you buy a flag, who getting the money? When you buy one of them FBA flags, is that money going to the people and the movement, or is it going to the not leader? When you buy his book, FBA Race Baiter, who's getting money off that FBA book? You know, he's brainwashed y'all really well because that's how y'all deflect. Y'all just say, oh, well, the code is the leader. He's not the leader. We never said he was the leader. Like, that is some brilliant shit. I will give it to you, Tariq. I will give that shit to you. This nigga is in charge of everything, but he claims he's in charge of nothing. Sound like a nigga who said y'all all up for failure. He finna send y'all to the Capitol like Trump and then say he had nothing to do with it. This nigga hashtag pull up summer, put the battery in y'all back that he always screams screaming about. When the people went out and did what he said do, he said, I'm not a part of none of that. Wow. The nigga collected all kind of money off FBA, the conferences, the flags, right? His book. I don't know, y'all probably got some FBA socks by now. I'm sure y'all do. Y'all got some FBA keychains. You know, you got some FBA pepper spray. Y'all got all of this. Who collected the money on all of that? He's the leader, my nigga. He's the leader. FBA is a business. FBA is not a lineage. Because if it was a lineage, how come there's only one man making money on it? See, the right thing to do, if he was saying that FBA was a lineage, and he was saying that it's not about him, it's about the people, even if he sold flags, even if he was to sell all of those other things, he would do just like he did with his ministry. You do know that he has Melanoid Nation as a 501c3, like this nigga is a church. He does that so he does not have to pay taxes on any of that, like he's a ministry. So why wouldn't he just put that under the 501c3? And when he collected the money, why wouldn't he use that for the benefit of FBA? Why would he be keeping the money for himself if it's not about him? It is about a lineage. So why is he saving that money up so that he can give it to the people? Because when y'all buy that shit, he keeping it. It's going in his bank account. That's what he go on vacation with. Y'all dumb. Dumb than a motherfucker. As stupid is, as stupid does. Y'all so smart, y'all dumb. Okay? But let's go back to this co-oping because I want to point out something else about Tariq. I want to show you. Now, when you co-op stuff, you know the way that you co-op it. Just let's have a lesson tonight, right? We talked about Black Lives Matter. We talked about other organizations and groups. I want to reiterate to everybody how the hell it is that a person co-ops something, okay? First, they come in, they act like they're down with you, right? They say, oh, we're a part of this, and we're going to help you, and we're your allies, and we're going to push you to the top so that we can get to where we need to go. We're going to support you and all of that. So these people come in, and when then they come in and act like they're with you, once they have meshed themselves together with you as though they're part of your movement, then they begin to create dissension. It's like when people, y'all understand this is Christians, when a motherfucking minister lead a church and half the church go with him and the other half stay with the pastor, right? So what he did, and then he found fault in them, and instead of going to them while the nigga talk about being on call and saying, well, yo, you know, I really don't agree with maybe some of your stances. Maybe can you explain this to some of the people since we're moving in this movement with reparations and all of this shit? You know what I'm saying? Instead, he comes forward to the people and he says, I think they're agents. They're a Democratic shield. They telling us to vote down ballot. I don't trust these niggas. I think we need to jump ship on that. The next thing he says is, I'm going to create an FBA. There's a time where he was on Twitter talking about FBA and ADOS can be used interchangeably. Let me tell you somewhere else they do that. So I don't trust this nigga. But if you don't understand fucking co-oping, if you don't understand the issues that we have, you will never see them when the white man does it, and you damn sure won't see it when the black man does it. See, they do this in the co-oping. What they do is they go from you're black, ADOS, right, to people of color, FBA. They start to intertwine the two sayings, and then all of a sudden, once they mix them together, then the person goes away and detaches themselves, saying something is wrong with the other portion of the group, saying, no, they're not really about us. Then they branch off and they say, I'm going to create my own. This is what he did. He used the momentum and he used the movement of ADOS. And then this nigga ran in the other direction, talking about he think that they agents. Y'all let him call everybody agents. Like, how about maybe you just didn't agree with some of what Yvette or Tone had to say, and instead you have a conversation and have them explain why do they think these things are the best route to take, and we come to some understanding. Do you understand we're not all a monolith? We all don't believe the same fucking thing. So as soon as somebody doesn't believe what he believes or wants to go against his beliefs, all of a sudden we're agents. All of us are agents because we don't think like him. That sounds preposterous. Yeah, y'all ain't know I knew a word like that, huh? Y'all thought I was gonna say that sound dumb as fuck, and it do. So let me give it to you both ways. Like Obama wife. What fucking Michelle say? We can go high, we can go low, nigga. We could be preposterous, or you could be a dumb as fuck. But this is what he did. I'm gonna remind y'all of this shit right here. Was that Tariq on Twitter? Saying that Yvette and Tone are a godsend and that using ADOS and doing that was a beautiful thing to do. So he did all this praising, and just because he didn't agree with the Democratic thing, they were agents? So let me ask y'all then. So if you're so hell-bent on the fucking, we're not dealing with Democrats, does that mean that you're okay with somebody telling you to just vote Republican all across the ballot? Like, who the fuck told you that if it ain't Democrats, then the Republicans are going to save us? Like, that's what made y'all get mad at ADOS? Y'all let this nigga tell y'all because of that. But wait a minute. Isn't your ADOS, your FBA leader, isn't this nigga sitting up on Revolt Summit? So Revolt is not Democrat? They're going to be telling niggas to rock the vote in a minute. They're going to be telling the hood to go vote in a minute. And see, this is why Tariq doesn't want to use those wordings. He doesn't want to use pull-up. He doesn't want to use shit that sound ghetto because he's trying to make it to a main stage that deals with saying the right things. He's trying to get into the right circles. He wants to be the next fucking Tamika Mallory so he can rub elbows with people and he can act like he really brought about something in our movement because he's trying to build something to leave a namesake for himself. He's trying to build something so he can have money for himself. This is what he's doing. So this is why he's trying to get all proper on people now. Because, nigga, you was telling everybody it was a pull-up something. Now you don't know nothing about that terminology. Bitch, they got it from you. And somebody earlier said, I know that's right, D Tubman. So D, is you in here, bitch? You in here, D? You record every motherfucking thing that nigga say. Don't you? And you play it on your channel. So you know what the fuck I'm talking about, D. Did the nigga not say that? You have every record of everything that come out this nigga mouth. He didn't tell y'all niggas it was a pull-up summer. He didn't start that shit. He didn't put the battery in y'all motherfucking back. Stop me when I'm lying. Now he don't know nothing. Massa, it wasn't me. It was them niggas. I don't got nothing to do with it. Because he's trying to be politically correct. The thing that he has spent so much time telling you we shouldn't be doing. We don't care about being politically correct. We got these old fake ass motherfuckers out here who just put on the front for the Democrats and they tell us what we want to hear and we don't want to be around them people no more. When that nigga is exactly what he's telling y'all we should look out for. How many of y'all we've had this fucking conversation about entertainers? So y'all agree that entertainers are supposed to lead us? Have we not had this conversation a million times? Entertainers are not our fucking leaders. This nigga is an entertainer. He put it in his Wikipedia. Go read it. He's a film producer. He's a book writer. He's an author. And he's a social media commentator. Nowhere does it say he's a scholar. He has a fucking degree. He went anywhere and learned anything to be a historian or a fucking political science degree or nothing. This nigga ain't even got a bachelor's degree in home ec. He has nothing. Nothing. And he done told you that we shouldn't let these entertainers be our voice piece, but you're letting him be it, and he's nothing but an entertainer. Let's talk about that, because y'all gonna get the fuck up off of Tone and Yvette neck too. Let me say that, right? Now I'm saying this personally for myself, right? I watch the stuff that they have done, And like I had to break shit down to this dumb, uneducated nigga. How many years ago do y'all remember? 2 years ago, he tried to get mad about the article that Tone wrote because he said the wording in there said people of color, right? But what his dumb ass didn't know, because he has never been to college, right? He's never been to college. When Tone did the article and the study was written by several people. So he was quoting his source. He was citing where he got the information from. So when you cite somebody and you quote them in a paper, nigga, had you been to college or even finished high school to read, you would know this, that you have to write exactly what they said. So those weren't his words. That was him citing where he got his numbers from. That was part of the wording of the person who did the study. And you niggas is right behind him. Yeah, he's using people of color. Yeah, look at his wording. Tariq is right. These niggas ain't for us. No, y'all are dumb. Y'all just are dumb. And you don't understand fucking articles. And you don't understand citing and giving people for their work. It's called plagiarism if you don't. Dumbass. So let me tell y'all something. I don't agree with everything that Tone and Yvette say, but I'm going to tell y'all right now, y'all can kiss my ass if anybody got anything to say about Yvette and Tone from a perspective of y'all want them to shut the fuck up and sit down. I heard Tariq and you niggas talking about, oh, nobody was even talking about ADOS until he came along and then he made it poppin'. I'm about to show you some more receipts, you niggas. This is lying. I knew about ADOS and it didn't come from Tariq, okay? But I want to show y'all this. Tariq think he's so big time, and so I did my research on quite a few people, right? So I have found articles all the way back to 2013 in the HuffPost, 2010, 2013, 2014, all of these different articles that I see being written on reparations by Yvette and Tone over the fucking years. So nigga, you don't get to come in here one, and you don't get to fucking say to me, right? And you guys can go look up their names. Articles, they've been writing about this shit for years. For years. Nigga, this is the HuffPost. This says June 11th, 2013. Whose fucking name is on there? Antonio Moore, you bitch. Y'all need to see some more receipts? Look at this. This was 2010. Who name you see on here? Bitch. Yvette Carnell, and she's talking about fucking Obama not being for us. So y'all get so fucking emotional because they said down ballot and you're not trying to understand why. Maybe we may disagree when it comes to that, but they've been talking about this and putting in this work. Y'all act like they try and make excuses for the Democrats. Like Yvette don't go in on it when they're doing shit wrong. Oh, he brought them all this clout? You was on the Revolt Summit, nigga. You know who watched Revolt? Niggas. Niggas watch Revolt. So I want to know if niggas is going to get us reparations. You do know that you have to have a seat at the motherfucking table if you think anybody's going to hear anything that you have to say. Yes? Why am I looking at New York Times? I'm looking at New York Times and I'm looking at a screenshot of ADOS and they're on the cover page and all in the inside. New York Times, my nigga. You see that? But yet and still, this man has supposedly made so much noise for reparations. He's been putting in work for 25 years. Doing what? Pimping? Driving around hoes for the pimps? This is what your boy said you did, my nigga. You have been writing books about macking. You made that damn documentary. You out here mink sliding and dancing and shit like a little bitch with a white man in your band that wears skates. Like, I'm just saying, he got a white man in his band with skates on. I'm gonna just leave it at that, okay? That's all we're gonna say about the white man in skates. Okay, so again, While he's been doing all this macking for 25 years, we have people like Yvette and Tone who have actually been talking about reparations and writing articles and pushing the button to get this done for years and years. They're not new to this. But wait a minute, that they not only not new to this, do you know that they both have degrees in political science? Do I need to say that again? They both have degrees in political science. I believe Yvette went to to Howard, and I believe Tone went to UCLA. Okay, don't quote me on that. I believe that's what I saw. He's an attorney that's been in many meetings and political things, and they're working behind the scenes now. Somebody said, so what? That's not a so what, because if somebody is going to fucking fight for reparations for us, could you at least expect them to be qualified? Yvette has worked in politics for many, many years. So these people are qualified, is what I'm telling you. They know what they're talking about. So if you don't understand why they're saying something, you want to call them agents because you just don't agree with something they said about the Democratic Party. But the funny thing is, if you listen to what they say, Yvette and Tone also go in on the Democratic Party if they're doing something that's not for us. So if you guys have a problem with them saying, oh, we vote down ballot, why don't you just stop and ask them why that is and why do they think that's a better strategy? Maybe they can explain it to you because they have a greater understanding because of their education, their knowledge, their experience over many years. Because while this nigga was macking and pimping, Yvette was fucking working in politics. Yes, their work speaks for itself. Whether you fucking agree with everything they say or not, they're qualified to at least have the damn conversation. But you niggas would rather listen to a high school dropout and the Wizard of Oz behind a fucking curtain that we don't even know if he's a fucking nigga yet. He could be a fucking cracker for all we know. Shit, it could be Tariq and his cousin. All them niggas sound alike to me. I think they're the same goddamn person. But these are the things that y'all want to say. Let me bring up something else too. What has Tariq done when it comes to the political thing? Because I had to go look up this lady. So remember Marianne Williamson, or that they had at their conference. Y'all remember her? Y'all remember her? Look, here we go. Look, before I do that, there's one more that I got up here. Look, for the last 2 years, a fairly new organization called American Descendants of Slavery, ADOS, in the Inquirer, my nigga. In the Inquirer, talking about racial gaps. You hear Tom racial gap us to death. The racial gap is, he racial us to death. You know he do. The wealth and disparities. Then it's his word. This is so while this nigga Tariq is jumping up on fucking stages at the revolt, right? They're over here doing work and getting noticed in the New York Times, in the Inquirer, writing articles in Huffington Post. They are working with people like this woman, Marianne, who's been on CNN. But Tariq would have you to believe that he's out here making all the noise and that nobody knows ADOS unless it's because of him. Boy, if you don't shut the fuck up and make sure that your lace front is glued all the way the fuck down for you keep talking to us. Sound like a really big ego to me. Y'all got a problem with Marianne? I don't know much about Marianne. This is what I do know about Marianne. Let me read something for you about Marianne, okay? I said, okay, they brought Marianne. Who the hell Marianne? Well, Marianne was on CNN. And guess what Marianne brought up? All of the talking points of ADOS. This white woman said, God damn it, let me tell you something. She went to the fucking conference. She sat with them. She heard what they had to say. To get a fucking seat at the table, they're talking to the right people. Shout out to Dr. Shauna, my sister in the house. Girl, you been missing. Where you been? We miss you. But this woman, Marianne, let me tell you what she said. She says, first of all, it's not $500 billion in financial assistance. It's $500 billion, $200 to $500 billion payment of a debt that is owed. That is what reparations is. We need some deep truth telling when it comes. We don't need another commission to look at evidence. I appreciate what Congress, blah, 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 has said. She broke down to them that out of all the terrorism that we have gone through, 100 years of domestic terrorism, she said it's actually in the fucking trillions. This is what she's telling them. They asked her what makes her qualified. If you did the math for 40 acres and a mule, given that there were 4 to 5 million slaves at the end of the Civil Rights War, and they were all promised 40 acres and a mule for every family of 4. If you did the math today, it would be trillions of dollars. And I believe anything less than $100 billion is an insult. Now, this is what Marianne had to say on CNN that was at the conference with ADOS. And then she went back to mainstream media of CNN, where all of the politicians and everybody else. See, that's who you got to get on board. You do understand that. And while he's steady running his mouth, I'm sure that Yvette and him is somewhere doing some kind of goddamn study still. Y'all think they quiet and they don't went away. What would make you think they went away? Tony and Yvette have been doing this work for years before anybody even recognized any of that shit. The proof is there. Go back 10 years and Tariq is macking niggas. He's teaching white boys on MTV how to mack on black women. That's what he's doing 10 years ago. So do you think because they fell out with this nigga or he's causing all this controversy and problems and Yvette and them ain't got time and you don't see them on the scenes as much, you think they went away? They've been doing this work long before they was recognized, and I'm sure they're still fucking doing the work. And let's be clear, the dumbass that came here at the beginning of the show, talk about Tariq got the reparations bill passed in California. Fuck you, no he didn't. Tone actually had a hand in having that done. What you're not gonna do is sit up here and give the qualified people that did the work's credit to a fucking high school dropout that the nigga ain't even got a certification in how to wipe his motherfucking ass. That's what you not finna tell me. So again, I just want to be real clear. You motherfuckers that follow Tariq, that's your leader. He can speak for you. But I'm speaking for all the other black people that don't fucking know Tariq, that don't fuck with Tariq. You stop calling C-SPAN. Stop calling in the CNN and MSNBC. Stop asking them niggas, have they heard of Tariq in the black media and that they're forefront and they're running the face of reparations. No, the fuck they not. Them niggas don't speak for us. I thought we agreed we're tired of entertainers and people who dance and do fuck shit representing us. We would like qualified people in that. Do you see these niggas bringing rock bands forward to speak for white people? Where are the rock and roll stars speaking on behalf of white people when it comes to politics? Where they at, y'all? Do you see Garth Brooks walking up in somewhere talking about he representing shit for the white community? Do you see Jews sending a nigga who baked the bread, or is that the butcher? Do you see them sending them motherfuckers to go speak for their political right? We the only motherfuckers who send an unqualified ass dumb nigga who entertain, who got a lot of money, who got a lot of followers, who got a lot of swag. We send them niggas in there to represent us. That's dumb. And for anybody fucking saying Nietzsche's jealous, that would mean I want what Tariq has. I would decline if you asked me to be the face of reparations. Because unlike some of these niggas, we really out here to get the community together. We really want to see the black people have something in this country. I would decline because I'm not qualified. Stop putting fucking unqualified people in positions to speak on our behalf, to say that they represent us, because they do not. They do not. And I'm gonna leave it in this on a real serious note. With all jokes aside, I can't give you no. Somebody said you sound jealous. No, I sound like a person who wants reparations. See, and this is why I can't do the dumb shit. Who's jealous? We're trying to get reparations. We're on a fucking hospital bed. We're in emergency surgery, and we need somebody to come and patch us up before we die. I don't want you to send a dentist in the room, my nigga. We don't need a dentist. We need the surgeon. We don't need the CNA. We need the surgeon. So that makes somebody jealous because you want to say that in something that is so important to our community, something that we are supposed to have, something we've been fighting for a long time. I'm jealous because I'm telling you, we're not finna leave that motherfucking feet or make the face of it a nigga who is what Tariq is. Nah. Then a lot of y'all drinking the Kool-Aid for real. Because I'm going to say this, it's allegedly, I can't prove it, but I think that Tariq is that nigga. I think Tariq is the Marcus Sanders that was in Detroit. He caught the case for drugs. He killed the person who was going to turn state evidence. And then he went into the witness protection program. I already told y'all the other day that I've had interactions with them for my first baby father. First thing they do is change the name. They gave him a real nice black one. And then I look at his actions. He's done nothing but come into the black community and divide it. That's all he's ever done. So while he's always calling people an agent, I really think Tariq is the agent. Now I can't prove it, but I think he is. I really think he is. He destroyed a movement that deserves your attention. If you don't like Tony and Yvette's reasoning, why don't you try fucking asking them why? Gaining an understanding. Let's agree to disagree, but let's agree on this. They are fighting for reparations, and I've never heard them say anything else different. You might not like the way they climb the ladder, but they are climbing the ladder. And this is not a popularity fucking contest. Tone don't gotta be as entertaining. He talking about some real shit. Y'all don't know how to listen to nobody unless they entertain you with some fun shit, some funny shit. Y'all don't want to hear facts and truth. And he come in and he tear it down. And I have not, in the whole time I've been alive, in 43 fucking years, I have never seen so much division between Black people in this country that are ADOS and immigrant Black people who are not ADOS. When we grew up, everybody was Black. I understand reparations, and that is a division. Not a division, but it's a separation stating that this doesn't belong to you if you come in this country and you're not ADOS. We get that you Black, right? But aside from the reparation fight, we don't have a beef with our other Black brothers and sisters. What the fuck are y'all talking about? What are y'all talking about? There are plenty of them who looking down on us in a certain kind of way. But there's plenty of Black people that are ADOS that look down on Black people in a certain kind of way. But that's not all of them. And just like you're not finna sit here and make every Black person a stereotype of something, you're not finna sit here and stereotype every Black person that's not ADOS either. Man, we've been fighting this fucking fight for too goddamn long for y'all to be acting like now we don't need. You do know that 13% counted of us as African Americans also includes the people that are Americans that are immigrants. And you want to divide us even more for real? And you're doing this division. You're dividing Black people with other Black people in this country. We need each other when it comes down to this fight. And then you're doing it on some hollow ass shit that ain't nothing but a tinkering fucking sound because there's nothing inside of this vessel that's even going to get us anything. You replace something real and tangible for as much as he screams that shit for something that is not tangible at all. There is nothing that comes along with FBA but fucking flags. And then you talk about your culture. I was watching homie video that's in here, forgive me, I forgot your name already again. He make the best videos about Tariq, but he was just playing the videos of Tariq. Tariq was up there saying to one talk about, yeah, these Jamaicans, what did he say, Jamaicans or somebody that's not, they're immigrants. He said, that's not their culture. They don't eat fried chicken and watermelon. That's not their culture. They're trying to take that from us. This nigga is arguing down culture, saying fried chicken and watermelon is our culture and it's not the immigrants' culture. Fried chicken and watermelon, that's our culture, y'all? I just want to know, is that our culture? I don't even eat as much watermelon, I guess, than I should. Maybe I should go get some more watermelon because I don't eat it that much. That's some racist ass shit. So even he's projecting what Massa gave him onto other people. But you want him to talk about a lineage and our heritage and our culture. And he thinks our culture is watermelon and chicken. He said it out of his own mouth. They're called Freudian slips. Listen to what a person says and listen to what they don't say. Listen to everything, all the silence in between, the shit they beat around the bush. And you'll find that there's a whole lot more there than what just comes out their lips. This nigga do not represent us. This nigga is not the face of reparations. We just want to set that straight today. Y'all follow that nigga, but he don't represent us. And him nor some nigga behind a curtain like the Wizard of Oz gets to say they're the face. They ain't the face, nigga. We don't even know what your face look like, nigga. So him and Mr. Black Authority or whoever the fuck, Black Authority, Professor Black Truth, all them niggas the same people. I don't give a fuck what none of y'all talk about. Them niggas the same people. Tariq got an FBI machine around there. Tell that nigga to do the voice matchup. Them niggas is the same motherfuckers. And the nigga behind a curtain, he's the Wizard of Oz. He's probably some little short white man with a dirty ass fucking wife beater on behind the fucking curtain and shit. Shout out to my brother Q in the house. He's not even a real person. How are you speaking for us, sir? We don't even know what you look like. We've never even seen your face. I'm gonna need y'all to stop being so dumb. And before I do leave, let me hit y'all with some solutions since everybody wants to say, Michi, what do you do? What do you do? What are the solutions? Well, what I firstly do is that I do not co-opt anybody's movement. I believe that the Black agenda, what we have always been about is that if there is somebody out there doing the work, we do not need to recreate. I teach this in organizational, the way that we do stuff right at the Black agenda for all the organizations. And so what we don't do is we don't go in and we don't co-opt. We don't need to fight over leadership, right? If there's 20 people doing the same thing and each group has 5 or 10 people, if y'all come together, now you're having a much bigger group for that effort. So I don't believe in co-opting people's shit. I don't believe in going in and needing the spotlight. But what I do is I help all of those that are already doing the work. I give them the spotlight. I give them my money. I give them my support. We work with them. We see where they need to go and what they need to do. So one of the people that I've been working with for many years is my brother Q that's in the house tonight. And I want to say something in all seriousness, like we have a beautiful school, right? That we've spent several years building. Solutions, my nigga. So I hope all 3 people stay now. Y'all had all them questions. Bitch, what you do? I'm about to tell you what I do. Because that to me, that's funny. Because if you really watched me, niggas who know me, you don't ask that fucking question. But my brother is in the house. I want y'all to know that we have a school full of beautiful Black children. It is a STEM school, okay? So you can get your kids out of these dumbass public schools that are sending your kids off the school to prison pipeline. They are not doing what they need to do for your children, and they are conditioning them every day to be a worker and be more enslaved and be a part of this bullshit society. They're turning your boys into girls. They're making them wear dresses. Don't make me go down the road. You should get your kids out of this school because we understand the problem in the public schools, especially the inner city public schools that hold our children. So we have a solution. Zayax Institute, because somebody about the link already there. Shout out to Freedom for doing that. So there's a link right there. See, we have a school. We have a school. You niggas have a shoebox museum, 1,300 square feet. We have a school. Now, how about this while y'all run up out the chat? Some of y'all gonna say, oh, you just jealous and you just want it for yourself. You can call it what it want. I call you stupid ass motherfuckers. But my question would be, Zayax has had a GoFundMe up for forever. Thank you. Q just put it in there. He can't collect $50,000 for nothing. He employ and pay Black teachers. There's some kids that can't afford to pay the fee in the school, right? And he does not charge them anything, and he'll let them still come. He's not going to turn no baby away. He can't even get the people to get together to help him get another bus. And this is something that is already fucking established. See, I don't understand y'all niggas' mindset. I don't. Somebody said, oh, you pocket watching again. Again, I'm going to tell you dumb niggas, Tariq collected money to create something for the community. That's not watching his pockets. Unless you're okay with saying that's his money. That's technically not his money. That's supposed to be the money for the people to buy the museum. But my question would be, why do you dumb niggas think you need a museum? When you ain't built the first institution to teach nobody, to heal nobody, to employ nobody, to house nobody, you ain't built a fucking building for a police precinct to fucking house you up, to fucking police your communities or nothing. but you want to build a fucking museum with a shrine built to fucking Hidden Colors, as if you niggas have not watched that shit on DVD, on fucking Tubi, on motherfucking YouTube. You done bought the shit, you done went to the conference, they reenacted it out on the stage, the niggas sent you the flip book of that shit, you know what I'm saying? You niggas done watched it in every form, and now he needs to hang pictures on the wall for you to see the same shit again. But our fucking babies are out here dying every day in these streets, not being taught right, not given what they need, not being placed in things that are conducive to them. They spend more time in school than they spend with their parents. And you don't care about where it is? Tariq don't give a fuck about black women. Black women are dying every day in childbirth because they're not being given the right care. Y'all don't give a fuck about building some type of a center or a clinic for doulas and for black babies to be born in a more productive way so that they're not dying and their mothers aren't dying? Oh, y'all don't care about that, right? Y'all FBA, but you don't care about steady growing the foundation of who our people are supposed to be. Y'all raised $2 million for a museum. Can you niggas do that and buy a politician? It's funny how y'all talking about reparations, but y'all won't raise no money. Has Tariq told you yet that that's how this works? Or does he not know that either? Like, you do know the reason other people don't have to argue all the time is because they just fill the pockets of the politicians that they want. Obama was purchased by the immigrants and the LGBTQ community. This is why he ushered in all the things that we are seeing now in the public school and everything. So did the nigga at least tell you it worked that way? Does the high school dropout at least know that much? So y'all can collect $2 million for a fucking 1,300 square foot liquor store that's gonna have some posters in that bitch talking about Hidden Colors. But you can't put no money together behind a politician and put your man in play. But this nigga is the face of reparations. When he ain't taught you that yet, he won't raise no money for that. You know why? Because then he gonna have to hand the check over to the politician. He can't keep it for himself. That's the difference. He can't collect $2 million and only spend $1 million on the museum and then keep the other $1 million. Where the other $1 million at? I mean, but then again, I didn't give him no money. So if y'all don't give a fuck what he did with the other $1 million and y'all don't care, you be the stupid niggas. But what I think is stupider is that you niggas will collect all of that motherfucking money, but you won't invest no money into the right shit. See, we got money in the black community. We just put it into the wrong stuff. You niggas don't want to build a grocery store? I know a brother right now in Detroit. We did a documentary on him. Motherfuckers say, what do? I run a network at MX Network where we bring all of the solutions on there. We go around with my money and we document them so we can bring them back to you. So when you say, where's the work being done? Where can I help, Nietzsche? I give you those places. One of the brothers that I highlighted is creating he took a liquor store and he's turning it into a grocery store. He has a garden so that he can grow produce for the community there and put it in the store there, and that he is going to provide that for the community and have a damn grocery store in the food desert. You niggas could have built 4 fucking grocery stores in the food desert if you got these little abandoned buildings and put them somewhere. But y'all don't care about that, right? Y'all screaming reparations, but do you not understand that this is all a part of why we deserve reparations? Because of the fucking issues in the school system, because of how our communities are, because of the food deserts, because of the disparities of how we're treated in the fucking healthcare system. All of these things matter. And you will raise no fucking money to do this. You niggas are the fucking problem. You Marcus Sander followers. You and that nigga is all the problem that we need. We take care of y'all, we might could get somewhere. You ain't built Now First Garden. You ain't built no motherfucking police precinct nowhere. $2 million, could y'all niggas just buy some busted cars and we can have a couple of cars and we can have a little location, a little building with the other $1 million the nigga got to build it. Guess what? That could have been a motherfucking place where they could have come in. They can have community meetings about the situations. They can also use it as a second place for like the police hub. And guess what? Y'all can buy a couple of cars and you niggas, instead of talking, you can get in them cars and work shifts and patrol your fucking communities. You know, with them people who are legally armed and know how to act. But Tariq gets scared when black people got guns. He called them armed gunsmen, just like the white news, instead of saying that they were black people who were legally armed and they were there to do security. Like, y'all know these are the issues in our community, but none of y'all want to go collect no money to do that. that. When I tell you there's a school right now built, we're not Umar Johnson in this bitch. It's built. It's been built for years. Zayek's Institute has just as many kids, more kids than in a public school. We have just as many kids. And when I tell y'all that school need help, you niggas tell me I'm pocket watching and then you all leave my chat. But the link is there and you could donate. But let Flex lick his lips. You niggas come out your pocket. Let Flex lick his lips. You know you did. Just get this pepper spray. Pepper spray everybody and put on my socks. And my socks gonna make you run real super fast so you can get away from all of the fucking white supremacists. This is what these socks gonna do. They gonna make you run fast away from the white supremacists. And if they catch up with you, just use my pepper spray. All right, y'all? That's what he wants you to do. All jokes aside, this is ridiculous. You can call me what you want to call me. What I am is a motherfucking fool. What I see is the problems in our communities. And if you really understand the problems, it's easy to see the solutions. And since I know you niggas can collect $1,376,000 trillion to make a fucking documentary for a nigga, he just used y'all to build all his businesses. You can raise it for that. You can raise it for a fucking conference. You can raise that shit for a fucking dumbass building that's gonna be a museum with some posters up. Cause he ain't got no real artifacts. You do know that's a museum. Where you get some artifacts from? Just wanna know. But you don't want to invest in the shit that exists or the shit that's real and it's already here and it's already working. If you don't want to invest in Ziax, I have another thing for you. It's called New Era Detroit. They don't like that nigga Tariq either. Let me not speak too much for them. But I'll never forget the day his wussy ass went online and was like, yo, you know, this Asian guy shot this boy in Detroit when he came in his yard and somebody need to do something about that. You know what I'm saying? Player, cuz, you know, we can't be having him out there doing this to them kids. You know what I'm saying? Somebody ought to da-da-da-da-da. Well, my brother Zeke, he played that video and then he responded and said, nigga, we been doing something about it. Shut your ass up because you're always online running your mouth. See, New Era did pull up. That Asian man has never been back to his house in Detroit since. He can't come home. Zeke and them posted up in his yard. So while you're steady running your mouth, I run with niggas and I work with the community that's actually doing the real work. So while you up there trying to get these, did y'all hear this story? Y'all heard it? You did? Somebody need to do something about it. The brothers I roll with do something about it. You do nothing, nigga, but run your mouth. So y'all go check out New Era. Their domain is neweraworld.work. Not .com, .work, because they put in that work. We're in 16 cities. I'm in the chapter here in Atlanta because this is where I live, but we're in 16 cities and we're in Nigeria. Get in where you fit in. Shout out to all the brothers and sisters that ain't ADOS because we got a fucking organization in Nigeria as well. So go and connect with New Era. Go connect with my brothers. Go donate if you can't. Quit running your mouths and get in these streets and work. Because there's plenty of us out here doing the work. We don't have time to vacation. I don't know what the fuck a vacation look like. Everybody keeps saying, Michi, get your ass up on a vacation. I don't have time to go on a vacation. I got to be to LA because I got to go see somebody about some important stuff that have to do with some very dope shit for the network. Then I got to come over here and get this story. I get tons of y'all who call me about your shit. And Michi got to come and cover it. I don't know what a vacation is. We out here doing this work. I'll vacation when I die. You niggas that's activists, they got all this time to be under palm trees and by beaches every fucking other day. You're not doing no work. Because the ones doing the work, no, you can't be doing the work. My brother Q in the house, Q is still at Ziax right now. He talking to us. I guarantee you any money. Q, you at the school, ain't you? And when he get off this live and he ain't here, he probably gonna be down in the studio helping the teenagers that want to come back and they want to learn how to engineer. He's down there teaching them how to do that too. And my sister Marsha gonna bring him a plate late night because he gonna be there and it's still gonna be 1:30 in the morning and he gonna be hungry and she gonna come in with a plate for her king to keep him going because he might not come home for a couple more hours. He at that fucking school. We ain't got time for vacations. We working. Right? He put the link in there. Y'all support what we doing. right? You do or you don't. I tell you like this, we making it regardless. And I want to say shout out to all the people who have allowed Ziax to be where it is. Plenty of y'all give, plenty of y'all do support. But the sad thing is, nobody has supported to the extent they support this bullshit. Because if y'all had, we'd have 5 fucking Ziaxes by now. And you know we only have 2 locations in work. We would have locations in other cities so that your children, for those of you who say, I can't put my kid in homeschool, Michi, because I gotta go to work, I need my kids to go somewhere. Well, guess what? We could have built a Ziax in your area. And then you could have took your kids to Ziax Institute, because we do have children that come in when we have the facility, but that would be in Brooklyn. You want a facility where you are? I suggest y'all donate to some shit that's real and happening. These kids are smart as fuck. Let me just say that, Tariq, your children could not hold a flame to my autistic child. He's Asperger's. He'll run circles around all your fucking dumbass kids. My son would be so irritated if he watched this chat, because none of y'all be using right punctuations. He'd be like, Mr. Q did not teach us like that, Mom. We're not talking that way. Shout out to them. My baby is smart as fuck. And he's a Ziax student. All my kids are, right? Tell Marsha I said hello too. I'm gonna get out of here though, y'all. That's it, and that's all. Tariq, you don't represent us. So all of you, remember, we changed the word now. I'm ADOS over here. I found my shirt the other day when I should put the shit on for the live, right? You and I hear me speak no fucking FBA again. And I've changed those fucking acronyms for you. It stands for fucking, bitch, ass, niggas. That's what all of y'all is, right? I don't want to hear this bullshit. Y'all stupid. And this is why we can't get nowhere. Y'all got fucking niggas hiding behind curtains and voices. Talking about they're the voice of reparations when you got people out here doing real work like Tony Yvette. You better put some fucking respect on their name. Fuck y'all. As much as they done. Y'all sound stupid. I'm getting notoriety. Everybody jealous of me. Nigga, you wasn't on the New York Times. I ain't see FBA there. I ain't see you in the Inquirer, nigga. I ain't see people talking about you on CNN. I ain't see no real politicians come and holler at you. You motherfucking lie. Y'all better put some respect on the people name who really doing this work for us. You don't agree? Have a conversation with them. Ask Tony and Yvette why they believe what they believe. If you don't agree. But it's not because somebody say something you don't agree, all of a sudden they're an agent. The only nigga that's an agent is the one calling everybody agents. All right, Marcus. And nigga, don't make a video of me with a cartoon. Don't call me fat. Don't talk about no more cookies. Bitch, you done said all of that. Why don't you answer whether or not you're fucking Marcus Sanders? Why don't you answer whether or not you're the nigga in the witness protection program? Why don't you answer or not, nigga, are you here to infiltrate and cause confusion? Because I think that's who the fuck you are. So for once in your life, he gonna shut the fuck up and completely be quiet, and he's not gonna say anything about this video because he doesn't know how to respond to it. Or either he's gonna respond with a bunch of jokes and deflection. But what he ain't gonna do is address nothing I fucking said in no kind of real way. So I just want to end that and say, shout out to all of y'all. I love y'all. Y'all have a good night. I just want to say, fuck you, Marcus, and then bitch ass, baby ass kids. And I'll see you guys later. Hey, everybody. Hi. Y'all can hear me? I know the routine. Let me know y'all can hear me before I get there. Going in. Y'all funny. Y'all do know that before I come into these lives, I'll be looking in the chat. Somebody said, it's a reach, but they gonna listen anyway. Like y'all kill me as how y'all have a preconceived notion to what I'm about to say. I don't know how y'all always be thinking y'all know what I'm about to say. Cause I like to think I bring a perspective that most people ain't never even fucking paying attention to. Y'all be all preconceived about, right? What the hell I'm about to say? Y'all have all y'all assumptions. It's a reach. What am I reaching? What am I even finna say? Cause I said the bullshit at the Super Bowl. Cause y'all thought it was great. Go Super Bowl. Is that what it was? I'm not about to reach anything. I'm about to tell the goddamn truth. Somebody else came in here and said that you know, if other people want to be sleep or whatever, I'm paraphrasing, if you know what the fuck that means, for the person who said it. But you know, they were saying that if people want to be sleep, you know, and people don't care, then why do we care? Like, shut the fuck up. I'm gonna need you, for the person who said that, go and tell that to the Christians. Because if we want to not be a Christian and we want to motherfucking live in sin and unrighteousness, as you would call it, let us do that, okay? Let us not believe in your Savior. Let us not take your cracker ass communion. You ever wonder why communion was a cracker? I don't know. I'm just saying. They make you go, Go tell other people that. Like, at the end of the day, you don't get to come to my platform and say that, because I am here for the purposes of being pro-Black and speaking to my people so that I can give you a perspective and an understanding. Now, once you have the knowledge, if you are willing to say, I don't give a fuck about what Michi talking about, and you want to stay like willfully ignorant, then do that, right? But that's a dumb question to come over here and say, why do I care? Problem is, I probably care too goddamn much, because half the time I be speaking, y'all be upset with somebody be trying to tell y'all something. Trust and believe me, I'm tired. I don't celebrate Valentine's Day. I don't celebrate no holidays, even though I got flowers and shit today, you know, it's because it's a regular day. You know, I require that in my relationship. I don't know about y'all. I don't want to be a downer on your holidays, right? But even when it comes to, you know, Valentine's, I don't do Valentine's Day either. Let me tell you why, ladies, right? Just my perspective. But I need to be with somebody who's going to love on me all year long. I'm just saying. I'll be damned if I wait. Right, let me throw a little pro-Blackness in there for y'all, because y'all need this. Let me go be a little extreme, right? How dare you wait for the white man to tell you how to love? You even let the white man dictate to you when you love on each other. Okay, I'm just playing. I'm being a bit extreme. But listen, right? Listen to me. If your man, sisters, if they loving on you, see, this is what I require in my relationships. I don't know about y'all, but I like flowers. You have to bring me flowers all the time. I don't need a million bouquets of roses or flowers. Like 20 will be nice, but you could do that on, you know, occasions when you want to go all out the way. But a bouquet of flowers, like, I'm gonna need that when you come over on a Tuesday in May. I'm gonna need it on a Wednesday in April. I'm gonna need it on a Sunday in March, right? So you got to love on me. We're gonna put on some lingerie. You're gonna have to get it in with me. You got to take me on dates. You're gonna have to buy me gifts, like, throughout our relationship. See, to me, Valentine's Day is one of the wackest days to go out, because everybody and their mom is out. Everybody's in the restaurant. You can't get a motherfucking seat. Everybody out there trying to put on some fake love. Niggas ain't even in love no more. Y'all about to break up, but for the sake of Valentine's Day, y'all gonna put on this red dress, take your ass somewhere, and pretend y'all loving on each other. I don't got time. So I don't celebrate Valentine's Day, but I did go out with my niece. We went and got us some gumbo and some lunch earlier. You know, shout out to the Lazy Crabs. And we had a couple drinks and shit. And I'm tired. You know, I've been up early today working. So I don't come here to talk to y'all because I just want to hear myself talk. So for the person saying, why do we care? I'm here because I do care, right? And I be wanting to give our people a perspective. Now, plenty of y'all, shout out to y'all. Y'all are here because you want to hear solutions. You want to hear the perspective of what's going on, because we have been conditioned for so long. The truth is, you don't understand when you're conditioned what's really going on. People really have to point these things out to you. Now, I was once in that position. And once you become awake, you awaken to everything. And I'm sorry to tell you, I'm gonna keep telling y'all this. Being woke ruins everything for you. Like, ignorance is bliss. In this situation, I never understood that saying, like, who the fuck want to be not knowing and be dumb? That's stupid to not know something. But now I understand why ignorance is bliss. It goes hand in hand with what James Baldwin said, that to be conscious is to be in a constant state of rage. The fact that I understand what's going on, this is why I don't celebrate none of these goddamn holidays. The fact that I know what's going on, this is why I didn't watch the Super Bowl. I don't even watch TV anymore. Like, all of the things, I get it, that make us a happy slave, that allow us to live in the turmoil that we live in, but make it a little bit easier for us to cope with every day. We like that sugar-coated shit because it feels good, because the truth hurts. The truth is hard. right? Being awake is no motherfucking joke because it does take away the things in life that you thought were enjoyable until you really understood what was going on. So I get that. And people are like, oh, don't ruin us for this meeting. People want to be asleep, let them be asleep. You, by all means, maybe be asleep. You can turn me off. You can listen to what I say, and you can take it and bottle it up and throw it out in the motherfucking trash. You don't have to accept none of it, and that's okay. That's okay. That's on you, right? You have that choice to do so. But I think it's very ignorant, right? And y'all say I got a big vocabulary. I could have said you dumb as fuck, but I'm gonna use another word. Y'all think I don't have a vocabulary. I think it's very ignorant of somebody to say if folks don't understand, who cares? Just let them want to do what they want to do. That would defeat everything behind being an activist, being pro-Black, people working for stuff like that's just crazy. You must don't know where you is. I'm not here to entertain. I'm here to educate and wake the people up. You don't want to be woke, you should tune out right now. Click off, unsubscribe, because I'm going to ruin your moments all the time for you. Yeah, while everybody was on Instagram yesterday, if you don't follow me on Instagram, go ahead and do that. Everybody was on Instagram talking about how wonderful the event was. Oh my God, did you see the motherfucking halftime? It was the best event in years. I was watching all that. I was the only motherfucker on Instagram talking about, how easily we forget. I'm just ruining everybody's moment, huh? I know. It's okay. I'm used to people being mad at me. I think I was born to do this for that reason. So be mad. Bad on with your mad asses. I don't care, okay? Let's talk about the Super Bowl, y'all. Y'all do me a favor. Like this video, share this video, subscribe if you have not. Hit that notification bell so when YouTube is not a hater, they'll let you know when I'm live. But also make sure you guys that you go over to the Real Me Chit and sign up for the list, if nothing else, right? Of course, the classes are over there. They're still on sale. I've been telling y'all, if you're going to celebrate for the holiday and buy somebody something, fuck them chocolates, man. They get ate, they melt, they be gone, right? The roses die and the sex be over. Give somebody something for Valentine's Day that's really worth something. If you love them, go ahead. My classes are still on sale, but they be gone for good, and go ahead and get them. If you love somebody, start a business with them. Instead of making a baby tonight, make yourself financially stable before you go and make some babies, right? So give yourself that gift. I would think that would be pretty dope if somebody was to be like, huh, baby, I was, thinking I want you to level up in life. So I put you in this class. I want you to watch it. And when you're done, let's, I'm going to watch it too. Let's figure out together how we level the fuck up in life. That's what I'm going to need y'all to do. Because the real reason why Black people are always running around admiring everybody else, like at the Super Bowl that was drenched in blackness, is because you admire their lifestyle and you wish you could live that way. But you got to get up tomorrow and you got to go to work at the auto parts store. You got to go back to the nursing home and be that CNA that you are, right? So a lot of times you like watching these things because you live vicariously. Ooh, how is that for another vocabulary? You like vicariously living through these people because it's something you desire for yourself. So instead of desiring it, somebody said, what's your Instagram name? It's MeChix. I'm MeChix across the board on all my platforms, right? So learn how to level up. So you can go over to the site and you don't have to get a class or a goddamn thing. But what you can do is as soon as you go over to therealmechx.com, there's a box that's going to pop up and it's going to say enter my email list. So just put your name in there because YouTube does not always send out the notifications, you guys. And you can get the classes if you want to too, right? CBD drop shipping and how to make money online, but you don't have to. But I do send out an email whenever I'm live. So shout out to anybody that's in here because you just got the email. So you will get a notification from me, okay? But YouTube don't always send them out. So let me just throw that out there. Now that we done got folks in here, y'all coming in here fast. A lot of y'all don't celebrate Valentine's. Y'all supposed to be, let's get it on. Oh, baby. Y'all supposed to have them candle lists right now. Y'all watch Michi? My audience is real woke. Cause y'all ain't here instead of getting it on. I'm proud of y'all. I'm proud of my audience. Yes. All right, y'all. Let's have this conversation, right? So I did not watch the Super Bowl. I know a lot of you in here did not watch the Super Bowl. Because if you rock with me, we had this conversation years ago, right? Where are my day ones at? Let me be clear. A lot of people said to me when I made the comment I made on Instagram last night, there were people who said things like, well, Colin Kaepernick does not even care. He got his money and went on and got his deal. So why should we care about Colin Kaepernick's career if he didn't care about it? So let me be clear, okay? This is not about Colin Kaepernick. How many of you know that? I wouldn't think that I would have to explain that, but it's not about Colin. I didn't watch his career. I don't know who the fuck he was before he kneeled. I don't give a fuck. So let me give y'all the bigger perspective that I don't understand how we be missing. It just be going over our head for real. This is not about Colin. This is about the fact that as a Black man, he kneeled to bring attention to something, right? That is another sign of oppressing Black people in this country, which was police brutality and the murder of Black men, okay? They thought that what he did was so disrespectful that they took everything from him. They wanted to, just like the Jews did Whoopi Goldberg and Nick Cannon. They came for him and was like, no, you be a good nigga and you run these field goals and you kick this ball, whatever he do. Forgive me, I ain't watch sports, so don't be telling me I'm calling the wrong plays, whatever the fuck it's called. You know what I'm saying? They wanted him to shut up and play ball, just like they told Black people publicly to shut up and dribble, right? So they were so upset at him because of this that they did what they did. So the bigger picture here is the NFL does not give a damn about Black people. Matter of fact, their approach and the way that they acted shows their racism. They were more appalled at a man kneeling against injustices than they were about the injustices that continue to happen. The NFL, you guys, which I know a lot of y'all already know this because y'all been with me for a while, and everybody came to the table, you learned plenty of stuff because this is the thing about your mind. Once the mind is open, you're constantly, and once those doors get open, you guys are, I'm sure, always grabbing for new information. Y'all email me stuff, you inbox me stuff. So I know that your brain is always on the go, so you get this stuff. You understand this, I'm sure. Shout out to most of my audience. But for those that are not, like the church folks, let's tell this story for the one lost soul tonight. Because we need Black folks to get an understanding and come on one accord, right? Can I get an amen? No, it's not Sunday. It's just Monday, though. Come on, it's just one day difference, okay? Can I get an amen? The NFL is racist as fuck. Now, Colin Kaepernick had a special that came on Netflix, did he not? I didn't watch it. But I understood that he talked about something in there that I don't need to watch him to know because I already know it's true. He talked about the racism in the NFL, did he not? Do you know that the NFL, see, this is the problem. If you don't know your history, fuck you bound to repeat it. You bound to live in that shit right the fuck now. Do you know that the examination of Black men, when they come to the NFL, the way they are scrutinized by their weight, their height, their strength, and everything else, from every little lineup and measurement that they look at their body, they probably want to know if your dick is big enough. I don't know what they got to do with running. Maybe they think it is too big. A man dingo will hold you down if you're running this play, okay? I don't know. But they examine these brothers the same way they was examined, do you not know? On the slave auctioning block. You do know that they examined slaves the same way to see if they were strong enough, if they had stamina enough, if they would be able to seem like they could impregnate enough slave women, if they could be able to carry a big load, if they could work long days in the sun, just like they slaved all these damn Black people. See, it's interesting to me how Black people are the world's entertainment on every level, from music to movies, to the sports, right? Black people are running every last one of those goddamn things. And the world is entertained by all of this. We're their entertainment. Do you not know that on the plantation, Black folks have always been their entertainment? The first transgenders were on the plantation. Not by will, but by force. Maybe you will understand why we have such a reluctancy to see Black men that way. Because they would dress Black boys up in their bucking farms, and they would dress them up in dresses. Go look up some of the old photos. And they had Black boys in wigs, and they had them in white dresses and heels on. Go look. for their entertainment. How many of you know that they used to have them play games to entertain them? Not only did Black people do all the cleaning, the cooking, the picking of the crops, not just cotton, they made every goddamn thing, the clothes, the contraptions. They also played instruments. They were the ones that played the violin. They were the ones that played all of the instruments. They would come and entertain them at the dinner table or while they were sitting their ass on the front porch. Black folks have always been the entertainment for this racist country. Always. And so here we are again with the same thing. And the bottom line is that the NFL tells you, just like other sports, be a good nigga, be quiet, catch this ball, and entertain. So when they came against Colin, it wasn't about Colin for me. Was it about Colin for any of y'all? I'm not understanding how confused people are by that. It's not about Colin. It's about the reaction of the NFL that shows you their racist perspective and where they stand. How many people have heard about all of the injustice in the NFL and the inequality of not having any Black ownership in the NFL? But without the Black players, sports would be nothing. That's what we got to start understanding. We're going to have that conversation today. If all of the Black athletes got together and said, fuck y'all tomorrow, where would sports be? For real, where y'all think sports would be? Is a white person in the house? Come on, tell me how to still be great with y'all white players and the Mexicans. Do Asians even play sports? I ain't seen an Asian run a play ever. Is Asians in sport? Where the Asians at? They all at the nail salon. Is that racist? Remember, Black folks can't be racist. Shut your ass up. Where the Asian players at? But if Black folks pulled out today, where the fuck would the industry be? If Black folks pulled out of the music industry, where the fuck would the industry be? If Black folks left the fucking movie industry, where would any of these industries be? Where? In the motherfucking trash. But that's not going to happen. Black folks are not going to get together and say fuck all that. The Super Bowl should tell you that. But this is the problem with the NFL. They're racist. And their racist practices show in what they do, in the way they treat their players, the way that they treat ownership, or whether they allow somebody to get in or not get in. So this is not about Colin Kaepernick or whether he got his position back, or whether he moved on and got other deals and he's not broke, or whether Colin doesn't care anymore. I don't give a fuck of Colin Kaepernick. I don't even know who the fuck he was. Colin Kaepernick was not anything but something that shined a light on a situation. It is the situation that has us feeling some type of way. Do y'all understand that? For the people who keep asking that dumbass question. The next thing is, I had somebody tell me, I thought it was really funny, y'all. So we covering these things just in case any of y'all feel this way, so everybody can be on. When we go into the real problem with the Super Bowl, you will have any of these dumbass things out of your mind, so you don't have to be feeling no type of way, okay, about these, so we can focus on the real issues here. So somebody said to me, well, that was years ago, Michi. And, the Super Bowl partnered with Jay-Z, and they gave plenty of money to grassroots organizations. How many of you were around when that happened? And how many of you heard the commentary that I gave on it? Somebody said they're not recruiting agents. Absolutely, Kelly. They're not recruiting agents. Without joking, let's be serious. Why aren't they recruiting Asians? Because Asians can't play sports. You know why? Because they're all little as fuck, they're frail as hell, and they're naturally not made to have a physique like Black people. Black people, when they are built a different way. A lot of Asians are little as fuck, just like Mexicans is little as hell. You have exceptions to their rule, but Asians, just by default, are little ass fucking people. I don't know. I ain't seen an Asian sprint nowhere. Them niggas don't run nowhere. They can't wrestle. They don't FFC fight or nothing. I don't know. They just little as fuck. They just do nails and make fried rice. Oh shit! The Asians is gonna come for me next. This is Asian hate, right? No, they got a bill against me saying this. I don't give a fuck. How many of y'all remember these grassroots organizations? Please tell me. So, do y'all know who Jay-Z gave his money to? How many of y'all remember? Not remember. How many of y'all remember? You remember this? Let me remind you of the organizations that Jay-Z gave this money to. Grassroots, I didn't hear them come give none of that money to New Era Detroit, which has actually New Era chapters all over this damn country. New Era Chicago, Florida, your mama, your daddy, everywhere. New Era is everywhere. They are grassroots for real. Did he give them some money? Did he come to give the new Black Panthers any money? Did he give any money? Did they come give some money to Umar Johnson? Maybe he could have got that school off the ground and Jay-Z would have came and helped him, you know. I don't even know where that's at. I'm scared to ask how Dr. Umar Johnson in his school is doing. He's been struggling. So all I know last time I checked, I ain't even looking no more. We ain't even waiting on the school. Umar, we done gave up all hope. All hope is gone. We're not even waiting no more with your brother. It's okay. We don't even care, all right? We done moved on. You know he gave the money to? He gave the money to, y'all remember that organization that was run by what people? White people. See, this is a whole rabbit hole that we could continue to go down, but I don't want to be here all night because I told y'all them not Valentine's Day drinks that I had. I'm ready to go to bed. I've been up working. I done ate gumbo and shit. I got the itis. I done had a couple drinks. So I'm not going to go down this whole rabbit hole, okay? But plenty of organizations in this country, right, that say that they are for Black people are really white people. I tell y'all that all the time. They are white organizations in blackface, meaning they bring Black people to the front. They have a couple of Black people there, like Black Lives Matter. They will have Black people run it. They will bring Black people around so that you will think that this is a Black organization by its faces. But the truth is, all of the wording, all of the work that they do from behind the scenes, it's all about white people. Now, the organization that they highlighted that Jay-Z gave some of that money to is an organization with white people. Do y'all remember that? And the white lady, it's an organization where they call themselves giving Black boys a fresh start in life so that they can have more possibilities at succeeding. And this is what they do for teenage Black boys. So one of the ways they do that, do y'all remember what they were doing to those Black boys? Do y'all remember? Because I just want to know how long y'all been with me, if y'all really remember, because it's been a couple of years and we act like we forgot. What was they doing to them Black boys? Do anybody remember? Yes, Shorty Mac. They were cutting off their locks. They were. They take these Black boys in there and tell them, in order for you to move forward in life, what they were doing. So they got $500,000 from the NFL and Jay-Z, white people, in the name of Black grassroots organizations. Fuck out of here. So if y'all wasn't informed, Jay-Z didn't do anything but take a big check to try and lure niggas back in. Apparently it worked. As Black people, y'all tell me something. What's wrong with having locks? How do locks on Black boys' heads somehow hold them back from jobs unless you're playing into the racist stereotype that Black people, we've been dealing with this for forever. But see, those of you that don't want to be conscious, because I had a bitch tell me in my comment section, oh, it's always a woke nigga that want to ruin everything for everybody else. Just relax. Go ahead and be a happy, sleep slave. I don't give a fuck, bitch. You do that. Because when we burn this bitch down, you might get burnt down with it while you sleeping in your little slave quarters when we get to doing shit. So you can sleep if you want. I don't give a fuck about your sleep. This country has forever talked about Black people's hair, their styles. Shit, they just fucking passed the law talking about Black women can wear their hair. The fact that in the 20 years of the decade that we're in, that there are still laws being passed about children and Black people being able to wear their own hair. Did we not just talk a couple years ago about schools, their dress code stating that certain hairstyles could not be worn? Do y'all remember that video that I did? And all of the hairstyles that they said couldn't be worn seemed to be hairstyles worn by Black people, girls and boys. So you tell me that Jay-Z got in partnership with the NFL and that they gave money to grassroots to make amends? That's not true. That's not true. See, they said they were going to do this and they showed you one organization. Why did they publicize all the people they gave money to? Let us see who you gave the money to. Let Black people tell you if those were grassroots or not, because we don't know none of them organizations. We ain't heard of none of them motherfuckers. They not grassroots around here. But y'all say that made it better. You know what I find ironic too? And I'm trying not to go down these rabbit holes, but every time you say one thing, you see another. Have you ever noticed, like when the Jews, like when Nick Cannon fucked up, they made him donate money? Didn't he donate like so much of his salary from his show to get it back for the whole year to the goddamn organization to help Jews? You do know that when they give that money, right, to the organizations for other people, they make sure that it goes to real organizations that they choose. They actually tell them where they're going to send their money. They don't get to choose which ones they do. And then when they try and act like they're giving us the money to do the same thing to make amends for they problems that they done caused, and they want to make shit right, why is it that they always tell us who they going to give the money to, and then they always pick these fucking whitewashed organizations that have nothing to do with us? Just throw that out there. So you don't get to come tell me that Jay-Z did anything. First of all, Jay-Z sold Black people out. They went and got Jay-Z. They gave him a very big bag, which was crazy because you could have actually just given Colin Kaepernick his job back and stopped playing like he was playing. Black folks would have felt that that was a gesture. You could have admitted where y'all was wrong. You could have actually given some money to support the families that have been murdered by police brutality. And we would have done the same thing. Been like, okay, maybe they're making amends. And you could have brought Black people back by doing the right fucking thing. They could have just done the right thing. But instead, you're going to give all of that money to Jay-Z to have Jay-Z come and tell Black folks that we're supposed to be good. So because he's saying now we're supposed to listen to him. And look at where we are. Now look, we got Super Bowls with halftimes drenched in nothing but blackness, and everybody was loving it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba in this bitch, huh? How easily we forget, y'all. I want you to understand that this is why we do not have anything. We do not ride any the fuck out. We do not get to the end. We do not make our motherfucking enemies feel the lack of whatever it is that we take away. We don't make them have to sit and stew in the shit that we put on them. We are so quick to give up before you ever reach the finish line. This is why we don't have nothing. This is why we can't get nowhere, because we some of the weakest fucking soldiers when it comes time to fight on our behalf. And we just forgot. Snoop Dogg up there smoking weed. That shit not cute. I smoke weed, but when you see me online smoking weed in front of y'all, let me tell you something. For as much weed as I smoke, I still don't smoke weed till my job is done. I'll tell somebody in a minute that know me, I got to go live. I got work to do. I'll do that shit later. I guess it's cute to show this nigga in his old cripped up outfit smoking weed, crip walking, right? Right, crip walking. That shit is cute. Y'all was loving that shit, huh? Y'all was crip walking with him, huh? Y'all was all over the place in the living. Go ahead, West Side. That's what y'all was doing. Now played your motherfucking self and did that old cooning ass tap dance, didn't you? And people keep bringing up the fact that these entertainers were not paid. That makes it even worse. You ain't even sell us out for a bag, bitch. You just sold us out to be seen. Them being paid or not being paid ain't got a motherfucking thing to do with it. Why are you there? The fact that they ain't get paid make them motherfuckers look worse. Snoop Dogg, we already know who you is, nigga. You in commercials in fucking Germany and shit. Mary J, we know who you is with that little dance you do. You've been doing for motherfucking 25 years. We know who you are. We didn't need you to come and revamp yourself in front of that screen for free. We already know you. It's bad when niggas sell out everybody else for free. Damn, y'all ain't even get an extra piece of cornbread. This is saddening. This makes it even worse. You niggas didn't even get an extra piece of cornbread for this? Boy, I don't understand. And Black folks just watched it and they got happy and everybody just forgot about what we were supposed to do. And I think the saddest thing is that this country knows all they got to do. We always talking about it's a distraction. It's a distraction. The real distractions, we don't see them for what they are. We don't. The real distractions, we run right to them and help to distract everybody else. Now, I wonder why we can't get nowhere. This is why we can't get nowhere. You know what I find really interesting is, and disrespectful, y'all? How many of y'all know that in the past week, maybe 2 weeks, how many of y'all know who Amir is? Let me show you how even more fucked up this whole situation is with the Super Bowl. If you watch the Super Bowl and you know about the Super Bowl, do you know who Amir is? See, this is the reason that Colin was kneeling, motherfuckers. This is the reason. For those of you that don't know. So it's funny how we demand shit, and before we even get what we demand, we're so quick to take our foot off people's neck and keep running. So stop talking to me. I can't stand the people talking about woke folks always want to ruin everything for everybody else. Shut the fuck up. Because when your sleep ass gets shot on your motherfucking couch, minding your business, not in the wrong, then all of a sudden you're going to want all the woke people to show the fuck up for you. I think it is a slap in the face. If anything, is a distraction. The fucking NFL was a distraction for y'all. This fucking Super Bowl was a distraction for everybody. Instead of focusing on the fact that once again, police done killed another black person. See, that's the bigger picture here. It wasn't about Colin. It was about what he was representing. So in the same goddamn, within 14 days of y'all prancing and dancing and crip motherfucking walking, Megan Thee Stallion up there with her ass all out in her fuck me dress, every goddamn star you could think of was in that bitch just a chilling. And I thought COVID was going on. Where the fuck is everybody masked? I mean, that's just a side note. Like, the government just always be lying. So where was the mask mandates at the goddamn Super Bowl? Because nobody had none on. Amir is a black boy that was just shot in his apartment. Or his whatever apartment it was. But it was a no-knock warrant. They just open up the door, come in. This boy is underneath the covers sleeping. He does pick up his gun that he legally owns. And I'm tired of that motherfucking conversation of he had a gun or we ain't got guns. Shut the fuck up. Stop being a shucking, jiving, buck dancing fucking nigga for the master on the goddamn plantation. It is your right to carry a gun just like anybody else's. And it is my right to bust 50 fucking holes in your back and in your face and in your neck, bitch, if you threaten my life. Just like every fucking other cracker and non-black person walking around in this country practicing their Second Amendment right. Black people sound crazy trying to act like we can't have legal firearms. Matter of fact, as hard as this country goes to try and keep black people from getting legal, that's the key word, legal firearms, all of you that can own them, you should own them in a stance for all the black folks that get played out of that fucking right. Do you know if you have a felony, you can't own a legal firearm? Not a violent felony, any felony. We talked about that the other night. So wait a minute, you have a felony for some dumb shit that ain't violent, again, writing bad checks, and now you're not allowed to practice your Second Amendment right. And you can get it back. You can expunge your record. You can pay fees and fines to get it all back, which says to me, you are making me pay for my fucking constitutional right. That has nothing to do with the crime I committed because I didn't use a gun during this crime. It wasn't a violent crime. Why are you keeping me from practicing my Second Amendment right? But you want me to pay you to get my right back? If that is some slavery shit, I got to pay you for my constitutional right? Come on, y'all. This boy got a legal gun. Crazy thing is that when they did a steal of him and he picks up the gun, he has his hand not on the trigger, but on the side of the gun. He is holding it in a safety stance. He is not holding it like I'm getting ready to bust a nigga a bullet in their ass. But if he did, how many of y'all don't understand that? If you were in the middle of your sleep, one thing I noticed about the video is that the police unlock the door and they say police, and they say this. They say it as soon as they walk through the door. He's actually sleeping. So he doesn't even wake up at long past. He doesn't hear anybody say police. He doesn't hear any of that. He just knows there's a gang of motherfuckers all around him screaming and yelling with guns in their hand. And he's been startled out of his sleep. So we got another Breonna Taylor case that, let me mind you, there was no justice in. And just another side note in this rabbit hole, that bitch named motherfucking Tamika Mallory and my son that claimed they fighting so much for motherfucking no-knock warrants and the fucking rights for people in this country, that bitch will put me on a fuck me dress and bring fucking my son and stand next to him. Had she been offered to give a speech at the Super Bowl, you know where the fuck she be? At the Super Bowl. That's just a side note for those who claim they fighting for our freedom. Sometimes you got to be willing to tell certain entities, I don't need that limelight. I don't need you to acknowledge me. I'm not going to let you use me to persuade my people. Sometimes it's okay to say no to a bag. And in this case, there wasn't even no fucking bag. Are y'all serious? It's okay to say no. It's called integrity. It's called standing in what you say that you stand for. So within 14 days before this theatrical coon dancing Super Bowl of well-examined slaves that need to run fast, entertain the masses, catch these balls, and we'll give you a shiny trophy. Except this one goes on your finger. We love that shiny shit, don't we? Within that same 2 weeks, the very reason that we were supposed to be boycotting the NFL, the very reason we weren't supposed to be standing with them is in our face again, right now. But for the ones that don't want to be woke and who say we're ruining it for everybody, I think it's really fucked up that you're so focused on this Super Bowl, but most of y'all screaming that don't even know Amir's name. And if you went past his story a week ago, if you saw his shit a couple of days ago, you just kept on scrolling past. It didn't sit within your spirit enough that you said this some bullshit, and this is why the fuck Colin was kneeling, and this is why we're not going to participate in this. Right, and during Black History Month, thank you, Opinions in 3DD, thank you. Let's not go into, I told you it's a big ass rabbit hole, we could be here all night. All the disrespect that has been coming out during Black History Month. You niggas can't even hold your racist ass disrespect in this one little funky ass month that we got. There's really some bullshit to me, but at the end of the day, all the disrespect. Y'all niggas can't not show your racism for 28 days? The fuck? Y'all killing people in their house with no-knock warrants. Y'all cooning at the goddamn Super Bowl. Joe Rogan calling people niggas and saying we look like the Planet of the Apes. Damn it, we only 14 days in. What they finna do next? We don't stick with nothing. We don't hold out. Let me tell y'all something too, is that this is a big reason why individually, if you are one of the people that are in this chat and you knew these conversations, you heard me when I said them years ago, you were privy to all of this and you still enjoyed the Super Bowl. You tuned in to the halftime and said, fuck the game, but I gotta see my favorite stars. You're part of the problem. I guarantee you, anybody who feels that way, you don't succeed at much else in your life. Because just like the book Rich Dad, Poor Dad, is all relevant. It's called delayed gratification. Delayed gratification. Do you know how to wait to get to the thing you're waiting on? Do you know how to wait? You want to enjoy yourselves? We want to celebrate. We want to have a big ass concert. We want to shuck and jive and we want to dance. Well, why don't we obtain a victory in something first? Then you can do that all you want. Delay that shit. Delayed gratification. It's the reason a lot of y'all won't succeed at business. You won't be no entrepreneurs. You won't do a lot of these things because you don't know how to delay your gratification. So you want a Gucci belt now, but you live in the ghetto. You could have started your business with the money you spent on that Gucci belt and them fucking Dior's. But you want it now. That's why you never have nothing. Because delayed gratification says, I'll wear these cheap shits right now till I get to where the fuck I'm going. Because when I get to where I'm going, then I can wear all the name brands that I want. But right now, I'm going to sacrifice. See, once we get on the other end of freedom, we can celebrate all we want. But for right now, goddamn, can we sacrifice the approval of everybody else? Can we sacrifice fucking saying that we about something when really we hold no power? We just got a lot of words, but in action, black folks don't have any power in this country. Get some power, then you can crip walk, Snoop, because you're not running shit. Not even the fucking corners that you gang bang on, you old ass nigga. You didn't own them either. Let's talk about something else, y'all, that we can look at in this rabbit hole. Let's talk about when white boys kneel. How many of you think that it's admirable fucking what is his name? Come on with the white boy. He from Detroit. I should know his name. Eminem. How many of y'all thought that that was so wonderful for him to do? Let's talk about when white boys kneel. How many of y'all thought that was dope of him? How many? His kneeling didn't move me. I didn't care that the cracker wanted to get on a knee. And yes, we're both from Detroit. He's still a cracker. If you're from Detroit, you understand the 8 Mile is crackers. He comes from Crackerland. You cross over a certain line, those are the trailer park white people. You go back over this way, it's the black people, okay? So yeah, we both from Detroit, but he's still a cracker. We're not giving him a pass, okay? You might want to, but I don't. First of all, I think it's funny because everybody want to talk about him kneeling. Now, I could be wrong, but I heard that he only kneeled. He asked if he could kneel before he kneeled. They told him no. He did it anyway. But my understanding is his kneeling was in honor of Tupac being dead. It wasn't about police brutality or racism. It was because he wanted to kneel and honor Tupac's name. That's why he did it. And y'all all out here, for those of y'all that are, y'all praising him like, oh, he's the real VIP. He's the real MVP, whatever the fuck. He the GOAT. He did this, he did that, because the white boy kneel. Wow. Y'all didn't honor Colin's kneeling. Here we are a couple of years later, and y'all done forgot about the sacrifice that Colin put in, but here you are praising the white boy. The white boy who I might want to point out, y'all, what y'all think gonna happen to him? Just like when you watch Whoopi and you saw how she was treated for what they say was her misspeaking on what she was talking about versus when you look at the Joe Rogan situation. Completely different treatment. So you think they're going to cancel the white boy? Think white boys getting canceled? Tell me. I know everybody is so happy. Oh, I can't believe it. Let me tell you the irony in that. Like, black people is so happy that he kneeled, thinking he kneeled to show protest. But if you thought that's what he was doing, and you're like, this white boy is kneeling, somewhere in your mind, now walk with me, y'all, it didn't refresh your memory that these niggas is racist and we supposed to be boycotting them because Eminem kneeling should have reminded you of Colin, and Colin's kneeling should have reminded you of why the fuck we're boycotting them in the first place, and then it should have brought you back to Amir's death that just happened a couple of weeks ago in this country by the same thing Colin was kneeling for. Am I asking too much? Because my brain connects that way. Do other people's not? You give white boys a prop for doing something that should have reminded you why you shouldn't have even been watching, why you shouldn't even been there. That's crazy to me. You know what else make black people look like some suckers? See, the white boy not gonna get treated like the black people do. He's not. They're gonna talk about him on social media for a minute. Most of the commentary is gonna come from black people who are praising him, right? Because again, whenever white people say it, white is right. I could say the same shit all day long. So could other black people. And then as soon as a white person say it, y'all be like, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Because, you know, you think white people are the biggest liars. Like, they stole history. They steal everybody's shit. They revamp it and make it their own. They're the biggest liars in the world. But for some reason, when white people talk, like, we just believe that they are telling the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So thank you, God, for these white saviors. Like, this is what we believe. So Again, I don't understand if you're praising him for kneeling and you thought that he was kneeling over racism, why that didn't remind you of why the fuck you shouldn't have been there. Right? 2, if he was kneeling for the racism and the shit that's been happening to everybody in this country when it comes to black people and the police, why the niggas didn't kneel with him? I mean, if that's what he was doing. If that's what he was doing. Like, black folks came out there, Snoop getting his smoke on, he crip walking, you know what I'm saying? Here come Dr. Dre and shit, playing his whatever, his piano from back in the day. Like I said, everybody enjoyed it. And you know what I heard black people saying? They said that the black people ran the Super Bowl show because they was told to do a lot of stuff. Like Snoop Dogg was told that he couldn't wear a blue rag in his pocket, so he just wore a whole blue bandana suit. They said that Eminem was told he could not kneel, but he did it anyway. What else they said? It was a couple of things they said that black people were told not to do. And of course, they included Eminem, even though he's not black, but they put it out there, okay? And they said that they did it, and they was like, that's right, we run this shit, we got power. We have an illusion of power, and I don't understand how that shit pacifies us all the time. Like, that shit is stupid because it's not real power. But don't you think that instead of disobeying the flag rule or disobeying the this and the that, don't you think that if they thought that what Eminem did was so great, how come they didn't all kneel? Like, how dope would that be? Right? I mean, if you're gonna go ahead and go in the master's motherfucking goddamn camp, and you're gonna go ahead and show out and entertain and everything else, like, if y'all so honored by what he did, how come all the black entertainers, how come in the middle, instead of, hey, how come she ain't her ass right down onto one motherfucking knee? How come she ain't do that? How come Snoop didn't get on the knee? How come they all didn't get on the knee? Because see, once you out there, since you was gonna go ahead and disobey the rules, you ain't getting paid for this shit. Everybody should have hit a knee. But nobody hit the knee. The white boy hit the knee. Black people didn't jog nothing in their mind to say, we fighting, against police brutality, and this knee thing should have reminded them. They just stayed on their feet. They never got on their knee. And now we praising the white boy for doing some shit that black folks should have done, and they shouldn't have been there in the first place. We confused as fuck, y'all. This is a big old rabbit hole that when you go down, it bring out so much shit. Let me bring up one more thing before I get out of here tonight, right? Y'all like this video, share this video, subscribe if you have not, hit that notification bell so when YouTube's not a hater, they will tell you that I'm live, right? How many of you saw Jim Jones and Jim Jones comment on how black people are more racist than even white people? He's upset because he's in Gucci. How many of y'all think that? He's in Gucci and he's upset because, he's been sitting for 2 hours in VIP and they ain't brought him no sparkling water and they ain't gave him nothing because he about to spend the bag, $27,000 bag in it. All of the non-black people ignore him. They go back in the back and get a black man and bring the black man out because he wants to talk to somebody. He gets upset at the black man. He says that the black man is more racist than everybody else. But how is that? I find it real funny that Jim Jones didn't have any motherfucking smoke for anybody but the black guy in the store. But before they went and brought the black guy out, you claim you were sitting there for 2 hours, letting these crackers just pass you by. They just keep passing me by. And you ain't got your sparkling water, bro. Why you let the white folks do you like that? And you ain't got no smoke for them. But as soon as the black man come out, that's where your aggression goes. Jim Jones, shut the fuck up and go tongue kiss your mother again, my nigga. Something's wrong with you. And it probably started when your mother was molesting you and slobbing you down with her tongue. Because that's some sick shit. You tried to come back and say you was playing the next day. But when people are raised like that, then you start to wonder why they do dumb shit like you do. Because I'm not never teaching none of my sons how to tongue kiss because they need to know. I'm going to let the girl that they start experimenting with that with, they can learn how to tongue kiss together, right? I'm not going to have nothing to do with that. What's wrong with you and your fucking mom? But let me point out something else because this does have something to do with this conversation. I thought we was fucking boycotting Gucci. Don't Jim Jones got a clothing line of his own? Who the fuck sits in a store for 2 hours to buy some shit? And nobody says anything to them. If I go into a store and I'm sitting there for 10 minutes and ain't nobody said nothing to me, let it be Foot Locker, nigga, I'm leaving. Fuck these sneakers. Bitch, you see me sitting here? Can I get some help in this bitch? And you ignoring me? I don't even fuck this Foot Locker, bitch, I'm leaving. Who sits for 2 hours? Then I laugh because niggas act like they ain't never had no money. He talking about, and we in here spending a big bag, $27,000. Nigga, this is Gucci. For all you know, that might have been the littlest bag spent in that store that day. Why do Jim Jones think that he the richest person in there? The fact is that it's Gucci. So how do you know the other people that were in there weren't spending $100,000, $200,000? Maybe they were spending $500,000, and maybe that's why the fuck you had to wait, because $26,000 is not a big bag in a store like Gucci, motherfucker. But I thought we were boycotting Gucci. Now, if you're a broke Negro, you don't have much Gucci to be boycotting. Although some of y'all have Gucci belts and you live in the ghetto, I'm gonna keep saying that. They not knockoffs, they real. I don't know what's wrong with you. If you live in the ghetto, you should not have a Gucci belt. At all. At all. At all. But when we talk about boycotting Gucci, remember T.I. said that shit, are we gonna boycott them? Y'all the niggas that spend your money in Gucci. All of these video vixen bitches, Sweetie, what the fuck all these hoes' names is? Megan Thee Stallion, right? Jim Jones. Y'all the ones in here giving Gucci all your money. So the people who gotta boycott Gucci is all of the superstars, because y'all the ones giving them y'all money. I don't wear Gucci. I wear leggings and hoodies. You see me? Y'all probably be talking about me. Meechie ain't got no money. Look, I don't know what that is about me, but I don't care to spend my money in clothes. I got a little GMC in my driveway. I don't need a Lambo. And no matter how much money I get, those things have never been appealing to me. But we don't give a fuck about the Gucci. They give a fuck about the Gucci. So I thought we was boycotting. Instead, he went somewhere that Black people should not supposed to be spending their money, and he crying. But I thought it was really interesting that how all the white people passed him up, and then he had all the smoke for the Black man. Did you see how he put him on camera? He's just a fat Black man sitting back there looking like, damn, I just want to go home. He ain't here doing his job. He don't get paid money like you. They don't pay him enough to deal with your bullshit and all of you egotistical fucking superstars who come in there thinking that the world belongs to you. Because you came from the hood, so now you a nigga with some money, you want to demean everybody else. But I'm going to tell you again, you know what Jim Jones proved? What I say all the time. Black people don't have any power in this country. So what we like to do is exert power over each other. Black men want to check other Black men because they don't go about checking other races of men. Right? Black women and Black men want to check each other. Black men want us to be submissive to them. Black women say, I don't need no nigga, I want to be independent. See, we fight for power, but we fight for power amongst each other. Instead of fighting for power together as a collective so that we can have power with or over the people who keep power on our head. So Jim Jones had all the smoke for that Black man. Although you didn't see that Black man for a quarter into your mouth, nigga, you ain't see him for 2 hours. So you didn't have that kind of smoke. You didn't turn on the camera and tell them how the crackers wasn't paying you no attention. You didn't tell them how racist Gucci was. You ain't want to say niggas shouldn't come in here no more. This some racist ass shit. I've been in here for 2 hours and look, none of these crackers. Look at the bitch right there. She ain't paid me no attention. Where my sparkling water, Tom? You didn't put any of these white people on front, but you get loud with the Black man. I'm gonna need Jim Jones to shut the fuck up and sit the fuck down. Because you wasn't supposed to be in Gucci anyway. I thought we was boycotting Gucci for making blackface clothing. But I'm finding out that a lot of Black folks don't know history. Again, if you don't know where we came from, you're apt to repeat it or not understand when you're sitting in the shit right now. We boycotted Gucci for a reason because Gucci was doing blackface shit. If you don't understand the history of blackface, maybe that's why the fuck you're not upset. If you don't understand the history of slavery and you don't understand where the NFL comes into play, how racist they are and how they've been a racist entity for forever, and how even their practices of how they determine who is going to play on the field being a very racist practice in itself. If you don't understand that, it's because you don't understand the history. You don't even think, black people don't even think that we are still enslaved in this country today. You will look and say, we are free because we are not on a plantation, that we don't have nobody cracking a whip on our back, so therefore we're not enslaved anymore. But see, that would be your mistake. Because if you don't understand the history, you will not be able to see how the same entities from history that enslaved us still exist today. But if you don't understand them, you don't know that it exists today. If you don't know that the slave patrol existed, you don't know how to understand that they were the first police and how they morphed into the motherfucking police we see now. That's why it's racism in them. The FBI keep telling us that white supremacists have infiltrated the police force. No, baby. The white supremacists started the police force. They've always been the white supremacists. Niggas just decided to join them. But you don't understand the history. You don't understand the history of blackface. We don't understand the history of a lot of things. Even like people playing this game of why the hell, and don't none of y'all keep saying that shit to me. I hate all of y'all that say that to me. Yes, I hate you. I hate you. Don't say that shit to me no more. Asking me, why the fuck is black people, we say nigga and nobody else can say nigga. No, if you keep asking me that shit, I hate you, okay? If you really love me as a fan, I hate you now. I hope it hurts your feelings and you get off my channel. If you understand the history of the word nigga, then you understand why non-black people can't use it. And if you understood a little deeper something called psychology, let me explain this to y'all. See, I've broken down, if you didn't see it, you can go over to my Instagram. You can go to Z-Banger channel because it's over there too. Now, I broke down why other people cannot use the word nigga, but let me explain why black people use the word nigga. And I'm really getting tired of folks attacking those that were victimized by it. It's like y'all keep saying that if we don't stop saying it, we can't require anybody else to stop saying it. First of all, the word nigga was given to black people and they were called that all the time. How many of you call your children and people around you names like nicknames and they respond to it? You call people that for so long, it becomes conditioned in the mind of who they are. Let me explain something else to you too, since we're talking about Eminem and how everybody loves him. Do you remember the movie that he was in? And when he did the movie, do you remember the moment when he was on stage and he was in the rap battle? He's getting ready to battle against this dude, but to take the dude's fire away, what did he do? It's the same concept. Now, I'm not going to tell you that it works, but I'm telling you psychologically. I'm trying to get you to understand, since y'all don't, why the hell black people have taken on the word nigga and used it the way that they do. Well, in the movie, somebody said they didn't do it. They didn't see it. So in the movie, he's in this rap battle. He be battling and all the time on stage. And so he has this one shot. That's where that song from. You only get one shot. Do not miss your opportunity. Whatever the fuck. Y'all know the song. So anyway, this dude be going in on him. And he got a fucked up ass mama. He live in a trailer park. The nigga ain't shit. He stank. Or whatever the hell he got to say about him. And it's all facts, right? So the dude is getting ready to go in, but instead of letting this dude go in on him and point out all the negative stuff, which is actually a psychological tactic, you guys, if you're ever a public speaker, just on this out here, I told y'all we were going at these rebels. If you're ever nervous about something and people are looking at you, address it before they do. You take the nervousness out of the situation, okay? So what he did was, his verse was, my mama's a this, I live in a trailer park, I stank, I A, B, C, D, F, G, blah, 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 blah. He threw out in his rap everything that dude could possibly say about him that was negative. So when he already threw it out there, he diffused the weapon that dude had to throw at him. He took the power away from him. Because now if you try and rap and tell everybody that's why your mother a crackhead and you live in a trailer park and you stink, boy, when you try and do that, the audience is not receiving, and it's not really as good of a comeback as you thought it was, because I already took the fire away from where you were going by telling them myself. Do you understand that psychological concept? Human beings do this all the time, not just black people, okay? Well, when Black people being called niggas for so long, first of all, it was something that they were always called. And when you're on the plantation, I'm sure that they was probably made to call each other that shit. They was given names that didn't belong to them. So that was something that Black people were called by, but also something they were told to call each other by. So just because they let Black people off the plantation, what happens is, right, these are called traditions. How many of you do some shit in your family and you don't know why you do it? You just do it because your mama did it, your mama did it, and her mama did it. You don't even know why you do it. Well, from the plantation, we brought plenty of that shit with us, even to the point where they had said that the trauma is in our DNA and that it will come out of us even if we were not on the damn plantation, which can be true. These are facts. So go look up psychology. You can actually have personality traits that are in your DNA from people you have never known. You can have a child with somebody's sisters and they never meet their father, and that child start acting like they daddy. The demeanor, the way they talk, the way they walk is just like their father, and they never met them a day in their life. Personality is passed down through DNA. So all of the trauma from slavery has been passed down in the DNA. Now go somewhere, follow me. No, don't nobody say no dumb shit. So you trying to say we call each other nigga because in our DNA? No, follow me here. So when you get off the plantation, they let you free, but you are still, what do Black people have to grab onto? All they are is a product of where they came from. They don't have anything else to grasp on. Even when they left and they was free, they still didn't have their names. They didn't have their culture. They didn't have anything else. That's all they knew they was a nigga. That's all they've ever been called. That's all they ever been saying all this time. They don't know. You wanted them to switch out nigga for what? For what? There was nothing else to grab onto because that's all that they knew. So now, instead of using it in a way, I imagine when Master used to call everybody niggas, right? If you said the word nigga to each other, it was kind of it not being so shocking. Like we say nigga too, it take the sting out of it. So that's part of why they did it, just like with Eminem. Now, I'm not saying they had a conscious thought to do it. This is also a subconscious thing that we do sometimes. People will subconsciously, as a psychological defense mechanism, they will actually embrace the thing that is being used against them when they don't know how to defeat it, because that's their way of trying to defeat it. It diffuses some of the power in it. If when you say it, I don't allow it to make me so upset, or if the word means less, or we don't act like it bothers us that much, and we'll go ahead and use it, it kind of takes away the power from you. So when you call us a nigga, you'll see it don't sting so much. So therefore, you don't have that much power over us. Does everybody understand that? That is a psychological thing. And then the word nigga has just been brought up in our communities for so long that this is something that is being used. Now, should we get away from the word? We should get away from a lot of shit. Yes, we should. We should get away from a lot of shit that we do. But before you ever try and demean Black people for that word and try and compare it to when other people use it, it's not the fucking same. And you don't get to talk about and victimize the victims of the situation and tell them about why they do what they do. Black people using the word nigga is not the same thing as everybody else using it. And somebody said, you know, that we shouldn't, right? So why don't we stop victimizing, going off on the victims of this word? Maybe we haven't wrapped our heads around the right way to take the sting out of it or the right way to deal with it, right? But at the same time, until we get there, after everything that has happened to us in this country, I think it makes sense to understand why we are where we are, why we use the word, why we do a lot of what we do. So calm down and don't be so hard on your goddamn people. It is a difference. See, because when I say nigga to you, and I'm like, these niggas, and I say a nigga, and you call somebody a nigga, it's not the same thing. Because I don't hold any power over another Black person. I don't hold any power over anything in this country. Like I said earlier on my Instagram Live, when other people, especially white people, say nigga, there is oppressive power behind that word. And we are still being oppressed today. Now, I don't know how much us gravitating towards the word and it just becoming something that we do. That's a conditioning thing. Understand psychology. It'll be the best thing you've ever done for your understanding of where we are and even everything else you do in life. Learn some psychology, I promise y'all, right? Now, I don't think that saying it actually took the sting out of it, and because we still get offended when everybody else does it. So it really didn't work like the technique worked for Eminem in the movie. But that's the thought process behind it, right, y'all? So let's understand that. Let's understand this too. We're still oppressed. So when people say nigga today, right, it is very much a word that carries a lot of oppressive power still today. So when somebody that isn't Black is saying that to us, I think it still stings, because the bottom line is it still is something that holds power over us, because we are still enslaved and we are still treated as the niggas in this country, okay? So let me tell you something else, that I'm gonna get out of here, that I said on my Instagram about it, if you did not watch it. We're upset by that word because of the power that is held behind it. When this country decides to give us reparations, now reparations is the repair of what you have damaged. It's not just a check, y'all. It's the repair of what you damaged. So when we get reparations, that will put us on a more even playing field in this country, that will give us some power. We'll have some land, we'll have some structures, we'll have some businesses, we'll have plenty of things that they have taken from us, that we will be able to build our own and have the things we have. Then that will give us power in this country. For everybody that has power in this country, they have all of those things. We have none of that. So when we get our reparations and we're in a place of power in this country, because we will hold some power just like other people hold power. We don't have to have ultimate power over everybody. See, that would be racism, right? Like white people want to do. We just need power of our own. Every group has some power. We need our own power. And reparations will put us in a position to have some power, to call some shots, to do some things in this country. I guarantee you that if Black people were put in that position, that word nigga wouldn't sting as much, and we probably wouldn't give a fuck who used it then. See, remember, we've paid the price to use it. We've paid the price. We're paying the price. So tell this fucking country to pay the price. Give us our reparations so that we can have our power in this country too. And then your word won't have any power behind it anymore, right? Just like me calling somebody a white boy or a cracker, it's just a word to them. It don't bother them because there's no oppressive power behind that word. And somebody said, no, well, hold on. See, I was finna go. I'm tired, but I got a few minutes to cuss the motherfucker out. So somebody, look, she tripping, a handout ain't doing jack. Tied up, shut the fuck up. I can't stand people like you. If you Black, leave. I don't love every Black person. See, you're what I would call a nigga. Nigga, I don't like people like you. Get out of my chat and get off my page. A handout? You sound like a dumb nigga. You really do. A handout? So giving Black people reparations is a handout? You don't even understand what reparations is, you dumbass motherfucker. Reparations is not just a check, you stupid motherfucker. It's not. Reparations is the repair of what you damaged. So it wouldn't just include a check. You should know that if reparations was just a check, the government would have been cut us a check. Because Black people ain't gonna do nothing but go give it right the fuck back to capitalism. That's all we're gonna do. This country don't care about giving you a check. The problem is that with reparations means you have to admit what you've done. That's what the country got to do. They're going to have to do way more than just give us a check. And they don't want to go down that rabbit hole of everything they've done. Because the repairing is not just a check. It's not. It will be funds put to the side to build our own schooling, to build our own hospitals, because reparations will have to admit that y'all are biased in this country when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to schooling, and when it comes to the criminal justice system and everything. So you're going to have to revamp everything for us, or give us our own entity to set money aside for us to decide how we use that to build our fucking communities. A check directly in a Black person's hand is the last thing fucking real reparations is. And if another motherfucker tell me it's a handout, you about dumb than a motherfucker. And I don't know how dumb a motherfucker is, but I imagine it's pretty fucking dumb, okay? Every race in this country and group of people have received reparations. So how is that a handout? You really, with your dumb ass, sit here and y'all think that white people got where they were by pulling themselves up by their bootstraps? Do you know when slavery was over, they got reparations for the slaves that they lost? Jews get reparations. LGBTQ ain't even been represented in this country for but a couple years, and them motherfuckers got reparations. What the fuck are you talking about? A handout ain't gonna do nothing. See, niggas getting shot every day. Somebody shoot that nigga. See, y'all always murder the wrong niggas. Y'all murder the wrong ones. Start murdering the right ones if y'all gonna kill a motherfucker, okay? Because there's too many niggas who think with that mentality who are just dumb as fuck. What is a handout gonna do? I guess you just living life to the fullest and you don't need no help. That's how you're dumb. That's how you don't understand the history. That's how the fuck you don't understand that the way your life is has everything to do with the fact that you don't have reparations. Because reparations ain't a check, bitch. It's about fixing up that raggedy ass ghetto you live in, you dumb ass motherfucker. Boy. It's a good thing that these conversations don't be in person, because I'd be ready to fight some of you motherfuckers. I really would. Y'all say the dumbest shit. We begging for handouts now? I gotta go. I'm tired, y'all. Y'all do me a favor. Like this video. Share this video. Subscribe if you have not. Hit that notification bell so when YouTube is not a hater, they'll let you know that I am live. We're going to come back tomorrow and we're going to talk about Amir and how he got shot in that apartment. But we're also going to talk about, if you haven't heard the case, you guys, did you hear about the UPS driver? Black guy coming to deliver packages and got fired on by white guys. Another Ahmaud Arbery. So I'll save it to tomorrow, but I'll give y'all this much to think about. This is why I don't give a fuck about checks, y'all. And I don't care about prison sentences. Because even though they gave that white lady, 10 years for what she did to Ahmaud Arbery? I mean, not Ahmaud Arbery, them white guys got all that stuff for what they did to Ahmaud Arbery. When I say that, I'm thinking of Bakum Jean, how he got killed in his apartment by the white lady. So we can bring that in too, right? It doesn't change anything. That's what y'all don't understand. Them verdicts, I don't give a fuck. Them checks, I don't give a fuck. Somebody said it was FedEx. Okay, the FedEx drive.